Common sense said that sound and light usually traveled in a straight line. With that, cultivators should have special means to cut them off. The fusion-grade confinement seal was like a mountain that easily blocked the sound and the light. However, when Xianxia grew bigger, its voice was 100 times louder and sharper, and its red light intensified in brightness. Lu Zhou quickly recited the incantation for the heavenly writing power. To gain the power of speech recognition. To understand the words spoken by the tongues of the beings in the different worlds. To gain the power of hearing so that one could hear the voices from all realms at will. To gain enlightenment and the power of speech so that one could change the world with words and free the common people from suffering. Lu Zhou did not use the heavenly writing powers. Instead, he entered his meditative state and kept reciting the mantras. At this time, the faint light from his divine power shrouded his entire body, keeping the sharp cry and red light at bay. At this time, Lu Zhou's 4 eldest disciples, Yu Zhanghai, Yu Shangrong, Duan Mushang, and Ming Shiyin, flew up into the air and pounced toward Lu Zhou. Little Yuaner was looking at everyone in confusion, while Konk's expression suddenly changed before she pounced at Little Yuaner. Chaos and mayhem descended on Transient City immediately. Lu Zhou erected his protective energy before he sent his disciples flying back. The differences between his cultivation base and his disciples' cultivation bases were too vast. Even if all of them worked together, they were no match for him. Nevertheless, Lu Zhou could feel that his 4 eldest disciples' strength had improved a lot during their time in the unknown land. He was not too surprised by Yu Zhanghai and Yu Shangrong's progress, but he was truly surprised that Ming Shiyin's offensive strength was on par with his 2 eldest disciples. As for Duan Mushang, although Duan Mushang was still weaker than his 2 eldest disciples, Duan Mushang's improvements were the greatest. The corrosive energy and the great void seed had almost merged into one. It was equivalent to 4 or 5 birth charts. Lu Zhou was not in a hurry to wake his disciples from the trance they were in. The stronger Xianxia's attack was, the more advantageous it would be for him. His divine power could suppress Xianxia's ability, and Xianxia's ability could restrain the 4 elders from the Yi clan. Junior sister. Little Yuaner tossed the Nirvana sash out as she fought with Konk. Although Konk had inherited Luo Xian's ability, she was skilled in music. She could not compare to Little Yuaner's offensive strength, especially since they had the same cultivation bases. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Little Yuaner kept circling around Konk, trying to use her Nirvana sash to restrain Konk. When Lu Zhou's palm seal landed on Konk's back, Little Yuaner seized the opportunity and restrained Konk. Little Yuaner asked anxiously, "Master, what's wrong with them?" Little Yuaner's anxiety grew, making her restless and uncomfortable. Under Xianxia's attack, humans' negative emotions and flaws would be magnified thousands of times. This was one of the reasons why Xianxia was so terrifying. Little Yuaner seemed to notice the abnormality of her feelings, so she quickly suppressed her anxieties. She muttered to herself, "What was wrong with me earlier?" Lu Zhou said, "Don't worry, just keep an eye on Konk." "Oh." Little Yuaner nodded obediently. High above the confinement seal, Xianxia bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It swayed to the left and the right like catkins dancing in the wind. It seemed to be focused on the 4 elders who were still battling each other as it cackled. Those who had lived for a long time had long gotten used to the cold and warmth of human relationships. These people were divided into 2 kinds. First, there were those who were able to deal with everything calmly and rise above worldly affairs. Second, there were those who would only grow more stubborn in their ways and would have more distracting thoughts accumulated over the years. After all, cultivators were still humans. Those who could shirk all human flaws were rare. Yi Wei and his companions belonged to the second group. Die! For astrolabes continued to crash against each other in the sky. Beams of light from the astrolabes filled the sky as well. If Lu Zhou had not transmigrated here for a long time now, he would have thought he had entered a sci-fi world. Bang! 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 The ruins of the buildings were in an even worse condition now. Some of them had already been leveled and some had been pierced until they were riddled with holes. "You old thing! "You're not strong enough to kill me." Buzz. Yi Ching was the first to manifest his avatar. His avatar that was 145 feet tall rushed to the sky like a giant. Soon enough, another 3 avatars appeared as well. At this time, Yong He, that was hovering near the mausoleum, screeched again. Then, it grew again until it was as tall as the avatars. It opened its maw and raised its head to the sky and let out the loudest and sharpest cry so far. The cry spread through a radius of 50 kilometers in Transient City. The wind and clouds surged as the sky changed colors. The cultivators who had yet to escape descended into madness. It was as though they had been thrown into hell. As they lost their minds, a bloodbath ensued as they began killing each other. Outside of Transient City, all the fierce beasts and cultivators who were passing by grew slightly listless. They were slightly affected by Yong He as well. The sound waves rose and fell like the tides. It was as though doomsday had arrived. Lu Wu, who was lying on the ground drowsily, lowered his ears to block the noise. It adjusted its posture before it continued to sleep. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou knew the strong sound wave was not something his disciples could withstand. He hovered in the air and joined his palms together. The great meditation therni, the divine power. Although Lu Zhou was skilled in techniques from the schools of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, he rarely used large-scale techniques like the great meditation therni. Lu Zhou began chanting the mantra. His voice was powerful as he chanted. With the divine power, the mantra easily penetrated his disciples' ears and hearts. Soon after, Lu Zhou's disciples calmed down and landed on the ground one after another. Lu Zhou continued to chant as he flew forward to have a look at the 4 old men. They were drenched in blood, and their eyes were red. All of them were severely injured. Apart from Yi Wei, the other 3 had lost a birth chart each. At this moment, Yong He closed its humongous mouth that was shaped like a trumpet and looked around. Its eyes were like red suns in hell and also like bright pearls stained with blood. Why are you fine? Lu Zhou rose higher into the sky before he came to a stop above Yong He's head. Stop! Yong He laughed. Its laughter did not contain its ability. Its laughter was coarse as though it had injured its throat. After it stopped laughing, it said, I am Yong He, the great sage. So what? Lu Zhou looked at Yong He calmly. Lowly humans. Even if a venerable master came to Transient City, he or she wouldn't dare to act so presumptuously. Yong He said in a deep voice. This was the holy land of cultivation. Every year many humans came here, but none of them stayed for long. How could no one occupy such a good place? This was because the master of Transient City was not a human, it was Yong He, the great sage. Is a mere beast emperor worthy of being called the great sage? Lu Zhou asked. Lu Zhou's words successfully stoked Yong He's flames of fury. I'm originally a divine beast. It's all the humans' fault. Lu Zhou looked at the sky shrouded by black fog. Divine beast? Maybe if you die, you'll become a divine beast. Yong He laughed maniacally. Stupid human. Do you think I can't control them just because you knocked them out? I hope you enjoy the show. Yong He grew larger again until it towered above the clouds and black fog in the sky. At this moment, tentacles shot out from its body toward everyone. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Not only could Yong He control their minds, but it could also control them like a puppeteer. Lu Zhou could still consider Yong He's first training as training for his disciples, but how could he tolerate his disciples being controlled in such a manner? Moreover, he could not wait any longer. Otherwise, the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion would definitely sustain severe injuries. It was not easy for his disciples to survive until now relying on the Great Void Seeds. It would be difficult for them to compete with the 4 elders from Yi Clan who possessed 15 to 17 birth charts. Fortunately, those 4 were already injured. Since you refuse to submit, I'll make you submit with force. Lu Zhou mobilized the confinement seal. Buzz. It buzzed before it dropped toward the mausoleum. Boom! Under the weight of the confinement seal, half of the mausoleum collapsed. Upon seeing this, Yong He bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Then a shadow pounced toward Lu Zhou. A shadow was just a shadow. It was unable to harm Lu Zhou. This flustered Yong He and made it exasperated. The mausoleum was its root. Once the mausoleum was destroyed, it would have nowhere to go. It continued to roar as tangible tentacles spread out from the mausoleum. Boom! 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 What seemed like Yong He's true body shot up, pushing the confinement seal up. It had been hiding in the mausoleum all this time and manifested an illusion outside. Lu Zhou immediately pushed his hand out. Abandoned wisdom that had been imbued with his divine power shot out before it descended from the sky, landing on the back of Yong He's neck. Yong He was dizzy with pain. Coincidentally, this was its weak spot. It could only shriek in frustration as its shadow failed to do anything to Lu Zhou. After a moment, the two beams of red light in the sky suddenly vanished, and the shadow flew back into its body. The red sky now returned to its original gloomy appearance. Lu Zhou discovered that Yong He's physical body was so weak that it could not even withstand a single blow. At this time, the four elders from the Yi clan finally regained consciousness. The red light in their eyes had vanished as well. They looked at each other in confusion, taking in the blood that drenched their bodies. When Yi Yiqing, Yi Yuanjiu, and Yi Gung sensed the change in their cultivation bases, they grunted and spat out blood. My birth chart. Yi Wei Yu. The three elders looked at Yi Wei. Yi Wei's expression was one of remorse and pain as he said, "It was Yong He." Realization dawned on them when they looked in the direction of the mausoleum and heard the screeching noises. At this time, Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, Duan Wushang, and Ming Shirin regained their senses. After a brief moment of confusion, realization dawned on them as well. Following that, Yan Zhenlua, Lu Li, Kongwan, and his three brothers regained consciousness. Similar to the others, they were confused as well. At this time, Little Yuaner and Conk flew back from afar. Little Yuaner asked, "Senior brothers, are you okay?" "We're fine." Ming Shirin looked ahead and said with a frown, "We lost our minds because of this beast." All of them were disgusted. They found it hard to accept that they had lost control of themselves. "Be careful. Don't let your guard down again," Kongwen said after he got to his feet. "If I lose my mind again, knock me out immediately." Kongwu. This was a strange but necessary request. Kongwen said, "The pavilion master is completely unaffected. Amazing. We shouldn't let it hide again. In fact, its body is very weak. It's even weaker than that of a beast emperor." Everyone nodded. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou kept his eyes on the shrieking Yong He, not intending to let it hide now that it had come out. From time to time, he would launch a palm seal or two, causing it unbearable pain. "Go!" Lu Zhou launched the fiend monk's hand seal toward the mausoleum. Boom! The mausoleum was crushed into pieces as the fiend monk's hand seal forcefully pulled Yong He out, revealing its full form in front of everyone's eyes. Yong He's eyes and mouth were red, and its fur was yellow. It looked like a thin and monstrous ape on top, and its lower body resembled that of a suction cup or a tree root wrapped in mud. Yong He said in a deep voice, "Let me return. I order you to put me back. Be careful. Retreat." Kongwen said. Everyone, including the four elders, retreated. They had learned from their mistakes. They were all experts, but they were helpless against Yong He's ability. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou stroked his beard and asked, "Do you not understand the situation you're in now?" Lu Zhou launched another palm strike. Boom! The palm strike landed on Yong He's head, making it see stars. It was not easy for it to recover some of its strength, and just as it was about to cry out again, Lu Zhou struck with his palm again. At this time, Yi Wei spoke up. "Be careful of its death struggle. After all, it's a beast emperor. It can't be without tricks." Lu Zhou continued to stare at Yong He as he asked, "How long have you been here?" Yong He did not answer. Unfazed, Lu Zhou continued to ask, "Why are you staying in Transient City?" Yong He still did not answer. Lu Zhou said, "My hands have long been stained with blood. It would not matter to add your blood to them." Lu Zhou raised his hand and formed an energy saber that he had imbued with divine power. As long as he brought the saber down, Yong-He was as good as dead. As expected, Yong-He finally reacted. Its suction cup-like lower body began to move and its root-like appendages began to wriggle as its eyes shone red again. "I'll make you pay for this." Following that, blood began to seep out of its upper body and dripped onto its lower body. Its upper body began to shrink swiftly until it was half its original size. With this, Lu Zhou's energy saber was rendered useless. Yong-He's suction cup-like lower body drilled into the ground, taking root. With the earth as its foundation and the vitality energy in Transient City as its nutrients, its illusory image began to grow again. The dignity and pride of Yong-He, the great sage, are inviolable. A dark voice rang in the air. Yue shouted, "Old friend, watch out!" At this moment, Yue did not wish for anything to happen to Lu Zhou. They had all underestimated Yong-He. If it took control of them again, it would be a devastating blow to all of them. "Quick! Knock me out," Kong Wen said. No one paid attention to Kong Wen. At this time, Lu Zhou pointed at the sky. An astrolabe appeared in the dark sky. Gravity! At the same time, Yong-He used the same trick again. It let out an ear-piercing cry as it shot out two beams of red light. This time, its attack was completely focused on Lu Zhou. Nevertheless, the attack still affected the others. Fortunately, they had learned from their mistakes. They blocked Yong-He's cry and closed their eyes to avoid seeing the red light. "That's right. Why didn't I think of this?" Kong Wen smacked his thigh. Then, he hurriedly closed his eyes and blocked the noise. Boom! The gravity suppressed Yong-He, preventing its illusion from growing. Karmic fire! Yong-He's cry continued to assault Lu Zhou, but it failed to shake his mind. Apart from the time when he was slightly distracted when he first saw the red light, he was completely unaffected. Perhaps, it was because he had experienced 2 lives and meditated on the heavenly writing all year round that his mind was like a steel trap, far stronger than that of 10,000-year-old Venerable Master. Perhaps, his mind and will were comparable to those of a saint. "Why? Why are you fine? Why? Why?" It kept muttering why over and over again that it sounded even more annoying the sounds of flies buzzing around one's ears. Lu Zhou frowned. He found Yong-He's muttering more unbearable than its ability. At this time, the karmic fire rained down on the mausoleum. Karmic fire? No, it's the karmic fire from someone who had passed a birth trial, Yue said. No wonder. He's an expert from the Golden Lotus domain. No wonder what? No wonder there's an imbalance. Naturally, Lu Zhou did not hear the 4 elders' discussion. He was focused on dealing with Yong-He. The others were also focused on blocking out the noise. Freeze! Creak! Yong-He was instantly frozen. Ice and fire raged at the same time while Lu Zhou flashed up into the sky and brought Unnamed in the form of a sword out. Following that, an energy sword that was 1,000 feet long shot down from the sky. Bang! The energy sword pierced Yong-He accurately. It was obvious that Yong-He had more than one heart. Lu Zhou brought his astrolabe again. The astrolabe covered the sky as 10 birth charts lit up one after another. Among the 10 birth charts, the Great Birth Chart was the most dazzling. Following that, 10 pillars of light shot out at the same time. Boom! This was the full attack of Lu Zhou's birth chart power. At this moment, a circular pit was all that could be seen where the mausoleum used to stand. After Lu Zhou put away his astrolabe, he did not stop. His cultivation base was enough to deal with Yong-He. This was the first beast emperor that he could deal with without using any item cards. Meanwhile, Yi Wei and the others were further shocked. There's no doubt he's a venerable master. The birth chart power earlier is much stronger than that of someone with only 10 birth charts. Then, why didn't he use the power of the Tao? At this moment, Lu Zhou, who had turned vaguely translucent, landed next to Yong-He. With one's true body and wisdom, one can reveal one's vast strength. With the Cloud Medallion, one would be able to hide from sight and avoid detection through various heavenly powers. This was Lu Zhou's latest heavenly writing power. Yong-He's tentacles shot through his body, but they could not hurt him at all now that he was incorporeal. Yi Wei and the others. Was this not the power of the Tao? The four old men only had the lower part of their vision. After Lu Zhou landed, he just happened to enter their vision. What they saw in Lu Zhou made them feel as if they were seeing things. This was another special power, an ability that they had never seen before. This feeling was only felt from a real person. Their hearts were beating violently. This was a real person. They were actually trying to compete with a real person for the treasures here. Yi Wei transmitted her voice in a low and serious voice. Give up the life-suppressing pillar and take the opportunity to leave together later. The four of them quickly reached an agreement and threw the displeasure from earlier to the back of their minds. Since they were old and smart people who had lived for many years, they would not mind what had happened before. Only by working together could he escape from the real person in front of him. Who is the real person that Yi Zhang met in the unknown place? I don't know. None of the 36 heavenly dipper sovereigns are alive, and Yi Zhang himself is not willing to mention it. Yi Iching sighed. Yi Wei frowned and said, I know what you want to say. Take it well. He took out a brocade box from his pocket and 4 jade talismans from the brocade box, handing them to the other 3 people. This? Yi Gung said in surprise. Do we really need to use this? This is the only way we can escape from the hands of a real person. We still haven't figured out what happened. If we're sure it's him, we'll crush it together, Yi Wei said. Okay. The 3 people nodded. After the voice transmission ended, Yi Wei even slapped her own mouth. In the future, when she saw people, she would still not introduce herself to them. Lu Zhou's illusionary divine ability made him sink into a state of madness and despair. He attacked with almost all his strength, but it was still useless against this old man in front of him. Sound, vision, and physical methods were all useless. He roared crazily, but he could only watch as Lu Zhou walked over step by step. Lu Zhou felt the release of the power of the divine ability. Although this new divine ability was powerful, it relied heavily on the power of the divine ability and consumed a lot of energy. Therefore, he had to end the battle quickly and not waste too much time. He raised the nameless sword in his hand and pushed it with one palm. The nameless sword quickly pierced back and forth in the air. Each sword contained a little bit of the power of the divine ability. This was to be safe so that He wouldn't have any means to counterattack. Having seen the power of Lu Wu and the Fire Phoenix with his own eyes, Lu Zhou had almost put He on the same level of strength as Lu Wu. Therefore, he had to treat him seriously. Chi chi chi. The nameless sword was like a needle in the hand of a tailor. He was the clothes that were pierced by the nameless sword until his whole body was full of small holes. The sharp roar came to an abrupt end. The phantom froze like a painting, frozen in the air. Yonghe's expression was also frozen in anger and confusion. Then, the phantom gradually disappeared. Yonghe's body rapidly shrunk and lowered its height, returning to its normal height. It was about 4 to 5 meters tall. Compared to Lu Wu, it was not considered tall. In fact, it seemed a little thin and small. He lowered his head and looked at the wounds on his body that were pierced by the unknown sword. He let out a long breath. Just like a human being, his obsession, hatred, and anger disappeared along with these fatal wounds. He chuckled. Negative emotions rushed to his heart. Then he started to cry again. His cry was horrifying. Do you know how many years I've been here? Said He. Lu Zhou didn't say anything. He continued, 30,000 years. It's been 30,000 years. Do you want to know what's under the mausoleum? Lu Zhou still didn't say anything. He just looked at him quietly. He smiled along with him. His gentle emotions were very close to humans. When he saw Lu Zhou's expression, instead, he said furiously, human nature is greedy. Greed has to pay a heavy price. It's much stronger than me. Soon, all of you will be buried with me. Ha 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 ha, ha ha. The last ha seemed to be stuck in his throat. He's mouth opened slightly, and his body stiffened. Like a tree, he lost all movement. He looked back at the mausoleum area, but the life-suppressing pillar did not appear and fell down. He was indeed powerful, but he was not suitable to be tamed. On one hand, his body was strange and he had a suction cup, which was quite disgusting. On the other hand, his negative emotions were too great, and his hatred for humans was much stronger than that of people with pierced chests. Then, Lu Zhou heard a notification. You have killed Beast Emperor Yong He. You have received 30,000 merit points. Compared to cultivators with multiple lives, this merit point reward was indeed not worth mentioning. However, compared to an individual, this was the highest reward that Lu Zhou had ever seen. At this moment, Yi Wei's heart was beating even faster. He shifted his gaze to the mausoleum. Lu Zhou raised his head and looked at Yi Wei and the others. He said, "Is the life-suppressing pillar below?" Yi Wei nodded her head. She said, "This item is called the life-suppressing pillar. It was once a sacred item of the permanent rank. The reason why the life-suppressing pillar was able to form such a space is because of it. The life-suppressing pillar can greatly accelerate cultivation speed, but it will also consume one's lifespan extremely quickly. This is also the reason why the various Zhenren don't want to take it. Cultivators who had reached the Zhenren realm would often not have much use for the life-suppressing pillar. The life-suppressing pillar was a worm that absorbed one's lifespan. If the Zhenren wanted it, they would simply find trouble with it. A cultivator who hadn't reached the spiritual master realm wasn't a match for the gentle and amiable person, or they were afraid of the dangers in the unknown place and the spiritual master's target, so they couldn't get it. If that's the case, why do you want to take the life-suppressing pillar? Lu Zhou asked faintly. Well, Yi Wei thought for a while and answered, because I want to try to break through the 18 fate pattern. Hearing that, the other three quickly nodded their heads. Seeing Lu Zhou's expressionless face, Yi Wei continued, "However, there's no need for that now. Our injuries are serious, so it's time for us to leave. The old man's methods are amazing. I admire you." It implied that they had to leave, so they cupped their hands. "Wait." Lu Zhou turned around and looked directly at the four people. "Your name is Yi Wei?" What Yi Wei didn't want to see the most was still here. "That's right. Then do you know Yan Nantian and Yizheng?" Lu Zhou locked onto the four of them and carefully observed their speech, behavior, emotions, and the changes in their eyes. It had to be said that they were all experienced people who had lived for a long time. They had perfect control over their emotions, so no one could tell what they were thinking. When Yi Wei heard this question, she was almost certain that the one who had severely injured Immortal Yi was this old man in front of her. The unknown land was so big, so why did they just happen to bump into each other? Fate. "I don't know him," Yi Wei said without blushing or jumping. "Yizheng is Master Yan Nantian. How can we be worthy of him?" Yi Yiqing said. Yi Geng was even more exaggerated. He said, "To be honest, we have just arrived at the Zhenshou ruins, so we are indeed a little wary of the old man. After all, this is an unknown place. We would be idiots if we didn't take precautions. However, the old man killed Yonghe and saved us just now. This is a favor for saving our lives. We are very grateful." Using the truth to hide one's thoughts was a lying technique. Lu Zhou looked at the four of them carefully. The four of them looked normal on the surface, but they were actually panicking in their hearts. The jade talismans in their hands were about to be crushed. The world was unpredictable. Kongwen patted his head and said, "I seem to remember that Yi... Wait. I almost forgot about it. Wait. It's coming. Everyone was speechless. "Big brother, have you finally remembered?" Kong Wu was anxious. "I've already remembered. I forgot about it again after being interrupted by you." "Think about it too." Among the people present, only Kong Wan and the four brothers came from the Green Lotus. No one else could think about it. Yi Wei's heart was beating rapidly. However, when she saw that Kong Wan had forgotten about it again, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. It was too damn dangerous. Voila! A black pillar-shaped object broke out of the ground where the mausoleum was located. It was emitting a strange light. Life-suppressing pillar? The eyes of the four elders lit up. When they saw the life-suppressing pillar, they were puzzled. Voila! The life-suppressing pillar grew higher. Everyone frowned. It's a spirit? Ming Shirin asked. It's something that will appear on its own accord. Could it be that Yong He has come back to life? They had already witnessed the power of Yong He with their own eyes. They really didn't want to fight that disgusting thing again. Lu Zhou studied the Pillar of Impermanence. If the pillar was the cause of the slow time flow, then there was no doubt it was an infinite-grade sacred item. However, it had to be said that this ability was of little value to most people. However, to him who possessed reversal cards, it was the best. While waiting for the Pillar of Impermanence to fully emerge, Lu Zhou casually waved his hand, dismembering Yong He's body with unnamed. Then 3 life hearts flew out. The 3 life hearts emitted a faint light, looking like the eyes of jackals on a dark night. Life hearts. Everyone stared at them with widened eyes. These were the life hearts of a beast emperor. If they could use it to activate their birth charts, they might obtain one of Yong He's abilities. Despite Yong He's terribly weak body, so weak that even those who were not venerable masters could deal with it as long as they had a way to counter its abilities were truly outstanding. Yi Wei and the other 3 elders were truly envious. After a moment, they wondered how Lu Zhou had dealt with Yong He's terrifying abilities. Lu Zhou tossed the 3 life hearts to Ming Shirin as usual. After putting the life hearts away, Ming Shirin said cheerfully, I promise to take good care of them. Since their master would only be able to use one of the 3 life hearts, the 2 other life hearts would definitely go to them. How could Ming Shirin not be happy? Swoosh! At this time, the black Pillar of Impermanence shone even brighter than before like a glowing black light bulb. Then, it began to spin, stirring up the wind and generating a small vortex. What's happening? No one knew what the Pillar of Impermanence was doing. They could only observe it silently and fearlessly. Oftentimes, curiosity could overcome fear. Not to mention that this group of people was already fearless to begin with. The Pillar of Impermanence spun faster and faster, and the vortex grew bigger and bigger. Lu Zhou felt that something was amiss, but he could not tell exactly what felt wrong. Buzz! At this moment, the pillar suddenly buzzed before it suddenly grew bigger by several times. It was only as thick as a human leg before, but in just a blink of an eye, its diameter seemed to be that of an elephant's waist. The vortex has grown stronger. I'm going to retreat first, Ming Shirin said as he leaped back. Woof! 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 Qiong Qi flew over to Ming Shirin's side. Yi Wei frowned. Time is flowing faster. Upon hearing these words, Lu Zhou looked at the system panel and saw his life was decreasing. Moreover, the speed at which it was decreasing was growing faster and faster. Well, -1, -1, -2. The pillar is absorbing our lives, Ming Shirin said as he looked at his right hand. Then, he looked at the changes of the plants around him. They were withering quickly. Boom! 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 The Pillar of Impermanence grew in size again. This time it grew by dozens of times. Everyone quickly retreated. At this moment, a strong pulling force appeared with the pillar at its center. Yi Wei said, Old sir, we have a way to deal with the Pillar of Impermanence. Do you think you can let us have it? In fact, Yi Wei had been very unwilling to give up on the Pillar of Impermanence. Lu Zhou wanted the pillar very much as well. Deal with it? Just with the few of you. Clearly, Lu Zhou did not think the 4 injured old men would be able to take the Pillar of Impermanence away. Certainly, Yi Wei and his companions were aware of this as well. They could also tell that Lu Zhou wanted the Pillar of Impermanence. Let's go. Yi Wei chose to give up in the end. Following that, the 4 elders flew away. After flying for only about 100 meters, an invisible wall suddenly stopped them from leaving. At the same time, lines lit up on the ground of Transient City. These lines were all connected to the Pillar of Impermanence, forming a barrier in the sky. In fact, the barrier had already been formed when Yonghe fell, but it was invisible before this. From the outside of Transient City, it looked as though the entire city had been covered by thick and dark glass. The glass was constantly rippling and flashing. Concurrently, the Pillar of Impermanence continued every living thing's life that was within its range. In fact, it did not even spare the corpses strewn on the ground. It greedily absorbed the vitality from the corpses until they shriveled up. Lu Zhou and his disciples had long flown up into the air. "We've been sealed in Transient City a long time ago," Duan Mushang said after rushing back from afar. He had been stabbing his spear at the barrier, but it was futile. Lu Zhou looked at the Pillar of Impermanence and said, "To solve this problem, we need to take down the pillar. It's the root of all the problems." "Master, you intend on taking the pillar? Since we're here, we might as well take it. It'll help your cultivation greatly." Everyone nodded. However, they could not wait to leave this place. Only a short time had passed, but they could feel they had lost 1 to 2 years of their lives. At this time, the Pillar of Impermanence grew again. The vortex's power doubled as well. Just like that, they were losing their lifespans at even greater speed. Bang! 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 Yi Wei and his companions began to attack the barrier in a frenzy, but it was all in vain. "We've underestimated the power of the Pillar of Impermanence," Yi Wei said grimly. Lu Zhou flew to the top of the Pillar of Impermanence silently before he pressed his hand down. Boom! A huge palm seal pressed down on the Pillar of Impermanence for quite a distance, but the pillar soon bounced back up as though nothing had happened. Moreover, their lifespans were decreasing even faster than before. "Old sir, there are only 2 ways to deal with the Pillar of Impermanence. One is to satisfy its needs and let it absorb as many lifespans as needed. Second is to defeat it with powers greater than its own," Yi Wei said. "Are you sure?" Lu Zhou cocked an eyebrow. "I'm sure. It needs about 5,000 years of life," Yi Wei replied. Lu Zhou stared at the spinning Pillar of Impermanence wordlessly. Sometimes he wondered why everything in the cultivation had to be so deadly. Sprouting the 9th leaf was deadly, forming the blue avatar was deadly, and now even dealing with the Pillar of Impermanence was deadly. The law of conservation stated that all energies had sources and destinations, so where were the lifespans going? Boom! The Pillar of Impermanence grew again. However, this time it continued to grow. The force generated from the vortex increased crazily. Lu Zhou looked at the system panel. 300 days. 500 days. 800 days. The Pillar of Impermanence showed no signs of stopping as it grew taller and wider. Like a bulldozer, when it expanded in width, it pushed the soil up. All the trees and stone walls that stood in its way were crushed. At this time, a huge figure could be seen flying over from the distant sky. Lu Wu! Yi Wei and his companions' expressions changed drastically. Lu Wu hovered high in the sky and looked down. "Pillar of Impermanence? You recognize this thing?" Lu Zhou transmitted his voice to Lu Wu. Lu Wu said, "It's rumored that it used to belong to a saint, but was lost and somehow ended up here. The unknown land is too vast, after all. It'd be like searching for a needle in a haystack." Then it added, "Deal with it as soon as possible. Otherwise, it'd suck all of you dry." Yi Wei instinctively raised his voice and cried out in surprise, "Suck dry? Doesn't it only need about 5,000 years of life?" Lu Wu glanced at Yi Wei before he said, "You look a little familiar. Who told you that the pillar needs 5,000 years of life?" Yi Wei hastily waved his hand and lowered his head. "I don't know for sure. I was just guessing." When Yi Wei lowered his head and saw his hands, he discovered he had aged a lot. He had lived a long time. If the pillar continued to devour his lifespan, it would deal an irreversible blow to him. "Yi Wei, hurry up and use the sacred relic," Yi Ching urged. Yi Wei hurriedly brought out the item that contained 5,000 years of life. Swoosh! Meanwhile, Lu Zhou flew back and forth looking for a flaw. His disciples were also trying to destroy the barrier at this time, displaying their strength. Lu Wu tried knocking on the barrier from the outside, but it felt as solid as metal. It only vibrated slightly. "Master!" Little Yuaner's pitch was rather high, and her voice contained a trace of panic as she called out to her master. When everyone turned to look at little Yuaner, they discovered she looked old, and her hair was turning white. Conk was not any better than her. The two girls had the lowest cultivation bases among the people present on the scene. They both only had 10 leaves. Both of them only had about 2,600 years of life, while the others had about 4,000 to 5,000 years of life. If this continued, there was no doubt that little Yuaner and Conch would be the first to die. Let me deal with it. Yi Wei could no longer care about anything else and threw all caution to the wind. At this time, nothing was more important than surviving. He flew up to the top of the Pillar of Impermanence and pressed the sacred relic down on it. With that, a huge surge of vitality energy entered the pillar. In less than 15 minutes, the Pillar of Impermanence had completely absorbed 5,000 years of life. Yi Wei furrowed his brows. It's not enough? Everything in Transient City was affected by the Pillar of Impermanence and the vortex it generated. The void was rippling. The plants, flowers, and trees withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Flying beasts fell lifelessly to the ground. Fierce beasts dropped dead to the ground. When the two elders with 16 birth charts joined forces to attack the barrier, they only managed to leave a huge ripple on it. That was all. Lu jumped and landed on the barrier. It looked like a cat standing on glass. It attacked the barrier from time to time, searching for its weakness. Alas, it was not like Bayan, whose strength was its destructive power. Its ability was freezing. Hence, it was not surprising that it could not cause any damage to the barrier. It leaped back and forth before it lowered its head and said, "The ancient formation." Lu Wu looked up at Lu Wu before shifting his gaze to the spinning and growing Pillar of Impermanence. Ancient formation? Lu Wu felt fortunate it did not enter. Otherwise, it would be trapped inside. Yi Wei said, "The pillar should be the core of the formation." Fortunately, Lu Wu did not enter. Otherwise, it would have been trapped inside. The pillar's ability to absorb life is like a catalyst. When combined with the formation, its power multiplied. I was too careless, Yi Wei said regretfully. Everyone knew about the danger lurking in the unknown land. A moment of carelessness could doom one to death. Everyone considered Transient City a holy land of cultivation, but up until now, not many people came here. Every once in a while, some people would try to occupy this place, but they would always fail to become the master of this place. Based on this, one could already see there was a problem with this place. Boom! The Pillar of Impermanence continued to grow. Its diameter had reached about 1,000 feet at this point. Everyone busied themselves, flying in the air and looking for ways to leave. Lu Zhou glanced at the system panel. Everyone flew above the longevity town and continued to look for an opportunity. 900 days. 1,000 days. 1,100 days. If this continued, they would all die. Lu Zhou frowned as he looked at little Yuaner. Both little Yuaner and Conch were already old women with white hair now. Everyone had lost about 2,000 years of life at this point. Coupled with the vitality energy from the sacred relic, the Pillar of Impermanence had absorbed nearly 40,000 years of life. Lu Zhou said sternly, "I want to see what this pillar is capable of." Then he stepped forward and struck with his palm. Bang! The Pillar of Impermanence shook violently as Lu Zhou's divine power entered it through his palm. It began to resist as it felt the suppression of the divine power. At this time, the void stopped rippling. Then, the pillar seemed to focus all its force on Lu Zhou. A vortex appeared above Lu Zhou's head as his lifespan was swiftly devoured by the pillar. Master! Pavilion Master! Everyone widened their eyes in shock when they looked at Lu Zhou. It was obvious to them he was planning to deal with the Pillar of Impermanence on his own. Even Yi Wei and the three elders were shocked by Lu Zhou's actions. Even if they added all their lives together, they would not be able to deal with the Pillar of Impermanence. Even a venerable master would not be able to turn the tide. However, a venerable master could live for 30,000 years, so was there a possibility that he could deal with it? No one knew the answer. Lu Zhou ignored everyone. The numbers of his lifespan in the system panel changed at an exaggerated speed. Thousands of days would disappear with every change. Could be said that everyone's lives depended on Lu Zhou at this moment. Even if Yi Wei knew that Lu Zhou was the one who injured Yizhang, he did not wish for any harm to come to Lu Zhou at this moment. Lu Zhou continued to press his palm down. His lifespan continued to rapidly decrease. After losing 2,000 years of life, he quickly lost another 2,000 years of life. The effect from the disguise card had also disappeared at this time. Everyone held their breaths as they watched. Under the churning vortex and in the darkness, they thought their eyes were playing tricks on them when they saw Lu Zhou's appearance turn youthful before growing old again. When they looked again, they saw wrinkles on his face, and his black hair turning white. Lu Zhou did not hesitate to use the 100 reversal cards he had accumulated. After the system upgrade, each card provided 1,000 days. 100 cards equaled 100,000 days, which was about 270 years. Who knew if it was due to Pillar of Impermanence? The vitality energy from the reversal cards surged into Lu Zhou's body, turning him young again. However, it was not long before he began to age again. Lu Zhou checked his merit points. Merit points, 141, 760. Each reversal card cost 500 merit points. Lu Zhou did not hesitate and bought 100 reversal card before using them immediately. Following that, he absorbed all the vitality energy in Transient City. With this, he grew younger again. Everyone looked at the surging vitality energy warily and anxiously. The power of the pillar was beyond their expectations. At this time, a sense of helplessness overwhelmed all of them. Were they going to die today? Another 100,000 days was absorbed by the Pillar of Impermanence. It was like a bottomless pit that could not be filled. As the disciples looked at their master who was constantly switching between old and young, they could not help but recall their time in the Evil Sky Pavilion. They could not bear to look at their master at this moment. Even if they were beaten and scolded, none of them could deny that up until now, their master had always protected them. The law of the jungle was only half correct. It was said that there was room for small trees under a big tree. However, before the small trees could tower into the sky and face danger on their own, how could they thrive without the protection of a big tree? Bang! The Pillar of Impermanence shook. Everyone instinctively turned to look and saw Yu Zhenghai had flown over to the Pillar of Impermanence at some point and had smacked his hand down. How can I not help? Yu Zhenghai grinned. Yu Shangrong put his longevity sword away with a smile before he silently placed his hand down as well. Hey! Don't forget about me, Mingshi Yin said. I can be useful as well, Duan Mushang said as he flew over. Lu Zhou felt the pressure reduce greatly as soon as his 4 eldest disciples placed their hands down. The number of his lifespan on the system panel changed at a slower speed as well. After a moment, Kongwen gritted his teeth and said, Damn it! What's there to be scared of? Brothers, let's go! Let's go! Without another word, the 4 brothers flew next to Duan Mushang and placed their hands down as well. Needless to say, Yan Zhenluo and Lu Li rushed over as well. At this time, Yu Zhenghai lifted his head and said with a grin on his face, 9th junior sister, 10th junior sister, just watch. In the past, little Yuaner might have stood aside and watched. After all, her master and her seniors were too powerful that she did not need to do much at all. However, this time she really could stand to do that. Similar to Anyang, the Evil Sky Pavilion was her home. Its members were her family. Her master was like her father, and her senior brothers and senior sisters were truly like her brothers and sisters. No, little Yuaner said resolutely before she flew over as well. How could Conk not do anything? She hurriedly flew after little Yuaner as well. When Yue saw this, he was startled and slightly moved. When had the tens of thousands of disciples in Yennan's blessed land ever been so united? Sometimes absolute strength was not enough. Strength could force people to submit, but it would not make them loyal. It was true that Yi Zhang was an awe-inspiring figure. He was undoubtedly the pillar of Yannan, and the reason all of them stood tall in the Green Lotus domain. However, at the same time, how many people were cursing him behind his back? In fact, even the 4 elders were filled with complaints and dissatisfaction during their journey here. Yue sighed heavily. Yi Zhang truly shouldn't have any complaints about losing to such a person. When a crowd gathered firewood, the fire would be high. When the crowd planted trees, they would become a forest. Yue took the lead and flew out. Let's go. The three elders flew out without any hesitation. Everyone worked together. Buzz. A circle of light appeared as the pillar of impermanence buzzed. Lu Zhou nodded slightly and summoned Wuxia over. Wuxia flew over from the distance and hovered above everyone. Now! Wuxia let out a cry before auspicious energy began to rain down from the sky. Ever since Wuxia ate the beast essence, its strength had increased tremendously. Its ability had also grown stronger. Yi Wei was shocked when it saw Wuxia raining down auspicious energy from above. When he regained his senses, he continued to exert pressure on the pillar of impermanence along with everyone else. At this time, the divine power burst forth from Lu Zhou's hand. Following that, everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion tacitly launched their strongest palm seals. Boom! The pillar of impermanence sank a few meters. Wuxia's auspicious aura crazily restored Lu Zhou's divine power and everyone's cultivation. Lu Zhou launched another palm seal. Boom! The pillar of impermanence sank a few more meters. As expected, Lu Zhou saw that the speed at which his lifespan was decreasing on the system panel continued to slow down. The others could clearly feel the change as well and could help but feel hope surging into their hearts. Manifest your avatars. Avatars after avatars appeared in the air. More than 10,000 realms whirling avatars stood above the pillar of impermanence. They were a spectacular sight to behold, even more so in the dark and gloomy unknown land. Lu Zhou was the only one who did not manifest his avatar. Instead, he kept channeling his divine power into the pillar of impermanence. Boom! 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 The pillar of impermanence sank by half. Under the pressure, its diameter shrank rapidly as well. Buzz! The pillar of impermanence trembled with unprecedented strength. On the ground where the mausoleum used to stand, grayish-white light shot floated up into the sky. Soon after, a foul stench from a strange energy assaulted their noses. What's going on? The energy contained such strong negativity. Greed, selfishness, hatred, and anger swept through everyone's minds. Guard your Danshan seas of qi and hold your breath, Lu Zhou said. Understood. Yong, he had been guarding this place for 30,000 years and harbors too much negativity. Don't let its lingering energy affect you, Lu Zhou said. Everyone nodded. Lu Zhou chanted the mantra for the great meditation journey. The sound of Buddhist scriptures rang in the air and shrouded everyone. Soon enough, golden light surrounded their avatars, dispelling the negative energy. Kongwen said, I understand now. Yong, he had been guarding the pillar of impermanence, trying to subdue it. Its negative energy had affected the pillar, causing the pillar to be so violent. It's an inanimate object. Why is it being affected by negative feelings and energy? Little Yuaner asked curiously. All things have spirituality. When an object reaches the heaven grade, it'll begin to gain spirituality. Its spirituality will continue to increase until it reaches the infinite grade. After going through a qualitative change, it would have a certain degree of autonomy, Kongwen explained. So it's like maturing into an adult? Mingshi said. According to the law of conservation, everything has a source and a destination. There's a balance to everything. An object is an object and will not become a person. It's just an object that holds too much of its owner's emotions, so it would have a degree of spirituality. Duanmu Sheng nodded. No wonder my overlord spear is growing fiercer and fiercer. Everyone. Mingshi said, All right, let's do it again. At this time, the pillar of impermanence suddenly rose from the ground. With its astonishing strength, it lifted everyone and their avatars up. Boom! The pillar shot up, leaving the ground. Bang! The barrier from the pillar shattered like glass at this moment. It was as though the sky had been split open. With that, a dim light began to flood Transient City again. Even the darkness of the unknown land was brighter than the barrier from the pillar of impermanence. With the destruction of the pillar and the formation, it felt as though the clouds had dispersed. At this time, Lu Zhou smacked his hand down on the pillar that contained everyone's lifespans again. With that, vitality energy began to surge back into everyone's bodies. "It's back." Someone laughed. "The years I lost are coming back." Everyone was overjoyed. Little Yuaner's white hair was swiftly turning black, and her skin turned supple and rosy at a speed visible to the naked eye. On Lu Zhou's system interface, his lifespan was increasing at a crazy rate. Plus 10,000 days. Plus 12,000 days. So many. Lu Zhou was perplexed. He looked around and sensed the vitality energy before he discovered that only he had gained more years. As for everyone else, they had only gained back what they had lost. The pillar of impermanence had been in this place for a long time. The lifespan it had absorbed was far greater than the sum of all the people. Even a small part of it would be a huge amount. In Transient City, the vitality surged. The withered plants, flowers, and trees came to live again as saplings grew wildly. The ancient trees around the pillar grew until they were taller than the 1,000-year-old ancient tree at the periphery of the city. Lu Wu leaped back as it looked at the pillar of impermanence that was flying up. Then it said, "Wait, the formation is gone now. Its power should be greatly reduced." With the pillar of impermanence in the center, everything in its vicinity surged with vitality energy. At this time, Witzard finally exhausted its strength and flew down. Swoosh! Suddenly, the pillar of impermanence turned and hovered horizontally. Dodge! Everyone flew away. Then, the pillar shrunk until it looked like a rod that was about 100 feet long. Then, it attacked everyone. After a while, it was clear that its targets were Yi Wei and his companions. Yi Wei was baffled. Why were they being targeted? Block it! The pillar, now a rod, of impermanence flashed with a dim light like lightning as it radiated an indescribable energy. "There's no doubt it's an infinity-grade object," Yi Wei said as he manifested his astrolabe. The three elders followed suit and manifested their astrolabes as well. The pillar of impermanence shot over suddenly. Bang! 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 The four astrolabes creaked and caved in. With this, the four elders were heavily injured again. Jade talisman! The four of them no longer dared to hesitate and quickly crushed the jade talismans. Rings of light appeared around their bodies in just an instant. After the rings of light shot up into the sky and vanished, the four people had already vanished into thin air. Single teleportation jade talismans? Kongwen exclaimed. I remember now. Yi Wei is one of the four elders of Yannan's blessed land. He's one of Yi Zheng's men. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Mingshi asked. I just remembered it. Fuck. They got lucky. Mingshi scolded. Earlier. They even lied and said they don't know Yi Zheng. Single teleportation jade talismans are even more precious than mystic life grass. To think they used four at once. Apart from those from Yannan, no one would be so wasteful, Kongwen said with a hint of admiration. Lu Zhou said, There's no need to be upset. The fact that the four of them were somewhat able to withstand Yong He's ability shows, and did not fight each other after regaining their senses shows that they're not completely unreasonable people. Master is right. I believe those four will no longer dare to make an enemy out of Master in the future. Yu Zhenghai said. Swoosh. At this time, the pillar of impermanence shot toward Lu Zhou. Bang! Lu Zhou pushed his hand out, blocking it. Then, the pillar of impermanence shot forth, flying into the distance. It was so fast that it left Transient City swiftly. Almost all the negative energy seemed to have left it at this time. It's not too late. Lu Zhou manifested his blue avatar, and launched a Dhyana Mudra that was imbued with however much divine power he could squeeze out. The Dhyana Mudra shot out and grabbed the pillar of impermanence, causing it to shrink from the size of a 100-meter-long rod to a short stick. After it flew into Lu Zhou's hand, a drop of blood seeped out from his palm and rolled down the pillar of impermanence. It flashed with red light. At this time, it seemed to have been suppressed by the divine power and was also affected with new emotions. Soon enough, the pillar of impermanence quieted down and lay quietly in Lu Zhou's hand. Ding! Please continue to subdue the infinite-grade pillar of impermanence. After the energy was removed from the pillar of impermanence, it became much brighter. Perhaps, due to Lu Zhou and the others' influence, its spirituality seemed to have changed slightly. It hovered quietly in front of Lu Zhou. The drop of blood slid down its surface, leaving a faint trail of blood behind. Since the system prompted Lu Zhou to subdue it, he should be able to subdue it. However, the problem was, how was he supposed to subdue it? The pillar of impermanence was too powerful when it was in the ancient formation. Now that it had been removed from the formation, its power had been greatly reduced. Even then, it was not something a fake like him could deal with. Then Lu Zhou checked his system interface. He discovered Wizard was not resting like it usually would after using its ability. It seemed like Wizard had really grown stronger after eating beast essence. Previously, after entering the state of resting, it fell behind the others. The beast essence given to it isn't in vain. Lu Zhou descended. At the same time, the pillar of strength descended at the same speed as him. Wizard flew over from nearby. It seemed to understand its master's intention. Everyone clicked their tongues in admiration. Woof, 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 woof. Xianxia's eyes were filled with jealousy. It felt slightly aggrieved when it recalled the beast essence. Lu Zhou gauged his divine power. He still had about half left. Lu Zhou perceives the power of the heavens, about half of it. At the same time, the pillar of impermanence continued to hover in front of Lu Zhou as though it was studying Lu Zhou. Everyone was baffled. What's the pillar of impermanence doing? Since the negative energy has been removed, it means that its power has been greatly weakened. Yonghe, despite being a powerful beast emperor, was still a fierce beast, after all. Naturally, it's as difficult as ascending to the heavens for Yonghe to subdue it. Humans are sentient beings and are born with the advantage of high spirituality. Perhaps. The pillar is looking for an owner, Kongwen said. Can you look at me? Mingshi asked as he pointed at himself. The pillar of impermanence spun around. Who knew what it was thinking? Whoosh! The pillar of impermanence suddenly shot horizontally toward Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou manifested his astrolabe to block the pillar. The pillar of impermanence was very powerful when it shot toward Lu Zhou. When the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion saw this, they quickly moved out of its way and leaped onto Lu Wu's back. Wizard! Little Yuaner called out before she leaped onto Wizard's back. Following that, Wizard flew up next to Lu Wu. Lu Zhou was very agile as he flew up into the clouds, facing the pillar of impermanence. They were like two meteors shooting up into the sky. Interesting, Lu Wu said. Pavilion Master will definitely be able to subdue the pillar. Everyone was very confident in Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou flew about 50 kilometers away, far from the original spot. Then, he mobilized his divine power. His astrolabe flashed and spun, increasing its size by 1,000 times. When the pillar of impermanence stopped moving, Lu Zhou looked down and saw a circular lake beneath his feet. The lake water was like a mirror. It was smooth without a single ripple, reflecting the astrolabe. Lu Zhou increased his divine power and pushed forward. Buzz! The pillar of impermanence was pushed back. Then it pushed forward. A person and an object continued to struggle against each other. This really made Lu Zhou feel fucking speechless. If it was a venerable master, he could have used an item card to teach them a lesson. Now, what was he supposed to do with an object? An object had no life. How was he going to kill it? Go! Lu Zhou increased the divine power yet again. Bang! The pillar of impermanence was pushed back again. It spun in the air, flying back toward the mountain peak by the lake. Then, it suddenly expanded 100 times in size, looking like a towering ancient tree as it stabbed into the peak of the mountain. Rocks rolled down the mountain immediately. The pillar of impermanence thrummed, releasing a surge of vitality energy that attracted the fierce beasts in all directions. It can do this as well? Lu Zhou knew the infinite grade was stronger than the fusion grade. However, he did not expect it to be so much stronger. The fierce beasts that were attracted by the pillar of impermanence were just weak fierce beasts. Lu Zhou swooped down and roared, releasing the aura of a beast emperor, scaring the fierce beasts away. Boom! The pillar of impermanence dislodged itself from the mountain peak and attacked Lu Zhou again. It moved as fast as lightning and shot across the sky like a shooting star. Lu Zhou brought Unnamed out. Do you think you're stronger than Unnamed? From the beginning until now, Lu Zhou had no idea about the extent of Unnamed's strength. All he knew was Unnamed was peerlessly shaped and could change into many forms. Its strength was very different from the Pillar of Impermanence. Who would win when they collide? Bang! 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 Above the lake, Lu Zhou left countless afterimages in his wake. Those with low cultivation bases would not be able to capture his movements at all. They would only be able to see the golden energy swords colliding with the Pillar of Impermanence in the sky. The Pillar of Impermanence is so strong? Ming Shi'in was surprised. It's an infinite-grade object, after all. He refused to give it up for 30,000 years, Kongwen said. The sound of battles rang out continuously. It's a good thing it's not in the ancient formation. Fear still lingered in everyone's hearts when they recalled what happened earlier. Such an ability was too terrifying. The intense battle between a man and an object continued for 2 hours. It was a battle that seemed to have no end. For the Pavilion Master's sword to be able to fight the Pillar of Impermanence until now, it's definitely at the infinity grade at least. Master's sword. Little Yuaner looked at it and said, "No wonder Jiang Aijin wanted it so badly. However, Master didn't give it to him." The delicate and exquisite small sword grew fiercer and fiercer as time went on. The more it clashed with its opponent, the fiercer it became. Bang! The Pillar of Impermanence retreated 100 meters. It stopped before it continued to slowly retreat. Lu Zhou opened his hand, releasing Unnamed. Everyone's eyes lit up. Kongwen laughed. It's scared. It's actually scared. At this moment, Lu Zhou said, "If you don't submit, I'll use this word to cut you into pieces." In fact, Lu Zhou felt very silly for saying such words. The Pillar of Impermanence was just an object, after all, but he was talking to it as though it could understand him. Swoosh! The Pillar of Impermanence suddenly grew 100 times bigger before it plunged into the lake, stirring up a huge wave. Splash! As though it was boiling, the surface of the lake began to bubble. Lu Zhou brought the purple glazed ceramic out and tossed it down. Freeze! Creak! The lake water froze immediately. After Lu Zhou put the purple glazed ceramic away, he called out, "Confinement seal." Boom! The confinement seal fell from the sky, suppressing the Pillar of Impermanence. Lu Zhou landed on the confinement seal and stomped on it heavily. Boom! The Pillar of Impermanence was pressed down to the point where it could not move at all. Could only shrink at this time. Then, it found a small opening and flew to the sky, looking as though it was running away. Lu Zhou remained calm. He brought out Unnamed in the form of a bow and quickly released arrows. Bang! 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 The arrows that had already been imbued with his divine power landed on the Pillar of Impermanence consecutively, causing its body to turn red and its speed to decrease. With nowhere to run, the Pillar of Impermanence turned back and sped toward Lu Zhou. Watch out! Although the Pillar of Impermanence's strength had been greatly reduced, it was still strong. Moreover, who knew what other tricks it was hiding? Lu Zhou launched a palm seal imbued with divine power out in front of him. Bang! The backlash from the collision cut the frozen lake in half. Once again, they were caught in another deadlock. Buzz! At this time, a vortex formed above the Pillar of Impermanence. Again, Lu Zhou could feel the years of his life decreasing. He had learned from his mistakes earlier. Moreover, he was no longer in the ancient formation, so how could he tolerate this? He waved his hand, intending on dispersing the palm seal. However, the Pillar of Impermanence stuck to the palm seal, absorbing Lu Zhou's lifespan from it. Once again, Lu Zhou's lifespan was greatly reduced. The extra few thousand years he had gained earlier was completely absorbed in less than 15 minutes. Soon enough, his appearance began to age again. However, this time the changes were subtle. At this moment, a wave of coolness came from his Dantian's sea of qi. Then the blue avatar appeared. The blue avatar seemed to have seen the most delicious food in the world as it began to greedily absorb the vitality energy. What am I waiting for? Most humans would instinctively protect themselves. The same could be said for the blue avatar. Upgrade. The blue avatar began to absorb the vitality energy in a frenzy. It was unbelievable that the Blue 9 transformation yin-yang avatar could absorb the Pillar of Impermanence's vitality energy. This was like an ant tripping an elephant. Lu Zhou could clearly feel the surging vitality energy flowing from his palm seal into his hands before going into his Dantian Sea of Qi, feeding the blue avatar. The blue avatar continued to grow until... Ding! Upgrade successful. Lu Zhou was slightly surprised. To think he had actually broken through at such a time. Ding! 10 Worlds Avatar. Next upgrade will require 10,000 years of life. 10,000 years was too long. It would be a race against time to accumulate so many years. Meanwhile, the blue avatar was fiercer than before, perfectly restraining the Pillar of Impermanence. The vitality energy continued to flow in reverse from the Pillar of Impermanence to the blue avatar. Everyone was baffled. What's going on? Stalemate. It doesn't look like a stalemate. The Pillar of Impermanence seems frozen, Kongwen said. In any case, Pavilion Master is trying to subdue this infinite-grade object. Otherwise, he could have easily destroyed it. Everyone nodded. One of them dared to say such confident words, and the others dared to believe it. Luli added, "You have a point. The Pavilion Master is a venerable master all. I'm sure he has his ways." Back then, Yan Zhenlua coughed and nudged Luli. He had grown tired of hearing the words, "back then," and "my ancestor." Only a friend like him could endure it. The others would not be able to endure it at all. Back in the sky, a strong vortex churning with vitality energy appeared in Lu Zhou's palm, stirring up the wind. The Pillar of Impermanence struggled violently as though it wanted to give up. Lu Zhou probed his blue avatar. It has grown several times again. It did not take long before he heard a crisp sound from his Dantian Sea of Qi. Ding! Upgrade successful. Ding! Hundreds Tribulation Avatar. Next upgrade will require 10,000 years of life. Before the Pillar of Impermanence could do any damage, it had lost 15,000 years of life. How could it be willing? It began to struggle even more violently. However, how could Lu Zhou let it act as it pleased? Although the lifespan the pillar had absorbed when they were in the ancient formation had been returned, it still held a huge number of years. There were also 5,000 years of life from Yiwei's sacred relic and 200 or more reversal cards. With the boost from the ancient formation, it should have absorbed at least 100,000 years. Thinking about his blue avatar, Lu Zhou felt more relaxed. "Don't even think about leaving," Lu Zhou said before ignoring it. An hour later, Lu Zhou felt that the blue avatar had absorbed enough vitality energy. A ring of light appeared at the waist of the blue avatar and dropped down. Swoosh! Lu Zhou was shocked when he saw a leaf sprouting. It sprouted as soon as one ring of light fell. As someone who had experienced sprouting leaves so many times, he knew it was impossible to sprout a leaf when the circle of light had only dropped once. It seemed since he had evolved his avatar before, the upgrading of the second avatar was just a quick run-through. Something stirred in his mind at this moment, but he could not quite put his fingers on it. Ding! Upgrade successful. Ding! 1 leaf 100 tribulations avatar. Sprouting the second leaf will require 10,000 years. Fortunately, the years required to upgrade the blue avatar did not increase. Finally, Lu Zhou glanced at the Pillar of Impermanence and asked, "Are you convinced?" At this time, the pillar began to peel as though it was shedding black skin. After the black skin peeled off, it was now bronze and slightly textured. Lu Zhou frowned. The black skin floated in the air and turned into glowing black symbols. "Its spirituality has vanished," Kongwen exclaimed. "Then isn't it useless now?" "No," Kongwen said. "It's the exact opposite. The spirituality of the Pillar of Impermanence was given by its master. As long as the spirituality of its previous master doesn't vanish, it'd be impossible to subdue it. Now that its spirituality has disappeared, the pavilion master only has to inject some of his spirituality into it and subdue it. Yan Jinlua asked, "How do you inject your spirituality?" This question was beyond Kong Wen's knowledge. However, he had spoken with the air of a wise man that it would be awkward and embarrassing if he said he did not know now. Fortunately, at this moment Lu Wu said, giving it a basic spirituality only needed a drop of one's blood. A higher spirituality would come with more emotions. This requires one to keep it by one's side all year round and to nurture it with one's aura. Everyone nodded. Ming Shiyin glanced at Lu Wu and said, "To think the knowledge of a group of people is inferior to—" "What?" Lu Wu lowered its head. "To a beast emperor." Lu Wu scoffed. "When I was roaming the lands, you weak humans were still your mother's wombs." No one was able to refute Lu Wu's words. It was the truth. After the pillar of impermanence's spirituality was stripped away, it became still. Then, Lu Zhou dismissed his blue avatar and did not allow it to continue absorbing the vitality energy. He needed to figure out how many years the pillar of impermanence contained first. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the blue avatar absorbed all the years and turned the pillar into scrap metal. Lu Zhou tightened his grip slightly. There was no reaction from the pillar of impermanence at all. Soon after, Lu Zhou recalled the drop of blood earlier. It was probably blocked by the pillar's spirituality earlier. He immediately pricked his finger and let a drop of blood drip onto the pillar of impermanence. As soon as the blood dropped on the pillar of impermanence, it glowed like the setting sun for a moment before the light vanished. Then, it returned to looking like how an inanimate object would look. Ding! Subdued the infinite-grade pillar of impermanence. Ability Vitality of the Universe. Ding! Vitality of the Universe. Gathering the vitality energy from all living things within a radius of 100 miles. Lu Zhou was delighted that he finally got what he wanted. He tightened his grip around the pillar of impermanence before he probed with his consciousness. He was surprised to discover that it held a space that seemed as vast as the ocean deep within it. He could sense a huge amount of vitality energy in the inner space of the pillar of impermanence. Lu Zhou withdrew his consciousness after a moment. Now was not the time to study the pillar of impermanence. With just a thought, the pillar of impermanence vanished. As it turned out, infinite-grade items like the pillar of impermanence could be controlled by his thoughts alone, just like unnamed. Upon seeing this, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion were overjoyed. They bowed one after another. "Congratulations, Pavilion Master, for successfully subduing the pillar of impermanence." "Congratulations, Master, for subduing the pillar of impermanence." Lu Zhou flew across the lake and looked at everyone before he said, "You've all worked hard." "It's our duty," Kong Wen said. Lu Zhou pointed at the lake and said, "Too many people know about Transient City, and there's an ancient formation there. However, the environment is good here. We'll rest somewhere nearby." "Yes." Everyone bowed. Lu Zhou took the lead and flew toward the lake again. Whoosh! 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 Everyone followed closely behind. Before long, they arrived at the side of a mountain. The place was by the mountain and not too far from the lake. It was indeed a good place. Even with Lu Wu's huge body, it could find places to hide here at the foot of the mountain. In fact, this place made Lu Wu seem like it was normal size while the humans were the size of an ant. Lu Zhou had indeed chosen a good place. At this time, Lu Zhou looked at everyone and asked, "Is there any problem with your lifespans?" Everyone shook their heads. "Not only do we not have a problem, but it seems like we've gained a little from the pillar of impermanence as well. I feel very energetic now," Yan Jinlua said. "All right." Lu Zhou nodded before he said, "I'll use this place to create a new place for cultivation. I'll limit the range to 1 kilometer. Remember to cultivate diligently." Everyone was delighted by these words. "Yes." Lu Zhou raised his right hand. The golden pillar of impermanence floated above his palm. Then he pushed his hand out. The golden pillar of impermanence flew out and stabbed into the ground. It thrummed before it began to generate a vortex. Under Lu Zhou's control, the pillar's effect was limited to only a kilometer. With this, a new and small holy land of cultivation had been formed. It was not as miraculous as the ruins of Transient City, but one could clearly feel the vitality energy was gathering from all directions. Mingshi sensed the energy and said, "The cultivation speed should be 3 times faster. Considering the pillar's basic spirituality and the lack of support from the ancient formation, I'm afraid it'd be difficult for the speed to reach the level in Transient City," Kongwen said. No, this is enough. If it's like the Transient City, it can kill people," Mingshi said. None of them wanted to experience that again. After that experience, they felt as though the world had changed. Although the Pillar of Impermanence had been subdued by Lu Zhou, its pressure from before was still there. I have to say, the Pillar of Impermanence is really a rare treasure. Not only can it gather and absorb vitality energy, but it also has an independent space, Kongwen said. In fact, the vitality of the universe was not only gathering vitality energy. In a way, it was accelerating time, but it was different from controlling time. Time was not something ordinary people could control after all. Lu Zhou had gained a deeper understanding of Venerable Master after spending time learning in the unknown land. Lu Zhou raised his hand at this time. Faster! The Pillar of Impermanence obeyed Lu Zhou's order. It grew several times larger. The vortex grew accordingly as well. Everyone felt a slight pressure bearing down on them immediately. Although it was slightly uncomfortable, they could feel the vitality energy seemed to have gotten richer. With this, the energy would course through their extraordinary 8 meridians at a higher speed as well. Mingshi sensed his surroundings again before he said with a smile, "It's about 10 times faster. It's just nice." Lu Zhou nodded and said, "All right, go and cultivate." Understood. Old Fourth Yuaner, Conk, stay. While the trio stayed behind, the others left to find places in the forest to cultivate and rest. Since they knew not to disturb Lu Zhou, they went further away. None of them had any complaints. It was very good that they could cultivate in such a beautiful place with such a great environment. After everyone left, Lu Zhou waved his hand, and the bag next to Xianxia flew over. Then, he brought out one of Yonghe's life hearts before throwing it to Mingshi. He would keep the other 2 for now. Then, he brought 2 medium-quality life hearts and passed them to little Yuaner and Conk. When you activate your first birth chart, you can use elementary life hearts. However, considering your talents, these 2 intermediate life hearts are more suitable. The 2 life hearts were flight-type life hearts. It was very suitable for his 2 youngest disciples. Little Yuaner asked, "Master, what about Yonghe's life heart?" After witnessing Yonghe's strength, would there be anyone who did not want its life hearts? Lu Zhou said, "To use a Beast Emperor's life heart to activate your first birth chart isn't appropriate. Moreover, Yonghe's sound technique contradicts Konk's sound technique. I'll find a more suitable life heart for you in the future." "Thank you, Master." Little Yuaner nodded excitedly. The little fire phoenix standing on her shoulder nodded as well. "All right, you may leave." Understood. After his 3 disciples left, he was left alone by the lakeside. Since Lu Wu stayed outside the range of the Pillar of Impermanence as a guardian, ordinary fierce beasts did not dare to approach at all. The flying beasts in the air chose to take a detour when they flew close. Lu Zhou sat cross-legged on the ground before checking the system interface. Remaining lifespan, 2,113,097, 5,789 years. I gained more than 600 years. Lu Zhou muttered to himself after doing some calculations. Indeed, the Pillar of Impermanence had returned everyone the years of their lives and then some. How many years are there in the pillar? After subduing the pillar, Lu Zhou had sensed a space as vast as the sea that was brimming with vitality energy. To think it could also continue to accumulate vitality energy. However, its speed of gathering vitality energy was no longer as exaggerated as it was in the ancient formation. If he wanted to accumulate vitality energy, he would need time. Naturally, He would not feel at ease leaving an infinite-grade item somewhere to gather vitality energy. Then Lu Zhou checked his merit points. Merit points, 91,760. He sighed inwardly. These points were not a lot. He had spent 50,000 on reversal cards earlier. Fortunately, he still had the enhanced reduction card. Moreover, with Lu Wu around, it would not be troublesome even if they encountered another venerable master. Just from the effect of the Pillar of Impermanence, without the help of the purple glazed ceramic, the speed of the primal chi coursing through the 8 extraordinary meridians had increased drastically. Naturally, there were downsides as well. The speed at which one's life decreased was 10 times faster as well. 10 years here is like a year outside, Lu Zhou muttered to himself as he stared at the calm surface of the lake. Perhaps it's still a little slow. Lu Zhou smacked his hand on the ground, and the Pillar of Impermanence grew again. This time, its size only increased a few times. It seemed like it had reached its limit. My cultivation base isn't high enough to display its full power, Lu Zhou thought to himself. Nevertheless, it was good enough that he was able to increase its speed by 15 times. If his cultivation speed had increased by 15 times, what about his speed of meditating and comprehending the heavenly writing? Lu Zhou closed his eyes and entered his meditative state immediately. After a moment, Lu Zhou could tell his speed was about 5 times faster now. Based on this, it could be seen that comprehending and meditating on the heavenly writing was about 3 times more difficult than normal cultivation. Lu Zhou did not have any complaints about the 5 times increase in speed. It was equivalent to 1.5 purple glazed ceramic. After the purple glazed ceramic recovered its energy, his speed would be even faster. After 6 hours, Lu Zhou had almost completely recovered his divine power. Such a speed was unimaginable in the past. Then, Lu Zhou stopped meditating on the heavenly writing and manifested his blue avatar. Since the effects from the disguise card and concealment card had disappeared, the blue avatar appeared in its true form. The 100 Tribulations Insight avatar glowed blue as the divine power swirled around it like a thick fog. Again, Lu Zhou waved his hand. The blue avatar landed on the ground. Lu Zhou decisively upgraded his avatar. He channeled some of the vitality energy from the vortex into the blue avatar. This time, the avatar's absorption was obviously slower than before. After all, not only did he need to maintain the range of the pillar, but he also had to let the blue avatar absorb the vitality energy. At the same time, Lu Zhou used his consciousness to probe the Pillar of Impermanence again. He could feel the vast vitality energy surging out into the blue avatar. The lotus under the blue avatar that was being fed began to spin at this time. Lu Zhou could feel his blue avatar was advancing by leaps and bounds. At the same time, in the depths of the forest at the foot of the mountain. Although little Yuaner had long been familiar with the activation of birth charts due to her senior's advice, she was still careful and wary as she placed the life heart in her birth palace. After she dropped the life heart into her birth palace, she hurriedly withdrew her hands and covered her eyes. She did not dare to look at the changes in her birth palace. She kept muttering, "It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt." Click. Little Yuaner instinctively put her hands down and looked at her birth palace in confusion when she heard a crisp sound. Her lotus seat and birth palace was smooth. Not even the shadow of the life heart could be seen. "Where's my life heart?" Little Yuaner grabbed the little fire phoenix's neck and asked, "Little fire phoenix, did you eat it when I wasn't looking?" Chirp. The little fire phoenix tilted its head to the side slightly, looking confused. Despite the suspicious expression on her face, little Yuaner patted the little fire phoenix and muttered, "I've wronged you." Then, she scratched her head and looked at her flat birth palace. Click. In the birth palace, a birth chart zone formed and caved in like a funnel. This was the second stage of the activation of a birth chart. Little Yuaner sighed before she brought out the birth chart map she had copied and murmured to herself, "I didn't put it in the wrong place. It's here. Did I succeed?" She found this a little hard to believe. During the time when her master was cultivating in seclusion, she had asked her eldest senior brother for advice. At that time, He had emphasized repeatedly that the activation of a birth chart was a torturous and painful process. He had told her that as long as she could endure it, it would be all worth it. The activation of her first birth chart would pave the way to forming her Thousand Realms whirling avatar. Little Yuaner did not feel any pain at all, so she thought she might have placed her birth chart in the wrong place. Focus. Little Yuaner sat cross-legged and observed the changes in her birth palace. Due to the effect of the Pillar of Impermanence, the speed of the birth palace's absorption of vitality energy was also 15 times faster. After an hour, her lotus seat finally stopped spinning, and she saw the edges of her birth palace flashing with light. That's it. Little Yuaner was puzzled. Swoosh! At this time, the green-clad Yu Shangrong landed on a branch of a tree with his sword in hand. He said with a faint smile, "Congratulations, ninth junior sister. You've successfully activated your first birth chart." Huh? Second senior brother? Is this it? That's right. Yu Shangrong nodded. But why didn't I feel anything at all? Little Yuaner asked, baffled. When Master activated his first birth chart to form the Thousand Realms whirling avatar, it took him 4 hours. It took your eldest senior brother and me about 5 days to do so. Because of the Pillar of Impermanence, the speed is 15 times faster. Moreover, you're far more talented than your senior brothers and have stayed at the 10-leaf stage for too long. With the Supreme Purity Jade Slip, your foundation is incredibly stable. Hence, it's not surprising it took you an hour just to activate your birth chart. Yu Shangrong explained. Little Yuaner nodded. I see. Thank you, second senior brother. Since you've activated your first birth chart, you should strike while the iron is hot and form your Thousand Realms whirling avatar. Yu Shangrong said in an even tone. Okay. Little Yuaner nodded. Then, she asked, second senior brother, aren't you going to cultivate? I'm looking for your fourth senior brother, Yu Shangrong said before he flashed away. He had long absorbed his life heart, so he wanted to look for Mingshi to get another life heart so he could continue absorbing life hearts. The noblemen had short lives to begin with. The years they obtained from cultivating were only half of what ordinary cultivators gained. To him, 15 times the cultivation speed was like paying double the price. Hence, he treasured his time cultivating in this environment even more than anyone else. Meanwhile, Little Yuaner sighed in relief after listening to Yu Shangrong's words. She sat down cross-legged again and rested her hands on her lap before she circulated the energy in her Dantian's sea of qi. Then, she slowly began to form her Thousand Realms whirling avatar. When the 100 Tribulations Insight avatar evolved into the Thousand Realms whirling avatar, it was like a complete reconstruction of a body. Theoretically, it should be very painful. In the area within a radius of 1 kilometer that Lu Zhou had formed, primal qi surged into Little Yuaner's meridians in a hurry. The energy circulated swiftly through her meridians before surging into her Dantian's sea of qi. Through the Dantian's sea of qi, changes began to occur. First, on the lotus seat, birth palace now looked like a circular disc. Then, it looked like someone had taken a scalpel and etched patterns on it. Is this the birth disc? I have to focus. Senior brother had said that the disc in the birth palace is the foundation of the astrolabe. Little Yuaner steadied her breathing and focused. It was rare for her to be so serious. Swoosh! The little fire phoenix flapped its wings and landed next to the birth palace. Then it opened its beak and spat out a small flame. Little Yuaner gently smacked it away. Don't be annoying. Crash. The little fire phoenix tripped and crashed against the root of a tree. The astrolabe was very important. If she failed to focus, it might deal a heavy blow to her cultivation. Little Yuaner and the little fire phoenix had bonded somewhat and had grown more familiar with each other. Hence, the little fire phoenix was not afraid of Little Yuaner at all. After it regained its footing, it flew back to her birth palace again. What are you trying to do? Little Yuaner waved her fist at it. Chirp, chirp, chirp. If you spit fire again, I'll roast you, Little Yuaner said threateningly. After a moment, she cried out, Wait, you can spit fire now? She rose to her feet and rushed toward the little fire phoenix and carried it in her hands as she said excitedly, Hurry up, do it again. The little fire phoenix blinked its big eyes at little Yuaner. Then it opened its beak. Swoosh! A fist-sized flame shot toward little Yuaner. Little Yuaner. The little fire phoenix flapped its wings and struggled to free itself from her grip. When it regained its freedom, it hurriedly flew into the distance. Little Yuaner touched her hair and found them burnt and crispy. When she touched her face, her fingers came away black. Her entire person smelled burnt. She shouted angrily, "I'm going to beat you up!" Just as she was about to give chase, she saw a golden dazzling round disc appear behind her 100 Tribulations Insight avatar. A astrolabe. Then, her 100 Tribulations Insight avatar swiftly transformed into 1,000 Realms whirling avatar. At this time, her golden lotus and her birth palace that shone with golden light finally stopped spinning. The regions in her birth palace were distinct and beautiful. Little Yuaner had finally entered the 1,000 Realms whirling stage. Ding! One of your disciples, Ci Yuaner, has successfully formed the 1,000 Realms whirling avatar. Reward: 10,000 merit points. Ding! Ci Yuaner has met the requirements to complete his apprenticeship. Would you like her to complete his apprenticeship? Ding! Disciples will provide more rewards for their master after leaving their master and entering the world. Upon hearing this series of notifications, Lu Zhou opened his eyes. The speed at which little Yuaner activated her birth chart and formed her 1,000 Realms whirling avatar had surprised him. He had known for a long time that little Yuaner's talent was incredibly high. Moreover, the Great Void Seed also had the best effect on her. However, he did not expect her to be so terrifyingly talented. Among his disciples, little Yuaner was undoubtedly the most talented, cultivation-wise. Her cultivation speed was the fastest among all his disciples. Although Conk had reached the 10-leaf stage first, it did not really count since she had inherited Luo Xian's cultivation base. From the beginning to the end, little Yuaner did not rely on fortuitous encounters, nor was she given any special shortcuts. There was no doubt the one who took the shortest time to reach the 10-leaf stage was her. Then, should I allow her to complete her apprenticeship? Unlike the others, Lu Zhou considered this very seriously. After all, although little Yuaner had entered the 1,000 Realms whirling stage, she was still not wise to the ways of the world and lacked experience. Moreover, with her personality, it was not suitable for her to enter the world and establish a sect yet. It was impossible for her to teach her disciples. It was good enough that she did not lead them astray. What will happen if I refuse to let her complete her apprenticeship? Lu Zhou wondered. Prior to this, he had allowed all his disciples who were qualified to complete their apprenticeships. Reject the completion of the apprenticeship. Ding! Your disciple, Ci Yuaner, will continue to learn from you until you think she's qualified to complete her apprenticeship. Ding! You're rewarded with a random card. Since your disciple has yet to complete her apprenticeship, when you use this card, you'll be randomly rewarded with a common item. Lu Zhou nodded. He had suspected this would happen when he rejected the completion of little Yuaner apprenticeship. If the apprenticeship is completed, I'll be rewarded with a rare item. If I reject the completion of the apprenticeship, I'll be given a common item. It was reasonable. Moreover, little Yuaner would complete her apprenticeship in the future. At that time, he would still be rewarded with a rare item. Now that he thought about it, with this, he had actually gained a common item. Use the random card. Ding! You've received 3 deadly strike cards. Lu Zhou was slightly surprised by the 3 deadly strike cards. Based on his understanding, the deadly strike card should be considered a rare item. After all, it was very useful and its price kept rising as well. Based on that, it would become rarer in the future. Lu Zhou suddenly thought of a matter. He had rejected the completion of little Yuaner's apprenticeship, so he was rewarded with 3 deadly strike cards, which were common items according to the system. When she completed her apprenticeship in the future, he would then be rewarded with a rare item. He felt like had been too hasty when he allowed his other disciples to complete their apprenticeships in the past. After a moment, he said, "Complete apprenticeship. Ding! You'll have to wait at least a year before you can complete the apprenticeship." Lu Zhou shook his head. This system really doesn't allow me to take advantage of any loopholes at all. Forget it, it's just a year. The road of cultivation was long. The further one progressed, the less valuable time would be. 100 or 1,000 years would flit past in just a blink of an eye, let alone a year. Then, Lu Zhou silently recited the incantations for the heavenly writing's power of sight. Soon after, he saw little Yuaner studying her Thousand Realms whirling avatar from top to bottom. The golden Thousand Realms whirling avatar resembled little Yuaner. It was exquisite and delicate with a dignified air. The golden light it emitted made it look inviolable and sacred. The astrolabe spun behind it, dazzlingly bright. The astrolabe can be used independently. Let's test it out. Little Yuaner waved her hand, withdrawing her avatar and astrolabe. Then, she raised her hand and manifested her astrolabe. She succeeded in just one try. How fun! Lu Zhou. Cultivation that was originally a serious matter became fun in her mind. Little Yuaner had a great time playing with her astrolabe. She controlled it and changed its size easily. In fact, it was so easy for someone who had just entered the Thousand Realms whirling stage to control their astrolabe. Little Yuaner was clearly very talented. It only took her a short time to familiarize herself with the astrolabe. Meanwhile, when the little fire phoenix saw that little Yuaner was having a great time, it flew back and chirped loudly. It flapped its wings, going up and down like a damaged helicopter. Then, it opened its beak and spat another ball of flames at her. Swoosh! The ball of flames was much bigger than before. Little Yuaner had learned from her mistakes. Previously, she did not know the little fire phoenix had already learned to spit fire, so she was caught unprepared. This time, she would not let it succeed. Little Yuaner spun around and used her astrolabe to block the ball of flames. Swoosh! The flames were extinguished as soon as they landed on the astrolabe. Little Yuaner laughed. Don't stop. Keep going. The little fire phoenix listened and continued to spit fire. After a long time, it finally depleted its energy and descended from the air, looking out of breath. Little Yuaner was about to put her astrolabe away when she saw the front of it was on fire. She cried out, alarmed, "It's on fire! It's on fire!" She waved her hand frantically, causing the astrolabe to vanish. She waved her hand again, and the astrolabe, still burning, appeared. She tried to extinguish the fire several times, but to no avail. She found it strange. She stared at the flames for a long time before she touched it tentatively. She found that she was not burned. The flames were different from the flames the little fire phoenix spat out. It was golden, not red. Karmic fire? Little Yuaner exclaimed in shock. She had spent a lot of time with Conk, so she had seen Conk's red karmic fire. She had also seen her master's golden karmic fire before. A grin appeared on her face immediately as she clapped her hands gleefully. I actually possess karmic fire? She snapped her fingers in the direction of a path of weed to the side, and karmic fire instantly engulfed it. Then, she released the karmic fire at a slightly larger tree. In order to prevent the fire from spreading, she used the Nirvana sash to extinguish the fire. This is fun. She turned to look at the little fire phoenix that was lying on the ground with a sly smile on her face. Hey, little guy! Chirp! When the little fire phoenix raised its head and saw a golden ball of flames heading toward its face. Chirp! Lu Zhou cut off the power of sight. A rare smile appeared on his face. This girl is really too playful. Lu Zhou did not worry about the little fire phoenix's safety. After all, fire phoenixes were impervious to fire. Little Yuaner's actions were akin to trying to drown a fish in water. Ding! One of your disciples, Luo Shirin, has successfully formed the Thousand Realms whirling avatar. Reward: 10,000 merit points. Ding! Luo Shirin has met the requirements to complete her apprenticeship. Would you like her to complete his apprenticeship? Ding! Disciples will provide more rewards for their master after leaving their master and entering the world. Lu Zhou's heart skipped a beat. Conk has also successfully formed the Thousand Realms whirling avatar? This is unexpected. Although he was sure little Yuaner and Conk would be able to form the Thousand Realms whirling avatars, he did not expect both of them to do it on the same day. Similar to little Yuaner, Lu Zhou said, "Reject the completion of the apprenticeship. Ding! Your disciple, Luo Shirin, will continue to learn from you until you think she's qualified to complete her apprenticeship. Ding! You're rewarded with a random card. Since your disciple has yet to complete her apprenticeship, when you use this card, you'll be randomly rewarded with a common item. Use the random card. Ding! You've received 2 Deadly Strike cards and 1 Elementary Enhanced Deadly Strike card. The reward he got from Conk seemed slightly more abundant than the ones he received from little Yuaner. The random card was really random. Why did it not randomly give him 100 item cards? The Elementary Enhanced Deadly Strike card was already beginning to lose its effectiveness. It was only effective against those who possessed 8 birth charts or less. Currently, he already had 10 birth charts. Even if he did not use his divine power, it would still be easy for him to deal with 8 chart cultivators. Synthesize. He had 5 Deadly Strike cards now. He only needed 1 more to synthesize 2 cards. Buy! Lu Zhou bought a Deadly Strike card and 2 synthesis cards. He only had a little over 20,000 merit points left out of 110,000 merit points. He had become poor overnight. However, now that he had more than enough trump cards, he did not feel too distressed about his merit points. First, he synthesized the 6 Deadly Strike cards into 2 Elementary Enhanced Deadly Strike cards. Following that, he synthesized 3 Elementary Deadly Strike cards, one of which he had obtained from the reward. Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtained an Advanced Enhanced Deadly Strike card. Note: this card can only be synthesized 3 times. Ding! Advanced Enhanced Deadly Strike card. Choose from 2 options. 1. Reduce the target's birth charts to 0, puppets, foreign avatars, and other life-saving techniques are included. The maximum number of birth charts is 18. Second, use the force of the card on 20 different targets. You can't focus the force on one person. Not bad. In other words, this card, along with his reduction card, could directly kill a venerable master. Without the Advanced Enhanced Deadly Strike card, Lu Zhou would still have to consider puppets, weird avatars, and other strange techniques if he had only used the reduction card. Moreover, the reduction card would not be able to destroy so many birth charts at once. After using the reduction card, a venerable master would still have 17 birth charts. A 17-chart cultivator and a venerable master who had lost a birth chart were very different, after all, despite the same number of birth charts. Lu Zhou raised his hand and carefully studied the Advanced Enhanced Deadly Strike card. The patterns on it were distinct, and faint blue light flashed swiftly. It looked like a poker card. HM? Lotus. Soon after, Lu Zhou noticed that the exquisite patterns actually formed an exquisite lotus. The strokes and the lines that formed the lotus were as fine as hair. Each stroke contained a mysterious power. After that, Lu Zhou put the card away. He felt even more confident now. Lu Zhou looked at his blue avatar. The speed of his blue avatar sprouting the second leaf was not too bad. Naturally, its speed could not compare to before. Based on his previous experience and the strength of the heavenly writing power, his Blue 100 Tribulations Insight avatar should now be able to contend with stronger opponents, even if he did not use his divine power. Ding! Upgrade successful. Ding! 2-leaf 100 Tribulations Insight avatar. Sprouting the 3rd leaf will require 10,000 years of life. So 1 leaf will cost 10,000 years of life? Lu Zhou shook his head. It was too early to come to such a conclusion. The price might just double in the future. After putting the Blue 100 Tribulations Insight avatar away, Lu Zhou planned to wait for a while before continuing to upgrade his avatar. He could feel its absorption speed had decreased by quite a bit. Moreover, if he continued, it might affect the Pillar of Impermanence. Yannan's blessed land. Yizhang hovered in the air, sitting with his legs crossed, in the training hall. At this moment, a disciple appeared outside and said with a bow, "The 4 elders request an audience." Yizhang opened his eyes and said, "Let them in." "Yes." Not long after, Yi Wei and the other three entered the training hall and greeted Yi Zheng. Yi Zheng's gaze swept past the four elders before he asked, "You're all injured?" Yi Wei replied, "There was an accident. We encountered a powerful fierce beast called Yong, he in the ruins of Transient City." Yi Zheng said, "Based on your strength, you should be able to deal with a beast emperor." The four elders exchanged a look. They had already prepared their answers. Yi Wei said, "Let's not talk about that." Yi Zheng sighed and said, "All of you should rest well. I have my own ways regarding my cultivation." Yi Wei knew what Yi Zheng meant. He bowed and said, "Venerable Master, please listen to us. Speak." The deaths of the 36 disciples were caused by the Fire Phoenix. We should look for the Fire Phoenix instead of that Golden Lotus Domain's Venerable Master, Yi Wei said. Yi Zheng frowned slightly. Previously, he had believed the four elders wanted revenge more than he did. He truly did not expect these words to come out from Yi Wei's mouth. The Fire Phoenix was just a tool. Moreover, it's a divine beast now. Do you think I don't want to kill it? Yi Zheng said solemnly. If it wasn't for Venerable Master Qin colluding with that person to launch a sneak attack, how could I have lost 3 birth charts? If I hadn't been ambushed, the 36 disciples wouldn't have died either. Yi Zheng's tone was calm, but the meaning behind his words was clear, expressing his stance. Yi Wei thought about it for a moment before he said, "I feel that this matter should be put to rest." Yi Zheng raised an eyebrow as he looked at Yi Wei intently. In fact, in the entire Yan'an, he was the closest to Yi Wei. Yi Wei was also the strongest after him. Not only that, but Yi Wei also had the highest potential to become the second Venerable Master. Even if the path was long, there was no doubt Yi Wei was still the closest to it. Yi Zheng's heart stirred slightly as he looked at Yi Yuanjiu, Yi Geng, and Yi Yiqing. He asked, "What about the 3 of you?" "I, too, think that we should put this matter to rest." "Agreed. Agreed." Yi Zheng's frown deepened as he said, "The 36 disciples of the Big Dipper flag formation were Yannan's core strength. They weren't ordinary disciples. Not only that, but the formation flags for the formation have also been destroyed. Are we really going to forget about these matters? You're a venerable master. A venerable master should be magnanimous and broad-minded. In the future, cultivate harder and strive to rise higher. We'll do our best to assist you," Yi Wei said. Although the words were sincere, they sounded strange. Yi Zheng could not understand the 4 elders' change in attitude. He suppressed the displeasure in his heart and waved his hand. "You may leave. I know what to do." The 4 elders bowed and left. Following that, Yi Zheng's figure vanished from the training hall as well. The wind was gentle, the sun was bright, and the sky was clear. Yi Zheng's figure appeared outside a pergola that towered into the clouds. He called out, "Brother Tuoba, have a chat with me. Come in." A black figure could be seen sitting in front of a table. There were 2 teacups and a pot of tea on the table. Tuoba Siqing brewed the tea as he said, "Have a seat." As Tuoba Siqing poured the tea into the teacup, it made no ripples at all. Yi Zheng flashed before he took a seat across from Tuoba Siqing. He picked up the teacup and drained it all in one go. He was clearly angry. Tuoba Siqing smiled and asked, "Why are you angry?" "That person destroyed my birth charts. If it weren't for Brother Tuoba, I'm afraid I would have died. Moreover, my 36 disciples cannot die in vain," Yi Zheng said. Tuoba Siqing chuckled before he said, "After so many days have passed, you finally remembered to be angry?" Yi Zheng sighed before he said, "The 4 elders advised me to let this matter go." Tuoba Siqing nodded. "I understand them." "You understand them? That person's methods are extraordinary, and he has Qin Renyu as help. It's not surprising the elders don't want to make an enemy out of that person." Tuoba Siqing said, "Do you really want to seek revenge?" Yi Zheng remained silent. Tuoba Siqing continued to say, "As a venerable master, grudges should be thrown to the back of your mind. Perhaps this is why you can't activate your 19th birth chart." Yi Zheng still did not speak. Tuoba Siqing extended his hand in front of Yi Zheng and said, "Great Void Pill. Brother Tuoba, Are you trying to take advantage of this situation? Yizheng furrowed his brows. Tuoba Sicheng said, You're thinking too much. If I really wanted to take advantage of the situation, I would have gone to Yan'an long before you recovered your 3 birth charts. Just tell me if you agree or not. You have to give me a reason, Yizheng said. Watch carefully. Tuoba Sicheng raised his right hand and pushed forward. An astrolabe flew out and hovered vertically in front of a mountain peak. The green astrolabe flashed with 19 birth charts. The biggest birth chart shone the brightest. Tuoba Sicheng casually waved his hand, and the astrolabe disappeared. 19 birth charts? Yizheng was surprised. Tuoba Sicheng nodded and said, It's strange. After I saved you that day, I went into closed-door cultivation as soon as I returned. 3 days ago, I successfully activated my 19th birth chart. Although the 19th birth chart was not the limit, it was difficult to activate. Not only was the difficulty of activating it high, but it was difficult to find a suitable high-quality life heart as well. Yizheng's eyelids twitched. Jealousy and envy reared their ugly heads for a moment before they vanished. Then, he said, Congratulations. Tuoba Sicheng pointed at his head and said, I've been enlightened. With the Great Void Pill, I can stabilize my cultivation base. I might even be able to activate my 20th birth chart. He seemed to be a little envious and jealous, but in the end, it turned into nothingness. He said to Tuoba Sicheng, Congratulations. Enlightened? Yizheng asked skeptically. Tuoba Sicheng thought about what happened that day before he shook his head and said, I hope you'll forgive me, Brother Yi, but I can't talk about it. Yizheng sighed. Would it be so difficult if one can understand just by listening to it once? Forget it. Anyway, I'll give you the Great Void Pill in 3 days. Thank you, Tuoba Sicheng said with a smile. Your matters are my matters. It's best if you speak to Fan Zhong as well. That old thing's stance is unclear. Yizheng nodded. I know. Then, Yizheng disappeared into thin air in just a blink of an eye. In the White Palace, a female attendant bowed and said, Master, the White Tower Council is safe. The new Tower Master, Yi Tianxin, has successfully activated her birth chart. She has 3 birth charts now. Lan Shiha nodded calmly. As expected of someone with the Great Void Seed. I hope she'll grow stronger as soon as possible so she can become the equalizer there. Master, the imbalance is still growing. I thought there's no need for an equalizer for now. That's right. However, just because we don't need one now, it doesn't mean we won't need one in the future. Lan Shiha replied tonelessly. Then, she asked, What's the situation like in the unknown land? Master, a divine beast has appeared and is flying toward the east side of the endless ocean. The equalizer didn't attack it. As for Pavilion Master Lu, I couldn't find any traces of him. Lan Shiha sighed softly. She closed her eyes and murmured to herself, Perhaps I was wrong. 3 months passed in just a blink of an eye. In the new small tiny holy land of cultivation. After cultivating for a period of time, he could feel that his birth palace had already stabilized. This speed was equivalent to cultivating outside for 2 years. He could finally activate his next birth chart. At this moment, it fully dawned on him how long the cultivation path was. After Lu Zhou manifested his lotus, he looked at his birth palace and his birth charts. Currently, Lu Zhou had activated 7 birth charts in the human region. There were still another 5 zones in the human region that had yet to be shown. They would only show up after the expansion of his lotus seat. Apart from that, the activation of his next birth chart would be difficult as well. It took skills to activate birth charts as well. One had to consider the ease and difficulty of the activation. Usually, the difficulty would increase as one continued to activate birth charts. The closer one got to a birth trial, the more difficult it would be. However, after passing the birth trial, the difficulty would decrease again. At that time, one could activate a great birth chart since the process would be easier during this time. On the other hand, when approaching a birth trial, it was best to activate birth charts in the human region to reduce the difficulty of the process. Naturally, nothing was absolute in the world. Moreover, it was not easy to expand one's lotus seat. He had activated 3 birth charts in the Earth region. One of them was a great birth chart that he activated using the life heart he had borrowed from Lu Wu. If he did not consider Xianxia's weak physical body, its outstanding ability was almost as powerful as that of a divine beast. It was unfortunate that it met Lu Zhou. The heavenly writing was its natural enemy. There was no doubt that Xianxia's life heart would allow him to activate another great birth chart. The second great birth chart should be in the heaven region. He had occupied 2 defense zones and the others had yet to appear. The second heavenly stem and the sunshine thunder gates. These 2 were suited for life hearts with abilities. Fortunately, they were not positions that strengthened passive abilities. Otherwise, he would have to activate his birth chart in the Earth region. The second heavenly stem. Lu Zhou placed Xianxia's life heart in the second heavenly stem's position. Xianxia's life heart was rare and precious, so it should be reused. Click. As soon as he placed the life heart in his birth palace, the corner quickly sank in. The effect of the Pillar of Impermanence is really extraordinary. It's just that its downside can be deadly. Staying in this place for 3 months was equivalent to 45 months outside. Although he had lost more than 3 years cultivating in this place, in exchange for such huge improvements, he thought it was acceptable. In fact, the others were happy staying here as well. It was not a problem as long as one did not act recklessly. Previously, it took Lu Zhou about 3 months to activate his first great birth chart. Now that the cultivation speed had increased by 15 times, he should be able to complete the activation of his second great birth chart in 7 days. While Lu Zhou was observing his birth palace for changes, he heard the sound of surging energy. Their time here was very precious. Everyone, including Kong Wan and the others, was cultivating in a frenzy and did not pay any attention to each other. Lu Zhou recited the mantra for the power of hearing. His hearing range quickly covered a radius of 1,000 meters, and he quickly found the source of the sound. Lu Wu asked, "Are you sure? You want me to help you pass your birth trial? Come on. There's nothing more suitable than your ice seal," Xianxia said with a smile. Lu Zhou's heart stirred slightly. Xianxia had about only 4 or 5 birth charts previously. However, on second thought, this was not surprising. It was normal for him to have activated another 2 birth charts after cultivating for nearly 4 years. For now, Beast King's life hearts were sufficient for his disciples. He would have to think of a way to find better life hearts in the future when they were activating their great birth charts. Lu Wu looked at the future supreme being in front of him and said, "Interesting. All right, I'll fulfill your wish." Then, it lowered its head and opened its mouth. Its fur that was like needles stood on end. Following that, a freezing energy permeated the entire place, shrouding Xianxia. Creak. Xianxia was frozen in just an instant. The area within a radius of dozens of meters froze as well. The trees, plants, and flowers were not spared and turned into ice sculptures. When Lu saw that Xianxia could not move at all, it turned around and asked, Did I overdo it?" Duanmu Shang picked up his overlord spear and leaped onto Lu Wu's back before he said, "No. He only has 6 birth charts. The strength I used is comparable to someone who has passed 2 birth trials," Lu Wu said. "It would be over for it if it accidentally froze a future supreme being to death." Duanmu Shang said, "Don't worry. You don't know my eldest senior brother." "No, you don't know me." "No, you don't know my elder senior brother." "All right, you win." Lu Zhou cut off his power of hearing. He was slightly surprised by Xianxia's plan. If Lu Wu went all out, its strength was comparable to a venerable master. Even when it was missing a life heart, the monster hunting squad was not its match at all. Using it to pass the birth trial was a rather good idea and safer than passing the birth trial in another place with a harsh and extreme environment. When Lu Zhou looked at his birth palace again, he found that the life heart had almost completely sunk into his birth palace. He waved his hand, pulling the life heart out. All he had to do now was to wait for the decrease and increase of his lifespan. He currently had 2,096,672 days left, which was equivalent to 5,744 years. After the years he had gained from the reversal cards were absorbed by the Pillar of Impermanence before being returned to him again, his lifespan on the system panel no longer showed it separately. With this activation, he would lose 1,500 years before being given 500 years. In the end, he would be left with 4,744 years left. It was not too bad. As expected, the numbers on the system panel began to fall. Its decreasing speed was faster than usual as well. By now, Lu Zhou had already gotten used to it. He closed his eyes and waited for the complete activation of his birth chart. The pain was greatly reduced thanks to the effect of the Pillar of Impermanence and Transient City. The activation process went smoothly, but he could clearly feel the pain from the activation of his 11th birth chart was more intense than before. The pain was neither from extreme heat nor cold. It was a kind of mental torture that felt like tens of millions of ants were crawling in his mind. It was the same in his Dantian's Sea of Qi. In order to alleviate the pain and distract himself, Lu Zhou observed his disciples with the power of sight. There was nothing much to see with Yu Zhenghai since he was frozen. When he tried to observe his fourth disciple, he could see darkness and hear the sound of snoring. Then, he saw his second disciple, Yu Shangrong, holding the longevity sword as he rushed to the top of the mountain and stood against the wind. Then, the longevity sword flew in and out of its sheath. When it flew out, it flew into the distance before it returned at lightning speed. It was as though Yu Shangrong was studying some new sword path. Range of control, 1,000 meters 1,000. Yu Shangrong nodded in satisfaction. Lu Zhou was slightly surprised by the flying sword. Usually, cultivators converted primal qi to energy, forming energy seals to kill their enemies. The further the distance, the harder it would be to control. However, Yu Shangrong was able to control his longevity sword within the range of 1,000 meters. Lu Zhou turned his attention back to Yu Shangrong again. With Yu Shangrong in the center, millions of energy swords appeared in the sky. They were arranged in various formations, moving up and down, before they merged and shot toward another mountain peak. Yu Shangrong nodded expressionlessly. Then, he brought out an intermediate life heart and flew into the forest to absorb it. Lu Zhou nodded. All his disciples in Transient City were progressing very quickly thanks to the Pillar of Impermanence. With that, Lu Zhou decided to check on his other disciples. Zhao Yu, who was in the Golden Lotus domain, was already beginning to break through to the Thousand Realms whirling stage. Apart from activating a birth chart recently, Yi Tianxin had also been training with the experts in the White Tower Council. Si Wuya had successfully sprouted his 10th leaf. Zhu Honggong was rather lazy and did nothing most days. Apart from that, the 4 elders of the Evil Sky Pavilion had entered closed-door cultivation. Everything seemed well with the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou was only perplexed about one matter. The Green Lotus cultivators had already appeared in the Black Lotus domain and the Red Lotus domain. The imbalance was serious, and the weather was terrible. Why had they not made a move yet? Were they hiding and biding their time? After a while, Lu Zhou activated his power of sight again and observed Si Wuya again. 7th senior brother, master and the others have been gone for so long. What if the Green Lotus cultivators attack us? Zhu Honggong asked worriedly. Si Wuya shook his head and said, currently, it seems like the Green Lotus cultivators who were sent here haven't passed their second birth trial. The Black Tower Council and the White Tower Council can handle them for now. With Xiao Yunhe around, there's no need to worry for now. What if they send someone more powerful? I remember Lu Qianshan said that there's a free man called Qin Naihe who has 16 birth charts. Zhu Honggong said. Si Wuya smiled. I've met that person before. Zhu Honggong's eyes widened. Si Wuya brought out a mystic microstone from his pocket and placed it on the table. Zhu Honggong scratched his head, confused. Mystic microstone? He promised to give Master 10 mystic microstones and 10 stalks of mystic life grass. Unfortunately, he only found 1 mystic microstone so far. You know very well how much Master hates those who don't keep their promises. It's best we wait for Master's decision, Si Wuya said. Isn't this just a rotten stone? Zhu Honggong asked. Rotten stone? This thing is required to upgrade items to the infinite grade. Tower Master Xiao once cried to me for 3 days and 3 nights after losing them. You don't know how precious this thing is. Si Wuya rolled his eyes. Zhu Honggong's eyes lit up. I think I've seen it somewhere before. Don't cause trouble. No, I saw it in the Yellow Lotus domain. I'm not lying, Zhu Honggong said. Si Wuya asked, Are you sure? This thing is very rare. Even if the Yellow Lotus domain has it, there can't be too many of them. No, Zhu Honggong said solemnly. There's a lot. Si Wuya frowned. However, seeing Zhu Honggong's solemn expression that indicated he was not joking, he thought for a moment before he called out to someone outside. Someone, call Miss Zhao over, Zhu Honggong asked, puzzled. 7th senior brother? What are you doing? Si Wuya said, If what you said is true, I'm sending you to the Yellow Lotus domain. You're familiar with that place anyway. Bring Miss Zhao with you to build a runic passage. Zhu Honggong smiled and nodded repeatedly. Awesome. I promise to complete this mission. The Yellow Lotus domain should be here. Si Wuya pointed at the map he drew. It's very precise, but based on Master's ancient map, it shouldn't be wrong. Bring the communication formation with you before you leave. All right? Zhu Honggong replied happily. How could Si Wuya be unaware of Zhu Honggong's thoughts? He said, Don't dream about being a local tyrant there. The imbalance is very serious, and I can feel an unprecedented disaster is approaching. You have to treat this seriously. I understand. 7th senior brother, you're too naggy, Zhu Honggong said. Protect Zhao Hongfu well. There's no time to lose. You should set off in 2 days, Si Wuya said. At this moment, a voice rang from outside. Mr. 7th, can you come out for a chat? Si Wuya smiled and flew out. He hovered in the sky and looked at the cultivator outside of the Sky Martial Academy's barrier. Through Si Wuya, Lu Zhou clearly saw the newcomer. It was none other than Qin Naihe, the free man of the Qin clan. Qin Naihe looked tired. It seemed like he had been busy during this period of time. Even his eyes looked bloodshot. At this time, Qin Naihe asked suspiciously, The pavilion master still isn't around? To tell you the truth, my master has gone to the unknown land and won't be back so soon. Why don't you stay here in the meantime and get some rest while you wait for my master's return? Si Wuya said with a smile. I knew that with the pavilion master's ability, he won't let this opportunity go. Most of the experts in the Green Lotus domain have gone to the unknown land to seek opportunities, Qin Naihe said with a sigh. Si Wuya said, If there's anything, you can speak to me. Can you make the decisions? Qin Naihe asked. Of course. Si Wuya nodded. Qin Naihe looked at Si Wuya and said, After young Master Qin died, the entire Qin clan views me as a traitor. If it's possible, I'd like to ask the Pavilion Master to help me explain this matter. I believe Venerable Master Qin will understand my difficulties if the Pavilion Master speaks on my behalf. Why don't you explain yourself to him? Si Wuya asked. I didn't have a chance to meet him at all so far. A month ago, an elder from the Qin clan was sent to capture me. We fought for 7 days and 7 nights, barely fighting to a draw. Apart from Venerable Master Qin, everyone can't wait for me to die, Qin Naihe said helplessly. Then, have you ever thought that perhaps this is Venerable Master Qin's intention? Si Wuya asked. Qin Naihe looked at Si Wuya. You seem to like judging people with malice? Si Wuya was not bothered by these words. He rested his hands on his back and said, The human heart is unpredictable. Only by judging others with malice would one survive in a world where the strong prey on the weak. You have 16 birth charts, so you should know this better than me. Qin Naihe sighed. You're right, but I believe that Venerable Master Qin isn't like this. It's just like how you believe in Pavilion Master Lu, Qin Naihe said. Si Wuya could refute these words. Indeed, there were many dark things in this world, but the sun could dispel the darkness. Si Wuya finally said, You failed to fulfill your promise to my master. Moreover, your life and death have nothing to do with the evil sky pavilion. Qin Naihe sighed and said, I'm aware that I failed to fulfill my promise. Just take it as I'm begging you, Mr. Seventh. After Xianxia finished speaking, he fell down on one knee. Wuxia was no longer a young man. He would not change his stance easily just because of the other party's actions. After thinking about it for a moment, he said with a smile, "How about this? Please speak. My master once gave you two choices. You didn't choose the first choice. Usually, you won't be given another chance. However, I can speak on behalf of my master and give you another chance. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. I know you dislike being labeled as disloyal or unrighteous. However, if you accept, I'll speak to my master and ask him to clear your name in front of Venerable Master Qin. If Venerable Master Qin has no objections, everyone will be happy. If Venerable Master Qin has any objections, my master won't stop you from leaving. What do you think?" Wuxia asked. Xianxia was stunned and looked at Wuxia with a complicated expression. Many matters were not as complex as he had imagined them to be, especially in the hands of smart people. When Wuxia saw Xianxia hesitating, he said, "This is the biggest concession the Evil Sky Pavilion will make. It's best if you think this through." Swoosh! At this moment, Zhu Honggong flew out. He hovered in the air and said, "Seventh senior brother, why are you talking nonsense with him? Don't delay our important business. I've already calculated it. I think we can bring back at least 50 mystic microstones. If we look carefully, we'll find more." Xianxia was speechless. He had spent so much effort and almost lost his life, but he only found one mystic microstone. Was this person joking? 50 mystic microstones? Wuxia was still staring at Xianxia. After thinking about it for a moment, Xianxia nodded. "All right, we'll do as you said." Upon hearing this, Wu brought a talisman out from his pocket. Lu Zhou cut off his power of sight and waited for Wuxia to contact him. After a moment, he received Wuxia's message on a piece of talisman. The content was similar to what he had just seen. Lu Zhou's response was very simple. It was just one word. "Okay." After receiving his master's reply, Wuxia waved his hand, and the talisman floated toward Xianxia. Xianxia caught the talisman and looked down. He saw the word, "Okay." After thinking about it, he bowed and said, "Thank you, Mr. Seventh. Please convey my gratitude to Pavilion Master Lu as well. No matter what my future holds, I'll do my best for the Evil Sky Pavilion. However, I'm just afraid that Venerable Master Qin." Wuxia stepped forward and patted his shoulder before saying with a smile, "Don't worry. Venerable Master Qin won't refuse my master." Xianxia suddenly felt strange when he saw Wuxia's smile. Did he not get the better end of the deal? However, why did Wuxia look like the cat that ate the canary? Ding! You've recruited a subordinate. Reward: 5,000 merit points for recruiting a subordinate who has passed 2 birth trials. Xianxia looked at the smiling Wuxia and felt like Wuxia had been possessed by Lu Zhou. Was it an illusion? He shook his head, feeling like he was overthinking things. After all, like master, like disciple. Finally, Xianxia cupped his fists together and said, "I hope you'll look after me." "Of course." Then, Xianxia raised his head and looked at Zhu Honggong, who was still hovering in the air. "You said you're going to look for mystic microstones?" Zhu Honggong nodded. "That's right." "Why?" "Mystic microstones are extremely rare and precious, far more precious than obsidian essences or fire spirit stones. I searched for so long in the periphery of the unknown land and almost lost my life only to find one," Xianxia said. Upon hearing these words, Wuxia said with a smile, "Brother Qin, please don't mind him. My junior brother doesn't know how to keep his mouth shut, and he likes to brag." "I'm not bragging. There are really many mystic microstones," Zhu Honggong protested. Seeing that Zhu Honggong was going to continue bragging, Wuxia quickly interjected, "Zhao Hongfu, bring him away and make the necessary arrangements." Zhao Hongfu flew forward and patted Zhu Honggong's shoulder. She said casually, "My life depends on you now. Don't worry. Even if I die, I won't let you die." Zhu Honggong bumped his fists together. Then, the duo flew toward another hall to gather the necessary talismans, bags, and other things. As Xianxia watched the duo leave, he said, "I've heard that the Evil Sky Pavilion is filled with talents. Indeed, seeing a few of them today, they're indeed extraordinary." Si Wuya only nodded. He did not beat around the bush and bluntly said, "The imbalance is getting worse. Green Lotus cultivators have already appeared in the Black Lotus domain and the Black Lotus domain. My master and seniors aren't here so." Xianxia said, "Don't worry, I'll stay close to the runic passage. Unless a venerable master arrives, no one can do anything to me." "Thank you. You're welcome." 7 days later, clack, Lu Zhou saw his birth palace had smoothed out and another birth chart was shining with a golden light. This meant that his 11th birth chart, which was also his second great birth chart, had been successfully activated. Lu Zhou looked at the system interface. Remaining lifespan, 1,731,672 days, 4,744 years. Merit points, 31,760. Weapon, unnamed, Jade Horsetail Whisk, Heaven Grade, Purple Glazed Ceramic, Fusion Grade. Confinement Seal, Intermediate Fusion Grade, 7-star Sword, Desolate Grade. Saint Staff, Flood Grade. Cold Wind Trident, Flood Grade. Pillar of Impermanence, Infinite Grade. The Pillar of Impermanence is considered a weapon? Isn't it just like a golden cudgel if I use it as a weapon? It's still more suited to playing a supporting role. Now that he had activated his 11th birth chart, he would need to stabilize his cultivation base. Only when it was stable would the endurance of his birth palace increase, laying the foundation to pass the next birth trial. Lu Zhou pressed his hand against the Pillar of Impermanence. It vibrated slightly. Lu Zhou could feel the pillar constantly absorbing vitality energy from all directions, urging the growth of animals and plants. Everything seemed to be working as it should. Lu Zhou closed his eyes slightly and sent a strand of his consciousness into the space in the Pillar of Impermanence to check how much vitality energy it had accumulated. The power of the Pillar of Impermanence is related to vitality energy. The more it accumulates, the stronger it is. If I give all of its energy to the blue avatar, I'd be weakening it. He knew he had to maintain the balance well. He had to satisfy the blue avatar needs, and at the same time maintain the pillar's power. As the owner of the pillar, Lu Zhou could come and go as he pleased. He sensed the space in the pillar. It was like a sealed space filled with chaotic and rich vitality energy. Felt like he was swimming in the ocean. The surging vitality energy surprised him slightly. However, when he moved, the rich vitality energy and the airflow would become still. He continued to move consciousness before he felt like he had hit a wall. Then, he withdrew his consciousness. Based on what I sensed, the pillar should still have another 100,000 years or so. It seems like it had lost a lot of vitality energy during the battle. Although the absorption speed was not bad, part of the vitality energy would naturally be absorbed by the pillar after entering it. Lu Zhou no longer cared about this. With 100,000 years of life, it would definitely play a big role in the future. Lu Zhou pushed his palm against the Pillar of Impermanence again, and it spun even faster. It was now 20 times faster. Then Lu Zhou began to observe everyone again. During this time, those who stayed in Transient City had made great progress. Yu Zhenghai had successfully passed his birth trial and was even preparing to activate his 7th birth chart. Now that he was in the holy land of cultivation, how could he give up? Moreover, activating the 7th birth chart was as easy as activating the 1st birth chart. On the other hand, there were no changes with Yu Shangrong. He still had 11 leaves. Lu Zhou's palm landed. All he could do was absorb life hearts every day and cultivate his sword path. The others improved greatly as well during this time. After a while, Lu Zhou sent voice transmissions to everyone. Gather by the lake in 6 months. These 6 months were for them to stabilize their cultivation bases. The Evil Sky Pavilion now had the 16-chart Freeman, Xianxia, Xiao Yunhe, the Black Tower Council, and the White Tower Council, so Lu Zhou was not worried. Time flew by and 6 months had passed. The cultivation path was long. The lake was still the same, but the trees had now towered past the clouds. Half a year here was equivalent to 10 years outside. At this time, Lu Zhou had already stabilized his cultivation base. Boom! Lu Wu flew back from afar and landed next to a mountain peak. Then, it lowered its head and said, "I've investigated it. A month ago, someone had slowly drawn close and tried to investigate this place in secret." Lu Zhou opened his eyes and looked at Lu Wu from the corners of his eyes. "What is it?" 300 miles northwest. A huge group of Void Chest tribesmen is heading this way. Void Chest tribesmen? Lu Wu exhaled. In just a moment, a freezing energy permeated the place. Everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion shivered and quickly gathered. To be precise, they've begun to make their way here. About a month ago, Lu Wu said. "Are they trying to seek revenge?" Lu Zhou said. "Those people are looking for the ruins in Transient City to cultivate. This place isn't far from the ruins. What pitiful tribe. It was almost exterminated by humans. Trying to make a comeback now," Lu Wu said in a hoarse and low voice. "You know about the Void Chest tribe? In my eyes, you're all the same." "We're different," Mingshi said as he rushed over from afar on Xianxia's back. "Greetings, master." Lu Zhou glanced at Mingshi. Although he did not know what Mingshi had been up to during this time, it was clear that Mingshi had grown stronger again. Mingshi turned to Lu Wu and said, "Those aren't humans. They have holes in their chests. Can you stand it if I call tigers with holes on it bellies tigers?" Lu Wu was stunned. "You have a point." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Many figures began to rush over at this moment. Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, Little Yuaner, and Conk arrived first, followed by Yan Jinluo, Lu Li, Kong Wen, and the others. Lu Zhou asked Lu Li, "Did you recover your cultivation?" Lu Li smiled and replied, "Yes, I'm lucky. However, I can break the limit." Lu Li seemed rather accepting of the fact. "Manifest your lotus," Lu Zhou said. Lu Li nodded and manifested his lotus in front of everyone. The black lotus caught everyone's attention. It was not very big, and the 5 birth charts in the birth palace were connected like 5 rings. Lu Zhou could still vividly remember when he first saw Lu Li in the Red Lotus Domain Sky Will Mountain Range. Although it was just a birth palace with 5 birth charts, it seemed more dazzling than those with 10 or 12 birth charts. Kong Wen sighed. "It's unfortunate that you can only activate 5 birth charts." Everyone sighed as well. Innate talent determines the limit. Everyone has different numbers of birth charts they can activate. There's nothing we can do to change this. Lu Li said with a smile. "It's nothing. If I fall into despair just because of this, then doesn't it mean those who are worse than me would want to kill themselves?" Everyone chuckled. At this time, Lu Zhou finally said, "It's not necessarily predetermined." Everyone was stunned. Lu Wu looked at Lu Zhou and asked, "Are you going to use that method?" During the past month, Lu Zhou had been observing the situation and surroundings with his power of sight. That was why he sent Lu Wu out after he discovered someone was secretly investigating this place. At that time, he had spoken to Lu Wu about Lu Li's birth palace and birth charts. Lu Wu was a fierce beast that had lived for 30,000 years. It was likely that it knew of some ancient techniques. Lu Wu continued to say, "That method is only something I heard about in passing. I advise you not to attempt that." "What method?" Lu Zhou said. "Reconstructing the birth palace." "Reconstructing the birth palace?" Everyone was stunned and confused. "Demolish the birth palace and reconstruct it with great void energy." Little Yuaner said in a small voice, "Master, the process must be excruciatingly painful." Lu Li frowned slightly. Destroying one's birth palace was no different than destroying one's avatar. The fastest way to kill 1,000 realms whirling cultivator was to destroy his or her birth palace. It was a terrifying and painful method. "Don't worry, Master. I think we can give it a try," Yu Shangrong said as he waved his hand. Following that, a miniature golden avatar appeared in front of them. Everyone knew Yu Shangrong was the first to sever his lotus. Nevertheless, Most of them were still surprised to see the golden avatar without a lotus. Yu Shangrong said to Lu Li, "It's not a big deal. If you fail, you just have to start all over again." Lu Li nodded and bowed. "I'll leave it up to the pavilion master." Lu Wu shook its head. "If we go to that place?" Duanmu Sheng asked in confusion. "What place?" "The unknown land is divided into the periphery, the inner depth, and the core. I don't know exactly how vast they are. According to legend, there were 3 pillars of destruction in each of the 3 regions. Including the pillar at the heart of the land, there are 10 pillars. The foot of the pillar of destruction is the fertile land where the great void seeds grew," Lu Wu said. Everyone inhaled sharply upon hearing these words. They might be confused, but after hearing the words great void seeds, a vague idea began to form in their minds. No one knows when the pillars were constructed, nor do they know why they existed. Some people have speculated that the pillars of destruction contain the secrets to the heaven and earth shackles. Lu Wu said, "The only thing everyone knows is that the great void seed grows at the foot of each pillar. The place where great void seeds grow? Isn't that the core of the unknown land?" Kong Wen's eyes widened in shock. He had been in the unknown land for so long, but he had never had the courage to go to that place. Lu Wu swept its gaze across everyone as it asked, "Do you think only the great void seeds are the only valuable thing there?" Everyone was silent. After a while, Kongwen said, "Put the great void seeds aside. People even fight over the soil there. There are many treasures there. When there was balance, perhaps the situation was not too bad. With the imbalance now, rivers of blood will surely flow in that place." Upon hearing these words, Lu Li said, "Then, let's not go. I'm fine like this. Don't worry about reconstructing my birth palace with great void energy." Lu Zhou shook its head. "It's not just for you." If it was only to reconstruct Lu Li's birth palace, Lu Zhou could use one of his disciples' great void seed to help Lu Li. Naturally, that was not ideal since it would expose the existence of the great void energy, and he would also need to expend a lot of energy. The Evil Sky Pavilion currently had a high demand for advanced life hearts. Moreover, Lu Zhou needed to look for a suitable life heart to activate his 12th birth chart. There was no doubt in his mind that going to the Pillar of Destruction was the best choice. Lu Li felt embarrassed for overestimating himself. "Ancestor, can you not be so blunt?" At this time, Little Yuaner skipped to Lu Zhou's side and said, "I'll go wherever Master goes." Although everyone knew Lu Zhou was unfathomably strong, they still felt slightly uneasy when they thought about going to that place. At this moment, Lu Zhou recalled the scene of black lotuses falling from the sky that he had seen. He wondered if it was near one of the pillars of destruction. In the past, the Black Lotus Domain and the White Lotus Domain organized several Great Void expeditions, and there was no lack of cultivators who wanted to participate. The previous expedition was organized by Lan Shiha. During that time, she obtained the blue crystal that contained remnants of the Great Void energy. The energy will be able to reconstruct your birth palace and raise your innate talent. It's far better than any treasure. Everyone nodded. Mingshi asked curiously, "Master, isn't Lan Shiha an equalizer? How can the equalizer also participate in the Great Void expedition?" "The equalizers are responsible for maintaining the balance. She took the blue crystals to prevent an imbalance from happening." "That's true. Those who possess great void seeds will definitely become supreme beings. Then, there's no need for me to go, right?" Mingshi muttered to himself. He had wanted to say that he had no use for the blue crystals since he had the great void seed. Moreover, at this time, the new batch of great void seed had yet to mature. Lu Wu lowered its head and said, "That's right." Kongwen was confused. "Mr. Fourth, we're talking about the great void energy. Aren't you tempted by it at all?" "Why would I be tempted?" Mingshi stepped forward and put his arm around Kongwen's shoulders before he said with a smile, "Let me tell you a secret. I'm a future supreme being. Kongwen." Lu Zhou frowned and said, "I gathered all of you here to pass down my order, not to ask for your opinions." Mingshi Yin's expression turned solemn before he hurriedly said, "I'm willing to go through fire and water for Master. I'm willing to do anything." At this moment, boom, 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 the sound of the earth rumbling rang from the northwestern direction. Lu Wu raised its head to have a look. Then, it shook its head and said, "They're here." "They?" Lu Wu slowly turned around and said, "Oh, I forgot to tell you the Void Chest tribesmen are coming." Lu Zhou smacked his hand down. Bam! The pillar of impermanence dislodged itself from the ground and turned into a golden needle before flying into Lu Zhou's sleeve. With that, the effect from the pillar vanished immediately, and the surroundings brightened slightly. Following that, everyone followed Lu Zhou as he flew up into the sky. When they looked in the northwestern direction, they saw a gigantic Void Chest tribesman who was more than 30 meters tall, leading many smaller Void Chest tribesmen over. Each time they moved their feet, the earth trembled. They had thought the Void Chest tribesmen they had seen in Transient City were rather tall. They were about 3 to 4 meters tall, after all. However, this Void Chest tribesman who was 30 meters tall truly refreshed the views of the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion. If they were to calculate the Void Chest tribesman's strength based on their height, a tribesman who was 3 or 4 meters tall was as strong as a 3 or 4 chart thousand realms whirling cultivator. Then, how powerful was this giant that was more than 30 meters tall? "They can't be considered humans, right?" Mingshi asked. "They're humanoids. They're not humans." The Void Chest tribesman's skin was like stones. They looked a little like clay figurines. Their eyes were suffused with green light, and their faces seemed to be perpetually twisted into expressions that were filled with hatred and anger. Xianxia flew slightly higher. Then he said with a smile, "This is good. I can use them to test my new sword techniques." Like a clockwork, Xianxia said, "Second junior brother, I have learned new saber techniques as well. Shall we have a competition?" The others were rendered speechless by Xianxia and Xianxia's antics. After being with the Evil Sky Pavilion for so long, most of them knew Xianxia and Xianxia liked to compete regardless of time and place. Xianxia smiled faintly and asked, "How do you want to compete, eldest senior brother?" "Whoever kills the most wins," Xianxia said. "That's what I had in mind as well." Xianxia nodded. Cultivators painstakingly increased their strength, skills, and cultivation not to strengthen their bodies, but to be able to use them during combat to kill enemies. It did not matter if it was sword techniques or saber techniques, those who could kill the most enemies were the most skilled. Xianxia and Xianxia turned around in unison and said to Lu Zhou, "Master, please allow us to deal with them." Lu Zhou did not object to a little friendly competition now and then. It was impossible to raise a fierce wolf in a sheep pen after all. The cultivation world was cruel. It would be difficult for white sheep to survive. Hence, he waved his sleeve, indicating his approval. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lu Zhou's 2 eldest disciples seemed to have turned into 2 streaks of light as they flew toward the Void Chest tribesmen. Xianxia cast the great dark heavenly memorial as he rushed forward. Meanwhile, Xianxia used the Gue Yuan sword technique to control his longevity sword as he charged into the crowd like a shooting star. In just a blink of an eye, the entire place turned into a battlefield. Kongwen watched as he said, "The Void Chest tribesmen have terrifyingly strong defenses. Since their fatal points are about 3 inches below their armpits, it'd take some effort for Mr. First and Mr. Second to kill them. It doesn't matter. As long as you know their weakness, you'll be able to kill them," Mingshi said with a smile. Bang! 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 Ding! Killed a Void Chest tribesman. Reward: 3,500 merit points. Domain bonus: 1,500 merit points. Species bonus: 1,000 merit points. Ding! Killed a Void Chest tribesman. Reward: 3,500 merit points. Domain bonus: 1,500 merit points. Species bonus: 1,000 merit points. Xianxia and Xianxia killed their respective targets at almost the same time. After exchanging a quick glance, they moved on to their next targets. At this time, the 30-meter-tall Void Cheat tribesman roared thunderously, "Crush them! Boom! Boom! Boom!" The Void Chest tribesmen charged forward and attacked the duo with their black cudgels. After a brief moment, they tossed their cudgels up into the air. Following that, the cudgels arranged themselves in a formation in the sky. The Demon Slayer's Cudgel Formation? These void chest tribesmen actually mastered a Buddhist technique? How interesting. They're bald. They do look like monks. The cudgel formation in the sky blocked Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. With that, energy swords and energy sabers began to work together to attack the cudgel formation in the sky. Now that the void chest tribesmen knew their fatal points had been exposed, they did all they could to protect themselves as they slowly advanced. Soon enough, the duo was surrounded. Their longevity sword and the jasper saber were trapped by the cudgel formation. They're really well prepared. Will eldest senior brother and second senior brother be okay? Little Yuaner was growing restless, wanting to rush out to help. Don't worry. We'll watch for now. Boom! The tallest void chest tribesman suddenly leaped up and hovered at a low altitude in the air. A dazzling energy seal shot out of the hole on his chest toward Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong. Let's go. The duo rose into the air. The jade saber began to spin before energy sabers began to shoot out in all directions. The duo felt their arms grow numb as they forcefully broke out of the cudgel formation. Yu Shangrong was never one to let go of an opportunity. As soon as he rushed out, he joined his palms together. All the energy swords in the surroundings rushed back into the longevity sword before it released tens of thousands of energy swords toward the gigantic void chest tribesman, successfully avoiding the energy seal that shot out of his chest. Bang! 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 The energy swords landed on the gigantic void chest tribesman's abdomen, only leaving faint ripples before flying back. The gigantic void chest tribesman roared as he swung his hand down as though he was swatting a fly. Die! Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai tacitly smacked their palms against each other, borrowing the force to fly back. Bang! The gigantic void chest tribesman's hand hit the ground, causing the ground to quake. Avatar! Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai cried out in unison. Their avatars would help them unleash their greatest power under these circumstances. The two avatars leaped into the air, reaching hundreds of feet high as they grew. Boom! Some of the weaker void chest tribesmen were instantly sent flying by the shockwave from the two avatars. Ding! Killed a void chest tribesman. Reward: 3,500 merit points. Domain bonus: 1,500 merit points. Species bonus: 1,000 merit points. Ding! Killed a void chest tribesman. Reward: 3,500 merit points. Domain bonus: 1,500 merit points. Species bonus: 1,000 merit points. Ding! Killed a void chest tribesman. Reward: 3,500 merit points. Domain bonus: 1,500 merit points. Species bonus: 1,000 merit points. Ding! Killed a void chest tribesman. Reward: 3,500 merit points. Domain bonus: 1,500 merit points. Species bonus: 1,000 merit points. Some of the weaker void chest tribesmen died immediately. There was no need to specifically target their fatal points. The gigantic void chest tribesman that was 30 feet tall was dwarfed by the two avatars. He roared, "Kill them!" He knew that as long as he could destroy the avatars, he would be able to severely injure the two humans in front of him. Yu Shangrong smiled. It's too late. Whoosh! Yu Shangrong's avatar suddenly vanished before it reappeared behind the gigantic void chest tribesman. It brandished the golden halo like a sword as the golden leaves shot out. Bang! 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 Mingshi exclaimed in surprise. Second senior brother's avatar is so agile? Its movements are almost as agile as that of the original body. I didn't expect there to be such a huge benefit to severing the lotus, Yan Zhenlua said. Duamu Shang smiled and said, Fourth junior brother, it's still not too late for you to sever your golden lotus. Ah! The gigantic void chest tribesman spun around and advanced. He punched out, but his fist only met the air. Yu Shangrong had already withdrawn his avatar. However, when the gigantic void chest tribesman pulled his fist back, he manifested his avatar and attacked again. This went on for a few rounds. At this time, The gigantic void chest tribesman was enraged. He straightened his back and allowed Yu Shangrong's avatar to strike his body. Then, he brought his arms together and stomped heavily. With that, a strange mark suddenly appeared on his waist. Boom! A terrifying shockwave swept out immediately. Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai, who were caught in the shockwave, hurriedly withdrew their avatars. The gigantic void chest tribesman's expression was twisted in fury. You killed my fellow tribesmen. I'll bury you with them. At this moment, Lu Zhou transmitted his voice over. Is this what you want? Lu Zhou's voice was not loud, but it reached the gigantic void chest tribesman's ears. He turned over and saw the golden pillar of impermanence in Lu Zhou's hand. He exclaimed in surprise, "You managed to subdue it?" Lu Zhou waved his hand, and the pillar of impermanence disappeared. Then he said tonelessly, "It belongs to me now. You should all get lost before I change my mind. It's best if you think things through before you act." The gigantic void chest tribesman frowned as he looked at Lu Zhou and the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion, who were standing in a neat row, before shifting his gaze to Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong, who were charging out again. If he was honest, he was hesitating at this moment. After all, how could someone capable of subduing the pillar of impermanence be weak? However, it was too late to turn back now, just like how one could retrieve a released arrow. The gigantic void chest tribesman looked at Lu Zhou and said, "Since ancient times, humans have ostracized us. My tribe paid a heavy price because of the pillar of impermanence. How can we give it up so easily?" Then it asked, "Did you kill Gore?" Mingxirin replied, "He asked for, so you can't blame us for his death." The gigantic void chest tribesman's eyes burned with fury. "Hand over the pillar of impermanence or die." Lu Zhou sighed before he waved his sleeve and said, "Clean them up." Understood. The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion bowed in unison. Shang tightened his grip on the Overlord's spear and said, "Lu Wu, kill." Boom! Lu Wu leaped off the ground. Its body that could cover the sky sailed in the air. Duanmu Shang flew out at the same time before he suddenly swooped down. Hundreds of void chest tribesmen raised their heads to look. Their eyes widened in terror when they saw the huge Lu Wu. Lu Wu! At this time, Lu Wu opened its maw, exhaling a freezing energy. Following that, coldness engulfed the area within a radius of 1,000 meters, freezing the void chest tribesmen. Boom! Lu Wu landed on the ground. Its four paws trampled heavily on the frozen void chest tribesmen in range. As the ice shattered, they shattered as well. All of them died. There was no need to target their fatal points at all. In the face of absolute strength, defenses and schemes were rendered useless. That atmosphere turned suffocating for the surviving void chest tribesmen. It seems like it's enough for third senior brother and Lu Wu to deal with them. There's nothing left for us to do, little Yuaner muttered. With such a comparison, there's no room for her to display her skills at all. She flicked the little fire phoenix that was perched on her shoulder and asked, "When will you be as powerful as your mother?" The little fire phoenix flapped its wings and chirped before it opened its beaks. Swoosh! Fist-sized balls of flames shot out of the little fire phoenix's mouth one after another. At this time, Mingxirin said, "Doggy, go!" The human and the dog swooped down. Although Chongqi was not as big as Lu Wu, it was still rather big. Pounced viciously toward the void chest tribesmen. Following that, Yan Zhenlua and Lu Li rushed out as well, displaying their skills. Astrolabes bloomed in the air as pillars of light shot down. Upon seeing this, Kongwen laughed before he called out, "Brothers, let's go! Let's go!" The four brothers swooped down toward the void chest tribesmen as well. With Lu Wu taking the lead, they swept out toward the void chest tribesmen. Ding! Killed a void chest tribesman. Reward, 3,000 merit points. Domain bonus, 1,500 merit points. Species bonus, 1,000 merit points. Ding! Killed a void chest tribesman. Reward, 3,000 merit points. Domain bonus, 1,500 merit points. Species bonus, 1,000 merit points. The gigantic void chest tribesman was stunned when he saw Lu Wu as well. When he regained his senses, he leaped toward Lu Wu with both his fists smashing toward Lu Wu's head. Get lost! A thunderous and powerful sound technique swept out. The leader of the Void Chest tribesmen only paused briefly before he continued to advance. His fist smashed past Lu Wu's head to the ground, leaving a streak of light in its wake. Boom! The gigantic Void Chest tribesman broke the ice that froze the others, freeing them. As soon as the other Void Chest tribesmen escaped, they hurriedly tossed their cudgels into the air again, forming the Demon Slayer's cudgel formation. Grow! In just an instant, the gigantic Void Chest tribesman grew by several hundred feet in height. The other Void Chest tribesmen flew up into the air in a row. Following that, a pillar of light shot out of each of their chests. Boom! Lu Wu roared when the pillars of light hit it and retreated a few steps. What's this move? Mingshi exclaimed in surprise. This is the specialty of the Void Chest tribe. Don't worry about it. Let's continue, Kong Wen said. The members of the Evil Sky Pavilion manifested their astrolabes at this moment, shooting out pillars of light at the Void Chest tribesmen. Bang! 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 Ding! Killed a Void Chest tribesman. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Domain bonus: 1,500 merit points. Species bonus: 1,000 merit points. Ding! Killed a Void Chest tribesman. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Domain bonus: 1,500 merit points. Species bonus: 1,000 merit points. Lu Zhou saw his merit points increase as he observed the situation. All in all, the overall strength of the Evil Sky Pavilion had increased a lot. Faced with several hundred Void Chest tribesmen, they were not at a disadvantage at all. In fact, they had quite a huge advantage. Naturally, it had to be said that Lu Wu played a very big role in this. However, since their opponents had their gigantic comrade, it was difficult to determine the outcome at this time. The Void Chest tribesmen's defenses were very high. They were not made of flesh and blood after all. The offensive power of Thousand Realms whirling cultivators was merely chipping at their defenses at this time. Take down the leader first, Lu Zhou reminded from the side as he looked at the gigantic Void Chest tribesmen. The battle was so chaotic that it seemed no one noticed Lu Zhou was moving forward. At this time, the gigantic Void Chest tribesman roared again. You underestimate the Void Chest tribe. Subsequently, the gigantic Void Chest tribesman stomped on the ground, causing the area within a radius of 100 meters to sink. At the same time, all of the Void Chest tribesmen on the ground flew up into the sky, taking the attacks head-on. Since their skin and flesh were hard, they did not think twice about letting the attacks land on them. Scram! An unprecedentedly loud and vast sound wave rolled out immediately. The sound echoed in their ears, causing tinnitus. The Void Chest tribesmen's minds went blank. Fortunately, the sound wave had rolled out toward the area where the Void Chest tribesmen were gathered. The members of the Evil Sky Pavilion who were only standing close to them felt chills running up their spines from the sudden sound wave. This sound technique, Master Sound Technique, is as fierce as ever. Following that, fear overwhelmed the hearts of the Void Chest tribesmen. All of them wore terrified expressions on their faces, as though they had seen waves of red flames sweeping toward them. Yong He's life heart ability had triggered their fear. At the same time, hundreds of cudgels that formed the Demon Slayer's cudgel formation dropped from the sky one after another. Boom! 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 The light on the Void Chest tribesmen's chests vanished as well as they fell down to the ground. Upon seeing this, the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion released the birth chart power from their astrolabes at the Void Chest tribesmen on the ground. Meanwhile, the gigantic Void Chest tribesman was also briefly stunned by Lu Zhou's sound technique. When he regained his senses, he saw Lu Zhou advancing with Unnamed in the form of a sword. An energy sword that was 1,000 feet long and glowed blue with divine energy shrouded Unnamed. Bang! In just a blink of an eye, the energy sword that imbued with the divine power pierced through the gigantic Void Chest tribesman before stabbing into the ground. As the heavily injured gigantic Void Chest tribesman fell, his eyes widened in fear as he exclaimed, "Venerable Master? Lu Zhou sheathed his sword. Boom! At this time, Lu Wu swooped down and swatted its huge paw that seemed to carry the weight of Mount Tai at the gigantic void chest tribesman. How dare you attack me earlier? It seemed like once was not enough. Lu Wu kept smacking its paws at high speed against the gigantic void chest like a cat. Bang! 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 Everyone gulped when they saw this. Who knew Lu Wu possessed such speed despite its size? As expected of a beast emperor. How fierce! Lu Wu kept using its paws to smack the gigantic void chest tribesman and his comrades, showing no signs of stopping. Many of the void chest tribesmen were smashed into pulps. Even the gigantic void chest tribesman seemed like it was on the brink of death at this time. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou no longer made a move. He planned to let his disciples and the others deal with the others. He calmly turned around and flew to a nearby mountain peak before he continued to observe everyone's performance. Ding! Killed a void chest tribesman. Reward: 3,000 merit points. Domain bonus: 1,500 merit points. Species bonus: 1,000 merit points. The same notification kept ringing in Lu Zhou's mind. After watching for a while, Lu Zhou finally grew bored. He turned to look at the dark distant sky as he recalled what he had seen from Ji Tiandao's memories. Then he muttered to himself, if they really grow at the foot of the pillars of destruction, how did he collect all 10 great void seeds? Lu Zhou looked at the churning black fog in the sky as he wondered why there were so many experts in the cultivation world, but no one had figured why the unknown land had become what it was today. The black fog loomed over the unknown land all year round. There was no sunlight and it was dark and damp. If it were not for the fact that cultivators could absorb vitality energy, they would not be able to survive here, let alone ordinary people. Lu Zhou watched as flying beasts flapped their huge wings in the dark sky for a moment before he finally collected his thoughts. He turned back to look at the battlefield that was gradually growing quiet. It was a thorough defeat for their opponents. Lu Wu alone was sufficient to deal with over 100 of the void chest tribesmen. Lu Zhou raised his hand. The pillar of impermanence appeared in his hand, glowing with a golden light. In order to let the pillar of impermanence grow stronger, the best way is to leave it somewhere and let it absorb vitality energy. It would absorb the vitality energy of every living thing that entered its range, and it could be used to increase the level of his blue avatar. The unknown land was the best place to leave the pillar of impermanence. If it was placed in cities, it would absorb humans' life. However, he could not leave it here. Who knew when he would return? It's best to keep it with me for now. It's not a bad idea to increase its spirituality as well. I'll look for a place to leave it in the future. Lu Zhou muttered under his breath. Lu Zhou was not in a rush to upgrade his blue avatar. It was now a 2-leaf 100 tribulations insight avatar. It was not too shabby. It was about time for him to test the strength of the blue avatar. At this time, it was finally completely silent on the battlefield. Kongwen led his brothers back and said excitedly, Pavilion Master, we've dealt with them. It really feels good to have such a strong backer. Kongwen thought to himself. Their days in the unknown land had not been easy. To think they almost missed the chance of clinging onto this strong backer. Lu Zhou nodded before he checked his merit points on the system panel. Merit points, 286,760. Yan Zhenlua bowed when he returned. Pavilion Master, after counting, one of them was more than 10 meters tall, 30 of them were more than 3 meters tall, 50 of them were between 2 to 3 meters tall, and the height of the remaining 60 were below 2 meters. Mingshi patted the dust off his body as he said, You're really diligent. Those above 3 meters tall can only be dealt with by 1,000 realms whirling cultivators. The strength of those who were 2 meters tall was only equivalent to 10-leaf cultivators. The rest isn't worth mentioning. Lu Zhou nodded. After calculating inwardly, he found that he had gained more than 200,000 merit points from this battle. Although he had made a huge profit, he really wished he had more merit points. His current merit points were not enough at all. Nevertheless, with the current overall strength of the Evil Sky Pavilion, let alone foreign tribes, even venerable masters might not be a match for them. After everyone returned to their positions, Little Yuaner said, Master, I didn't get to do much this time. There'll be plenty of chances in the future. At this time, the little fire phoenix that was perched on little Yuan huffed and puffed before spitting out a fist-sized ball of flames. Everyone laughed. During this time, the little fire phoenix's antics had served as comedic relief for everyone. Lu Zhou studied the little fire phoenix's changes. It was circulating energy very quickly as though it was born to do so. When primal qi entered its body, it would generate heat, allowing it to spit out flames. This was probably its special skill, just like how fishes were born to swim. After a moment, Lu Zhou called out, "Lu Wu, your orders, Pavilion Master?" Lu Zhou turned to Lu Wu and said, "Where's the direction of the nearest pillar of destruction?" Lu Wu looked into the distance before it slowly said, "The nearest pillar is in the southeastern direction of the unknown land. In ancient times, that place was known as the Great Desolate Land. Later, its name was changed to Yuzhong." Yuzhong? Lu Li was confused. That's right. Why did it change its name from the Great Desolate Land to Yuzhong? Lu Li asked. Lu Wu turned to look at Lu Li. Lu Li was slightly frightened. Although they were all on the same side, he still could not get used to Lu Wu. Lu Wu answered honestly, "I don't know." Kongwen said, "Who cares if it's the Great Desolate Land or Yuzhong? Just leave it to me and my brothers to find the way." Kongwen and his brothers flew in the direction where Lu Wu was facing. After Lu Zhou summoned Wizard over, all of them flew away. An hour after the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion left, a flying chariot flew over from the distance, avoiding the black fog and flying beasts in the sky. Covered a great distance every time it moved. "Stop!" The black flying chariot, which looked even more inconspicuous due to the black fog, came to a stop above the lake. Following that, two figures appeared in the sky, looking at the corpses of the Void Chest tribesmen on the ground. "Looks like we're too late," Tuoba Siching, who was dressed in a black robe, said. "Was it them?" Yizheng asked skeptically. Tuoba Siching did not reply. Instead, he descended to the ground. Then he raised his hand. An astrolabe that could cover the sky bloomed in the sky before a ray of light shone down. Tuoba Siching said with a smile, "Void Chest tribesmen have strong defenses and tenacious lives. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, I can bring them back from the gates of hell." Based on Tuoba Siching's words, he was clearly using some powerful healing technique. Yizheng nodded. "This is a good move, Brother Tuoba." When the light dissipated, Tuoba Siching casually waved his hand, withdrawing his astrolabe. He looked at the ground. It was silent, and there was no movement. Feeling a little embarrassed, he said, "I'll try again." "All right." Tuoba Siching manifested his astrolabe and used one of his birth chart's abilities again. Just like before, it was silent, and there was no movement. Yizheng said expressionlessly, "There are no survivors. I didn't expect them to be so vicious. Such tyrannical and ruthless skills. Look at how the corpses are crushed into pulps." Tuoba Siching said. Yizheng said, "It should be their work." Then, Yizheng turned around and pointed at the lake and the forest that were clearly different from the other places. Tuoba Siching nodded and said with a smile, "You're really cunning. I'm beginning to feel hesitant about helping you." "You don't have to do anything if you're afraid," Yizheng said. "I'm just joking. Why are you quick to anger?" Tuoba Siching smiled. "That person might have obtained the Pillar of Impermanence, but we know that Pillar is more of a burden than a treasure. In the Green Lotus domain, major forces prohibited their members from exchanging their lives to raise their cultivation bases. Moreover, venerable masters had no use for the Pillar of Impermanence." Yizheng looked into the distance, lost in his thoughts. Tuoba Siching asked, "What's Fan Zhong's stance?" "Don't worry about that," Yizheng said calmly as he placed his hands on his back. Tuoba Siching sighed heavily and said, "Your relationship with him is rather good. However, I don't get along with that old thing, Fan Zhong. I hope he'll express his stance soon." "Yizheng, why don't we make a bet?" "What bet?" "I bet they're going to Yuzhong." "Yuzhong?" Yizheng frowned. "The Pillar of Destruction isn't a good place to be at. That aside, how do you know they're going to use Zhong? Before flying back to the flying chariot, Tuoba Sicheng only said one word, Dao. Yizheng was surprised when he heard that word. He flew into the flying chariot and landed on the deck before he said, I'll send Yennan's elders and disciples over. Tuoba Sicheng only smiled in response. Then he waved his hand. Understood, the cultivator manning the helm said before steering the flying chariot away. A month later, black clouds loomed over the mountain ranges and forests. On top of a huge mountain, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion looked at the giant pillar shrouded in black fog in the distance. It was like a huge mountain that towered into the clouds. The Pillar of Destruction? No one of them had ever seen such a spectacular and huge pillar in their lives. During their journey to Yuzhong, they discovered that the closer they got to Yuzhong, the more lush the trees were. The chaotic vitality energy was getting richer and richer. The strength of the fierce beasts was getting stronger and stronger. This was the reason they were perched high on the mountain peak. This helped them avoid getting harassed by fierce beasts. Lu Zhou stood with his hands on his back as he looked at the towering pillar of destruction. He was lost in his thoughts at this moment. This looked very similar to that dark scene in his memories. If the place was a little darker, then it would be almost the same. In other words, Ji Tiandao had obtained at least one great void seed from Yuzhong, which used to be called the Great Desolate Land. It was where a pillar of destruction stood, meaning it was one of the most dangerous places. This place was also likely the target destination for many great void expeditions. At this moment, Lu Zhou asked, Kongwen, how much do you know about the Pillar of Destruction? Kongwen bowed and said, The four of us are only sectless cultivators in the Green Lotus domain. We risked our lives to break through to the Thousand Realms whirling stage and to activate our birth charts by coming to the unknown land. Although we live here, we've always been careful to avoid dangerous places such as the ruins of Transient City, the Fire Phoenix Paradise, and the locations of the Pillars of Destruction. These are things we don't even dare to think about. How could we know anything about the pillars? I apologize, Pavilion Master. Lu Zhou looked at the four brothers before he said, You've performed very well recently. You can have your pick of the things we obtained during our journey. Kongwen was briefly stunned by these words. When he regained his senses, he scratched his head and said, It's inappropriate. What's inappropriate? The Evil Sky Pavilion has always been clear with its rewards and punishments. You deserve it, Lu Zhou said. Kongwen was overjoyed. He fell to his knees and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Similarly, Kong Wu, Zhang Qian, and Zhang Laosi fell to their knees and expressed their gratitude as well. Rise. Yes, Pavilion Master. The four brothers rose to their feet before Kongwen said, I've only heard that the areas in the vicinity of the Pillars of Destruction are often shrouded by great void energy. Due to nourishment from the great void energy, most things there are very powerful. Whether it's the fierce beasts or the trees, they're superior to the ones in other places. As time passed, this place became a battlefield. Humans and beasts both fought for resources and land. It's a never-ending cycle. The place will be peaceful until the next powerful fierce beasts or humans come along and fight. The locations of the Pillars of Destruction is known as a place of bloodshed in the cultivation world. Yan Jinlua said, People die for money, and birds die for food. It has always been this way. Kongwen nodded. That's right. When there was balance, venerable masters or those who are stronger are prohibited from moving around freely. However, now that there's an imbalance, just look over there. The people from the Evil Sky Pavilion looked down from the mountain peak. Near the Pillar of Destruction, something red had appeared. It was not very eye-catching. If one did not look closely, one would have missed it. That's the red line. It's actually a mountain range made of red rocks. It goes on for about 100 miles. Anyway, the rule is that venerable masters or those who are stronger aren't allowed to cross the red line. Kongwen continued to say, Needless to say, with the imbalance, the rules no longer applied. I suggest that those with a weaker cultivation base stay with Lu Wu. Lu Zhou nodded before he turned around. Did you hear that? Yes. Let's go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone flew onto Lu Wu's back. Previously, Lu Wu would tower over the trees. However, in this place, Lu Wu looked like a normal tiger strolling through the forest. It was less than a tenth of the height of the trees. It was not just the trees. Everything in Yuzhong could be described in 2 words. Extremely large. Lu Wu looked ahead and said, "I'll slow down." Everyone nodded. At this moment, Yu Shangrong tapped his toes lightly before he flew forward. Second senior brother? Little Yuan looked at Yu Shangrong in confusion. Yu Shangrong said with a smile, "My speed isn't inferior to Lu Wu's." Lu Zhou observed Yu Shangrong's speed. Yu Shangrong was the only one who did not have any changes on the surface after cultivation near the Pillar of Impermanence. However, it did not mean there were no changes. He nodded before he said, "Your cultivation base has improved a lot. Thank you, Master." Then, Yu Shangrong looked ahead and said, "I don't know why, but these days, I have this feeling." Little Yuaner asked curiously, "What feeling?" Yu Shangrong smiled at Little Yuaner and replied, "This feeling can only be felt. It can't be explained." Little Yuaner pouted and rolled her eyes. At this moment, Yu Zhanghai said, "Junior sister, it's important to pay attention to feelings when you cultivate to a certain stage. If it's so easy to explain, doesn't that mean everyone can be as majestic and amazing as your second senior brother?" Yu Shangrong nodded and said with a straight face, "I agree with eldest senior brother." Yu Zhanghai smiled. "Recently, I also have this feeling. Is that so? I thought eldest senior brother would need some time before reaching this stage." Yu Shangrong said. "Everyone." The duo could even brag and compete about things like this. Swoosh! Lu Wu suddenly came to a stop. Everyone fell silent and became incredibly vigilant. Fierce beasts. Be careful. Soon after, a group of fierce beasts passed by in the distance. All of their sizes were huge. All of a sudden, Kong Wu tossed out several talismans. The talismans fluttered in the air like butterflies and landed in a corner of the forest. Upon seeing this, Kong Wu exclaimed excitedly, "Mystic life grass!" Kong Wu was about to descend on the ground and go to the place where the talismans landed when Kong Wu said, "Don't be rash." Kong Wu stopped moving immediately, realizing the error of his ways. "Leave this to me," Yu Shangrong said and flashed over to the talismans. At the same time, a huge shadow appeared in the sky above Yu Shangrong. Following that, a huge tentacle slapped down from the sky, splitting the trees that stood in its way, toward Yu Shangrong. "Second senior brother!" Little Yuaner and Conk cried out. Yu Shangrong did not even raise his head as he unsheathed the longevity sword. Swoosh! After swinging the sword with all his might, Yu Shangrong returned the longevity sword to its sheath again. The lower part of the tentacle that had been severed fell to the ground as blood gushed out from the upper part of the tentacle. Yu Shangrong reached out and harvested the mystic life grass. In just a blink of an eye, he returned to his original position. Boom! At the same time, a gigantic spider landed at the exact spot where Yu Shangrong had just left. The huge spider glared at everyone with its many eyes. "Fuck! Even a spider is this big. Are you kidding me?" Mingshi exclaimed. Hiss! The gigantic spider spat out white silk at this moment. Yu Shangrong spun around and unsheathed his longevity sword. Hundreds of thousands of energy swords flew out, severing the threads of white silk before stabbing toward the spider. After a few breaths, the longevity sword returned to its sheath, leaving the chopped-up pieces of the spider on the ground. Little Yuaner pouted. "Second senior brother, you should let me deal with this kind of monster. It's unfair that you get to fight all the time." Yu Shangrong said with a smile, "Spiders are poisonous. You shouldn't underestimate them." At this moment, swoosh, 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 many green-clad cultivators flew over. They came to a stop and looked at the spider's remains on the ground. "Lu Wu, hurry up, retreat." Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou frowned and said, "Capture them." "Yes, master." Yu Shangrong flashed away, chasing after the green-clad cultivators. It was not strange to meet other cultivators near the Pillar of Destruction. Before coming to this place, Lu Zhou had already prepared himself. He knew it was a little risky coming here. Naturally, he had considered running into human cultivators, fierce beasts, and those deformed tribesmen. He could still deal with venerable masters, but it would be troublesome if he encountered a divine beast. This was the place where the Pillar of Destruction was located. It was a place nourished by the great void energy. The fertile land was conducive to the growth of great void seeds. Divine beasts were smart. Would they give up on such a huge treasure ground? Humans would die for wealth and birds would die for food. It was likely they would encounter a divine beast here. Xianxia flew over at the speed of light. The longevity sword flew at an even faster speed behind the green-clad cultivators. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into tens of thousands of energy swords that blocked their path. "Please wait for a moment," Xianxia called out. The green-clad cultivators had no choice but to turn around. They sized Xianxia up, their wariness apparent on their faces. When they saw his green robes and his gentle and courteous demeanor, they relaxed slightly. At the same time, to ensure there would be no mistakes, Lu Zhou first used the concealment card to hide his blue avatar. Then he brought the golden Taishu mirror out. Since he still looked handsome and manly, he did not use the disguise card. He imbued the golden Taishu mirror with his divine power before he shone it at the green-clad cultivators. More than 10 of them had not even passed the first birth trial. Perhaps, in the cultivation world, their cultivation bases were not too bad. However, in Yuzhong, one of the most dangerous places in the unknown land, their strength was not enough. After putting away the golden Taishu mirror, Lu Zhou asked, "Where are you from?" One of them raised his head and saw Lu Wu. Fear struck his heart immediately. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead as he stammered, Senior, we come from Great Qin's royal palace." "Great Qin's royal palace?" Kongwen asked. "Did the 4 venerable masters agree to this?" The person continued to say in a trembling voice, "I imbalance. The venerable masters are too busy to care about anything else. Now, we are only here to try our luck. Senior, please spare us." Yan Jinlua shook his head and said, "Humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. With your strength, you dare to come near the Pillar of Destruction." The person said in a soft voice, If we didn't come, we'd have to face the death penalty. We don't dare to disobey our superiors. There are 10 pillars of destruction. Why did you come here specifically?" Kongwen asked. Yuzhong was located very far from the Green Lotus domain, after all. We're trying to avoid the venerable masters," the person said as he wiped his sweat off his forehead. "Woof, woof, 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 woof." Mingshi flew over on Xiongqi's back and said, "Idiots! No matter what, you shouldn't have come anywhere close to the Pillars of Destruction." Yes. The person did not dare to refute Mingshi words. Mingshi asked, "Who's your leader?" "Why, young Master Zhao." "Young Master Zhao? He's as stupid as all of you. Where's he now? Rather than dying in this place, it's better for me to kill all of you." Mingshi raised his hand, and the separation hook appeared, glinting with cold light. The green-clad cultivators sensed Mingshi killing intent and retreated as a group, begging for mercy. Mingshi chuckled. "Since you have the guts to come here, how can you be afraid?" "Old Fourth," Lu Zhou called out. Mingshi stopped laughing and no longer dared to joke around. Lu Zhou flew off Lu Wu's back and said, "Lead the way. I'll lead the way." "Yes, lead us to your young Master Zhao," Mingshi said. Yes. Following that, the green-clad cultivators led the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion into the forest. Little Yuaner flew forward. Then, she giggled before she asked, "Fourth senior brother, why are you so fierce?" Mingshi replied with a smile, "You have to be fierce when dealing with this group of people." "Oh." Little Yuaner nodded despite feeling that Mingshi words did not make sense. Soon after, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion arrived before a cliff. The terrain was high, it had the cover of the forest, and their field of vision was wide as well. At this place, they could clearly see the Pillar of Destruction. At this moment, a man dressed in a stately robe looked ahead. "Young master, our men have returned." The man dressed in a stately robe turned around and looked at the people who were slowly emerging from the forest. He frowned slightly. It was not just his men who had returned, but they had returned with strangers as well. Moreover, these strangers did not look like ordinary people. The green-clad cultivators who had just returned fell to their knees immediately. "Young Master Zhao." The man dressed in a stately robe ignored his men and sized up the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou spoke first. "What's your name?" The man dressed in stately robes did not look afraid. Instead, he smiled and cupped his fists at Lu Zhou and the others as he said, "I'm Zhao Yu, a member of Great Qin's royal family." Zhao Yu's instincts told him that this was the only way to quickly get out of danger. It was common for people to kill over treasures in Yuzhong. Without a status, one would die even faster. Whoosh! Zhao Yu did not expect the cold stake of light that flew toward his neck. He leaped back in shock before manifesting his astrolabe to block the attack. At the same time, he erected his protective energy. Bang! 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 Zhao Yu deflected all the attacks. Everyone was shocked and puzzled by the sudden turn of events. Silence descended on the cliff. Zhao Yu did not expect his opponent to attack just like that. Lu Zhou frowned. He did not have any intention to attack as well. He said in a low voice, "Come out." Woof, 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 woof. Qiong Qi carried Mingshi Yin forward. He leaped off Qiong Qi's back and kneeled on the ground before he said, "Master, there's no need to speak nonsense with these people. Just kill them." The people from the Evil Sky Pavilion were even more puzzled. They all knew Mingshi Yin's way of doing things. Although he was by no means benevolent, he was not as murderous as he was today. Lu Zhou's expression changed slightly. He looked at Mingshi Yin and asked, "Do you know him?" Mingshi Yin glanced at Zhao Yu before he replied, "No." Zhao Yu frowned. He did not recognize Mingshi Yin as well. Lu Zhou said, "Since you don't know him, don't act recklessly." Mingshi Yin bowed and said, "Yes, I know my mistakes. Leave." Mingshi Yin obediently retreated to the side. Everyone looked at Mingshi Yin one after another before they quickly averted their eyes. Yu Shangrong smiled faintly and said to Zhao Yu, "My junior brother has always been mischievous. I hope you'll forgive him if he has offended you." Zhao Yu glanced at Lu Wu that was standing at the back. How could he dare to have any objections? He said, "It's fine. It's just a misunderstanding." Lu Zhou's expression returned to normal as he looked at Zhao Yu and said, "You don't have to worry. I'm from the Golden Lotus domain and have no dealings with Great Qin's royal family. I won't make things difficult for you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu sighed in relief inwardly as though a heavy burden had been lifted off him. He cupped his fists together at Lu Zhou and the others again and said, "So you're from the Golden Lotus domains. Greetings." Everyone returned the greeting perfunctorily. Lu Zhou stood with his hands on his back as he looked into the distance and asked, "Apart from Great Qin's royal family, who else has come to the Pillar of Destruction?" Zhao Yu answered truthfully, "The 4 venerable masters shouldn't be coming. As for the other forces, I'm not sure." This was, after all, one of the most dangerous places in the unknown land. Lu Zhou asked, puzzled, "The 4 venerable masters won't be coming? Old sir, are you familiar with the 4 venerable masters?" Zhao Yu asked curiously. "Maybe." Lu Zhou shrugged. If he wanted to dig out information from the other party, he could not exert too much pressure. It was best to exchange information amicably. Venerable Master Fan went to Jiantan. It said that the 49 swordsmen suffered a collective demotion, so Venerable Master Qin is likely occupied with that matter. Venerable Master Yi is also injured, and Venerable Master Tuoba has gone to cultivate in seclusion. It said that he's about to break through. Zhao Yu replied honestly. "What a pity," Lu Zhou said. "A pity." Zhao Yu was confused. Then, he turned and glanced at Lu Wu before he boldly asked, "Old sir, why don't we work together?" Lu Zhou sized Zhao Yu up. "Work together?" Zhao Yu nodded. "Yes, I've been nothing but honest since I met you, old sir." He pointed to a dense forest on the left before he continued to say, "Look over there. There is a lot of mystic life grass there. There are at least 5 stalks of mystic life grass there." Then Zhao Yu pointed to the right and said, 30 miles up ahead, there are many fierce beasts, including beast kings. There, at that place, my men have found many blood ginseng, fire lotuses, and snow lotuses. 100 miles further is where the Pillar of Destruction is located. It's not a place we dare to approach. Old sir, I have a feeling you didn't come for these natural treasures. My request is simple. I only ask for 1 stalk of mystic life grass, 1 blood ginseng, 1 fire lotus, and 1 snow lotus. What do you think, old sir? Everyone was shocked by these words. They did not expect there to be so many natural treasures near the Pillar of Destruction. Many people would fight for these things. Lu Zhou asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" "Those things would still fall into my hands." Zhao Yu smiled. "Everyone came here hoping to benefit from this place. I have a way to get to the core. It only depends on whether you're willing or not, old sir. Naturally, you can capture me and torture me to get me to confess." Then, he put his hands up and made a gesture of surrender. Lu Zhou glanced at Zhao Yu and said, "You're rather smart and tactful. I agree with your request. However, if you dare to play tricks, I'll kill you." Zhao Yu looked at everyone before he gestured with his hand and said, "Please." Upon hearing Zhao Yu's words, the green-clad cultivators took the initiative to lead the way. Mingshi glanced at them and muttered something under his breath before he followed them on Xianxia's back. They passed through mountains, rivers, and forests of ancient trees before arriving at the periphery of a forest. Lu Wu followed behind the group, and it would occasionally look at the Pillar of Destruction. "We're here," Zhao Yu said. "There are 5 stalks of mystic life grass here." Lu Zhou waved his hand. Kong Wen. Understood. Kong Wen brought out dozens of talismans before tossing them in the air. The talismans fluttered out like glowing butterflies into darkness. After circling the area once, they flew back to Kong Wen. After grabbing the talismans, Kong Wen counted them and said, "Some of the talismans are missing. Indeed, there are stalks of mystic life grass in there." Lu Zhou silently recited the incantation for the heavenly writing's power of hearing. Soon enough, the sound of rustling rang from the forest. It sounded as though something was moving back and forth in there. Zhao Yu said, "Yuzhong used to be called the Great Desolate Land. It has been more than 300 years since the last batch of great void seeds matured. This is a time of peace. It's rumored that there are divine beasts guarding the Pillar of Destruction, so my men don't dare to act recklessly." Divine beasts. Everyone's hearts jolted slightly. Lu Wu raised its head before lowering it again. Then it said, "I can't sense anything. I'm not sure." Zhao Yu instinctively retreated a few steps, frightened and shocked as he looked at Lu Wu. Zhao Yu's men were trembling as well as they looked at Lu Wu. How could they not be frightened or shocked when they heard Lu Wu speaking human language? Little Yuaner giggled softly. Zhao Yu gulped, trying to calm down, before he said, "I'm not sure either." Whoosh! All of a sudden, Lu Wu leaped up into the sky and made a sharp turn. Its fur stood on end as a biting chill began to permeate the place. The wind blew, and the clouds darkened in just an instant. Boom! When Lu Wu landed, the area within 100 meters was frozen. The trees, flowers, birds, and beasts were turned into ice sculptures. Only a little force was needed to shatter them into pieces. Lu Wu walked back to its original position like a graceful cat, emitting a majestic aura. Achoo! Someone sneezed. When Zhao Yu regained his senses, he asked, Aren't you afraid of alerting a divine beast?" Lu Wu looked at Zhao Yu disapprovingly and said, "When I roamed the lands and dominated it," little Yuaner interjected, finishing Lu Wu's words, "You're still in your mother's womb." Then, she turned to Lu Wu and said, Lu Wu, can you find something new to say? Lu Wu. The members of the Evil Sky Pavilion laughed. Zhao Yu looked at Lu Wu and the others from the Evil Sky Pavilion with a complicated expression. He was rather surprised as well. Since ancient times, humans and fierce beasts could not coexist peacefully. It was truly a rare sight to see humans and a fierce beast, a majestic beast emperor, no less, get along so well. Crack, crack, crack. While everyone was distracted, Kongwen flew into the darkness, shattering the ice. In less than 15 minutes, he and his brother were holding 5 stalks of mystic profound grass and a life heart in their hands. Pavilion Master, we found a snake king that was over 100 meters long coiled around the stalks of mystic life grass. However, it had already been frozen to death. Apart from its life heart and the mystic life grass, I harvested its gall as well. Snake galls can help detoxify the body and remove heat. Ming Shirin stepped forward. After putting away the life heart and the mystic life grass, he said, You can keep the snake gall. Kongwen smiled. You really don't want it? Thank you. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Although the snake gall was not big, Kongwen divided it before offering it to the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion. I don't want it, little Yuaner said as she covered her eyes with her hands, disgusted. I don't want it either, Conk said before she hurriedly looked away. Meanwhile, the others acted as though they did not see it. Kongwen smiled. Then we brothers won't stand on ceremony. Thank you for the snake gall. Kongwen and his brother had lived in the unknown land for many years and had eaten many types of things in the name of survival. They did not waste time and divided the snake gall among themselves before consuming it and refining it with their energy. Zhao Yu, who was watching from the side, asked, Aren't you afraid of being poisoned? The 4 of us have ingested all kinds of poisons in the past and have more or less become immune to them. Kongwen replied with a smile. Lu Zhou did not want to waste time, so he said, Continue leading the way. Zhao Yu inhaled deeply as he looked in the direction of the Pillar of Destruction. Then he flew into the air. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Everyone followed suit. After flying for a while, Zhao Yu finally landed. Then, he pointed at a herd of beasts and said, The blood ginseng, fire lotuses, and snow lotuses are there. At this time, Lu Wu lowered its head and said, Leave it to me. However, just as Lu Wu was about to make a move, a cloud of black fog rolled over. The fierce beasts were so frightened that they began to flee. Boom, boom, boom. The ground began to shake. Cultivators. At this time, several cultivators could be seen in front of the black fog. It was as though they were being chased by the black fog. It did not take long before shrill screams rang in the air. Thump! None of the cultivators managed to escape. All of them dropped lifelessly to the ground. Upon seeing this scene, Ming Shirin asked, Master, should we retreat? Duanmu Shang appeared above Lu Wu's head. The purple dragons were faintly discernible on his arms as he crossed them and said, 4th junior brother, since we're already here, how can we retreat? Lu Wu lowered its head and exhaled a gust of energy out. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind blew the black fog away and silence returned to the place again. What's that? I didn't have a good look. Zhao Yu shook his head and solemnly said, That's Tian Wu. Tian Wu. It seems like this is Tian Wu's territory. Old sir, the deal between us is cancelled. I don't want those things anymore. Let's part ways here, Zhao Yu said as he waved his hand. Zhao Yu's men quickly gathered under his command. Zhao Yu spoke very quickly, almost as though he did it without thinking. He was clearly afraid of the black fog. Even as he spoke, he kept glancing back warily. Lu Wu sat at the back, staring in the direction where the black fog had appeared earlier. When the black fog was no longer in sight, it placed a huge paw in front of Zhao Yu, blocking his path. Zhao Yu. The atmosphere turned awkward immediately. Zhao Yu put his hands together and pleaded, Let's talk things out. Don't act rashly. No one doubted Lu Wu's strength. Lu Wu lowered its head and said, "Young people nowadays are really bad at keeping their words. After breaking your promise, you want to leave." Zhao Yu felt incredibly embarrassed. He forced a smile on his face as he looked for movements from the corners of his eyes. He placed one hand on the belt on his waist and said, "It's just a misunderstanding." Lu Zhou said, "If you want to leave, tell me everything you know." Zhao Yu asked, "You mean Tianwu?" Whoosh! Mingshi Yin wielded the separation hook and imitated Duanmu Shang's actions. He sighed as he wiped the hook with his sleeve. His eyes that were reflected on the hook glinted coldly as he said, "Master, look at him feigning ignorance. How about I kill him with just a strike?" Zhao Yu sighed before he said, "It's useless even if you kill me. Tianwu is a famous divine beast. According to the ancient books, the people from the Valley of the Rising Sun called Tianwu Shuebo. Apparently it's a human with 8 heads, 8 legs, and 8 tails. It's green and yellow in colors. Human? How could humans be described as having 8 heads, 8 legs, and 8 tails? That's what was said in the books. I've never seen it before. I only heard the elders referring to it as human despite clearly being a fierce beast." Zhao Yu explained. "A hybrid?" Mingshi Yin cocked an eyebrow. Zhao Yu was confused by Mingshi Yin's hostility toward him. "Nevertheless," he replied, "who knows? What's important is that Tianwu is a true divine beast from ancient times. Later on, it became enemies with the great desolate land's Lord Jinnan. It said that the two fought for tens of thousands of years. Some people said that Lord Jinnan won, and Tianwu died. There are also those who said that Tianwu won, and Lord Jinnan died. Then, how did you know the black fog was Tianwu?" Mingshi Yin asked. "I saw a flash of 8 tails," Zhao Yu said. His left hand was still holding on firmly to the belt on his waist. The lush forest and the lingering darkness made the atmosphere even more gloomy at this moment. "What do you know about the situation at the Pillar of Destruction?" Lu Zhou asked. "I know a little. I read about it in the Royal Library. It said that there are multiple formations guarding the pillar. I've read about the ways to undo the formations, but it's impossible now," Zhao Yu said. He pointed in the direction where the black fog had appeared earlier and continued to say, "If it's really the divine beast, Tianwu, there's nothing we can do. It's not something we can deal with." Everyone fell silent. They had all witnessed with their eyes the strength of the divine beast, the fire phoenix. A single move instantly demoted Qin Renua's 49 swordsmen and Yi Zheng's 36 disciples. With Tianwu and Yuzhong, it was indeed difficult for them to get close to the Pillar of Destruction. Lu Zhou was lost in his thoughts as he looked ahead. Indeed, this was rather troublesome. The biggest problem was they knew nothing about Tianwu. With the unknown, there were many uncertainties and things that could go wrong. Woof! 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 Xianxia barked in the direction of the forest. "Doggy, be good." Mingshi Yin patted Xianxia's head. Xianxia crouched and lowered its head before it bared its fangs. Its eyes shone with a terrifying light as it growled. It was clearly in an offensive posture. Mingshi Yin looked at the forest. Zhao Yu looked at Xianxia. "Is that Xianxia?" Mingshi Yin turned back and rolled his eyes at Zhao Yu. His tone was not very friendly as he said, "Oh, it seems like you're slightly knowledgeable." Zhao Yu did not take offense. He only said, "Xianxia is fierce and tenacious. He paused briefly before continuing to say, "It likes eating evil things. The more it eats, the stronger it gets." Mingshi Yin did not say anything. He patted Xianxia's head, trying to calm it down. Xianxia continued to growl as though it could see something the others could not see. Lu Zhou rose into the air and brought the golden Taishu mirror out. The divine power, which was now golden thanks to the concealment card, complemented the light from the golden Taishu mirror as it shone down like the sun. In the dark, unknown land, the light was even more dazzling. Under the light from the golden Taishu mirror, they saw a wave of energy that resembled waves of water swaying in the wind in the sky about 100 meters ahead. Apart from that, under the largest ancient tree, a red light could be seen. "It's a formation. The red light should be the fire lotus," Kongwen said. Lu Zhou put the golden Taishu mirror away and continued surveying the surroundings in the air. Zhao Yu said sheepishly, I thought it was Tianwu. As it turns out, it's a formation. Lu Li said, it should be some kind of illusory formation. Then, Lu Li brought out a few talismans and tossed them into the air. After they landed on the ground, circles of light began to light up on the ground. He frowned and said, Multiple eye formation. Stay here, Lu Zhou said before rushing forward. When he was in the air, it felt as though he was submerged in the ocean. Fortunately, he had the purple glazed ceramic and his underwater ability. With that, the suffocating sensation soon faded. Lu Zhou raised his hand and brought unnamed in the form of a bow out. Buzz! A 300 feet long energy arrow was knocked on the bow. Everyone looked up in surprise. The darkness was now the backdrop for Lu Zhou and unnamed. Lu Zhou pulled the bowstring back and turned slightly before he released the arrow. The huge arrow spun as it shot out. Bang! 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 The energy arrow shot through the illusory body of water in the air and hit all the eyes of the formation. The eyes that resembled opened eyes in the darkness closed one after another after being pierced by the arrow. The original silent place suddenly turned noisy. The primal chi in the area surged out. Lu Zhou's excellent hearing allowed him to hear the angry roars in the midst of the surging primal chi. He could imagine fierce beasts baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they roared. However, as the primal chi calmed down, the noises vanished as well. When everything returned to normal again, everyone was shocked by what they saw. The ground ahead was littered with corpses and bones of both humans and fierce beasts. The formation is broken? Zhao Yu asked in disbelief. Lu Li said, Pavilion Master is truly skilled. The only one who could break this formation today is you. The eyes of the formation have to be hit precisely at the right time. When Zhao Yu regained his senses, he saw Xianxia charging toward the tall ancient tree. Xianxia leaped up and bit the biggest vine as soon as it arrived. Crack! Mingshi was shocked. It had never seen Xianxia so aggressive before. Xianxia bit the vine and pulled it back before mauling it. Shockingly, the vine began to bleed. Ignorant creature and delicious human, die! The ancient tree suddenly opened its eyes. Then vines began to shoot toward Mingshi and Xianxia. Swoosh! 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 Xianxia's fur stood on end as it leaped up and bit two vines. Mingshi brought his separation hook out and began to hack into the vines. Help! Don't get too close. You might be killed in just an instant. Yu Zhanghai, Yu Shangrong, Yan Zhenluo, and Lu Li quickly supported Mingshi and Xianxia from a distance. Countless energy sabers and energy swords shot toward the vines. Kongwen clapped his hands, sending energy seals toward the living ancient tree. A living tree? I've lived so long, but I have a hard time believing this. That isn't a tree. That's the great desolate land's Lord Jinan. Lord Jinan. Tianwu's sworn enemy. Remember what I said before. Tianwu and Lord Jinan fought for 10,000 years before vanishing. No one knew what happened. Since Lord Jinan is here, Tianwu should be nearby. Zhao Yu said nervously as he began to retreat. What? So is Lord Jinan a human, a ghost, or a tree? I don't know. I'll explain it later. In any case, he's no longer human. Black fog rose from the ground at this moment as the vines began to burn with strange flames. Bang! 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 The numerous vines repelled the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion in just an instant. Fortunately, they were quite a distance away. Otherwise, they would have suffered a great loss. Even Yu Zhanghai and Yu Shangrong had no choice but to dodge in the air. Boom! At this moment, Lu Wu finally made a move. Everyone looked up as Lu Wu pounced at the towering ancient tree. At the same time, countless flaming vines shot out. Freeze! A biting chill spread out, freezing the ancient tree. Following that, green vines broke out from the ground and wrapped around the ancient tree. Mingshi flashed forward and tossed the separation hook that was glinting coldly out. Swoosh! The separation hook slashed the lower trunk of the ancient tree. The face on the upper tree trunk sneered disdainfully before it said, "Die!" The vines shot out again. Most of them were aimed at Lu Wu while a small number was aimed at Ming-Shi. "Damn it! What kind of monster is this?" Ming-Shi quickly dodged. His movements were nimble and swift. Meanwhile, while Lu Zhou watched this scene, he was reminded of Lu Gu, the former emperor of Great Yen, who had sought immortality. No matter what kind of sorcery they used, their essence still remained the same. Bang! Ming-Shi was unable to avoid one of the vines and was sent flying back. At this time, a huge number of vines wrapped around Lu Wu. "A mere beast emperor dares to attack me?" The ancient tree roared as the vines tightened around Lu Wu. Lu Wu was furious. "You're not a divine beast." Lu Wu twisted and arched its body before it clawed at the ancient tree viciously. Blood flowed out of the tree immediately. When Lu Zhou saw the ancient tree seemed to be a match for Lu Wu, he waved his hand. The pillar of impermanence. The pillar expanded swiftly as it stabbed into the ground. Its diameter had grown to several meters at this time. "Boom! Lu Wu!" Lu Zhou called out. "Boom! Boom! Boom!" Lu Wu stomped its legs on the ground, breaking free of the vines before leaping out of the vine's range. "Do you really think there's nothing I can do?" the ancient tree said. Lu Zhou flew next to the pillar of impermanence and looked at the ancient tree quietly. The vines were like tentacles as they attacked him. Lu Zhou silently recited the incantations for the heavenly writing. Just like that, the vines were severed by some invisible energy and fell to the ground. The ancient tree cried out in pain, but it did not take long before new vines began to grow again. It roared, "I'll kill you!" The vines were longer and much fiercer than before. The water-like energy in the air began to surge and spread as well. Lu Zhou stomped on the pillar of impermanence. Boom! The pillar of impermanence sank deeper into the ground as Lu Zhou launched himself into the sky. He pushed his hand out, manifesting his astrolabe in front of him. Upon seeing this, the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion flew up and manifested their astrolabes as well. Although they were a beat slower, Zhao Yu and his men followed suit. They flew into the air and manifested their astrolabes as well. No one dared to hold back and mobilize the full power of their birth charts. Swoosh! 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 It looked as though there was a meteor shower as pillars of light shot out toward the ancient tree. Lu Zhou controlled his astrolabe as he retreated, leaving the range of the ancient tree. Bang! 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 The bombardment of birth chart powers lasted for about 15 minutes. Lu Zhou put away his astrolabe as he continued to observe the unmoving ancient tree. All of a sudden, swoosh! The tree bark suddenly peeled off before green fog rose from the ground, swiftly healing the tree. Upon seeing this, Ming-Shi cursed, "Damn it! You're cheating!" The ancient tree stood in its spot and looked at Lu Zhou and the others as it said, "It's been a long time since humans came to the great desolate land and delivered themselves for me to eat." Ming-Shi did not dare to act recklessly. He dragged Xianxia with him as he retreated. "Doggy, don't mess around. We really can't afford to mess with this. But we can hide." Woof, woof, woof. The ancient tree laughed. "I'm the Lord here. Who dares to defy me?" Countless vines shot again toward the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou looked at the ancient tree and tonelessly said, "You're too arrogant." Then Lu Zhou pushed his hand out. The pillar of impermanence spun rapidly, causing the ground to quake. The ancient tree began to feel like something was amiss. Lu Zhou limited the range of the pillar of impermanence to a radius of a few dozen meters, covering the area where the ancient tree took root. The pillar's effect quickly became obvious to all. The weeds on the ground grew. Small trees grew taller. The ancient tree exclaimed in shock, "The pillar of impermanence? You recognize the pillar? This pillar is an evil thing that heaven and earth can't tolerate. How did you subdue it?" The ancient tree asked. Lu Zhou said indifferently, "You're borrowing the tree to extend your life, trying to break the shackles of life. With the pillar of impermanence, your vitality energy will be completely absorbed sooner or later. The ancient tree stopped moving, closing its eyes and mouth. With that, the vines stopped moving as well. At this time, it looked no different from an ordinary ancient tree. "I'll let you have a feel of the pillar of impermanence," Lu Zhou said as he waved his hand, mobilizing his divine power. This was the first time he had imbued the pillar of impermanence with his divine power. The absorption speed of the pillar of impermanence increased swiftly from 20 times to 100 times. It showed no sign of stopping. Vitality energy began to converge at the pillar of impermanence, forming a vortex. The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion had experienced the power of the pillar, so they knew how terrifying it was. At this time, the absorption speed had increased from 100 times to 200 times. Accordingly, the consumption of Lu Zhou's divine power had increased as well. At this time, it would depend on who surrendered first. "Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish." Lu Zhou smacked his hand on the ground, unleashing his divine power. He did not consider using the divine power to kill the ancient tree earlier since he was not sure if that was possible. It was undoubtedly the best choice to use the pillar of impermanence. If it did not work, he would just find another way. After the divine power exploded, the absorption speed of the pillar of impermanence increased even more rapidly than before. 200 times, 500 times, 1,000 times, 2,000 times, 5,000 times. At this point, Lu Zhou finally felt like he had reached his limit, so he withdrew his hand. The pillar of impermanence's range now covered a radius of nearly 100 meters as its absorption speed increased to 5,000 times its original speed. This meant that a day outside of its range was equivalent to 5,000 days inside its range. This kind of absorption speed naturally could not be used for cultivation. Even if one had many years to waste, it still would not be conducive to cultivation since it would be difficult for one to stabilize one's cultivation base after breaking through. Upon seeing this, Zhao Yu could not help but clap his hands. "I didn't expect the old sir to have such means." Ming Shirin asked, "Why would a human borrow a tree to live?" Zhao Yu shrugged. "I don't know either. We'll have to ask him." The ancient tree remained where it was and ignored the others. Lu Li looked at the ground before he said, "Be careful that it doesn't suddenly run away. The tree can move?" "Before this, did you think that trees can talk?" Lu Li asked. Ming Shirin was rendered speechless. Indeed, if that tree could talk, it was likely it could move as well. From the looks of it, it really did not seem like it could move freely like humans and fierce beasts. Otherwise, it would have escaped long ago. However, there was no way to be certain, so it was best to be cautious. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou looked at the ancient tree and said, "Let's see how long you'll be able to hold out." Lu Zhou sat cross-legged in the air with his hands folded in front of his Dantian's sea of qi. Then, he activated the purple glazed ceramic to recover his divine power. He did not use Wizard's ability, planning to use it during the critical moment. Upon seeing this, Yu Zhenghai said, "Don't wander away. This place is very strange." Everyone nodded and rested on the spot. Lu Wu looked at the towering ancient tree fiercely. The urge to rush over was overwhelming, but it seemed to realize the opponent was too powerful, so it did not dare to act recklessly. It lay on the ground before it began to clean its fur. Previously, the vine had injured it slightly. Fortunately, its recovery speed was amazing, so it did not pay attention to the injuries. At this time, Ming Shirin turned to Zhao Yu and asked, "How did you know the tree is Lord Jinan?" "It's recorded in the ancient books," Zhao Yu replied. "What a coincidence." Ming Shirin was clearly skeptical. Zhao Yu explained patiently, "Since I decided to come here, I naturally made preparations. I studied this place a lot before coming here. The history, the fierce beasts, the formations, ways to approach the pillar of destruction, I've studied them all." Although Lu Zhou was meditating on the heavenly writing, he still heard Zhao Yu's words. He did not expect Zhao Yu to be so thorough. "You haven't told us about Lord Jinan," Ming Shirin said. "We'll have to start with Tian Wu." Tian Wu, also known as Great Yu, was worshipped by the ancient people of Wu. In ancient times, the unknown land didn't look like this. Everyone lived together harmoniously, and there was peace in the world. Perhaps it was heaven's way of punishing humans by destroying this place. Anyway, Tianwu had control over water, so the people thought of it as a water god. As such, Tianwu hated fire, Zhao Yu said. On the other hand, Lord Jinan, whose name was Sihua, was regarded as a fire god. Needless to say, these two gods with conflicting elements were at odds with each other. Like I said earlier, the duo fought for 10,000 years, and no one knew who won or who lost. Rumors flew about Tianwu's death and Lord Jinan's defeat and vice versa. In any case, Lord Jinan was worshipped at a man-made tomb. 3 years ago, a powerful cultivator came to Yuzhong and set the pillar of destruction on fire. It was said that Tianwu put it out with water. Somehow, Tianwu came across that tree and fought with it. Zhao Yu sighed. They're really lifelong enemies. That doesn't prove the tree is Lord Jinan. Everything is just hearsay, Mingshi said. Apart from Lord Jinan, no one is capable of fighting Tianwu for so long. Moreover, you heard what he said earlier. Little Yuaner scratched her head. I didn't expect the tree to have such a past. Is it very powerful? Zhao Yu replied. It said that Lord Jinan relied on some secret arts to live by borrowing a tree's vitality. With this, it's likely his strength has been greatly reduced. The tree doesn't have a Dantian sea of qi, so even moving is difficult. With these words, everyone realized how terrifying Lord Jinan must have been in the past. Without a Dantian sea of qi, he had no primal qi, which meant that he could not form energy seals, activate birth charts, and so on. Nevertheless, just by relying on the secret arts alone, his strength was still so terrifying. One could only imagine how powerful he was during his peak. What about Tianwu? Tianwu should be guarding the pillar of destruction. There's a spring near the pillar. My guess is Tianwu is in the spring, Zhao Yu replied. Then, he instinctively looked in the direction of the pillar of destruction, as though he was afraid Tianwu would suddenly appear. It dawned on everyone again how powerful Tianwu and Lord Jinan were. Little Yuaner asked curiously, You said all these happened in the ancient times. When exactly did those things happen? Zhao Yu glanced at Little Yuaner before he replied, The time before the world was divided. Oh! Zhao Yu, who had long noticed the little fire phoenix perched on Little Yuaner's shoulder, flapping its wings, asked, May I ask what kind of fierce beast is this, miss? Mingshi smiled mockingly. Since you know so much about fierce beasts, you should know it's a fire phoenix, right? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The little fire phoenix flapped its wings and slowly rose into the air. Then it opened its beaks and spat out a wave of heat. There was no flame. Thud. Following that, the little fire phoenix fell to the ground. Zhao Yu shook his head. Fire birds resemble fire phoenixes, so it's hard to tell. Fire phoenixes control fire and disdain to interact with humans. They're arrogant because of their nobility. Little Yuaner understood the implications behind Zhao Yu's words. She stomped her foot and said, It's a fire phoenix. Zhao Yu shook his head and sighed. Then, he went to the side and sat down cross-legged to rest. The next day, northwest of Yuzhong. Venerable Master, we've arrived at Yuzhong. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Many cultivators flew out of a flying chariot at this moment. The cultivators on one side were dressed in gray robes, while the cultivators on the other side were dressed in white robes. Tuoba Siqing stood on the deck as he looked at the dark sky up ahead and the pillar of destruction that towered past the clouds. Then he said, Venerable Master Yi, please. Yizheng walked out with his hands on his back. He looked at the pillar of destruction and said, It'll be good if we have a fortuitous encounter in this place. To be honest, even if those people didn't come, I still would have come to this place. Tuoba Siqing said. Yizheng nodded. Brother Tuoba, do you know their current location? Although they knew those people were in Yuzhong, Yuzhong was very vast after all. Tuoba Siqing shrugged. No matter where they are, they must be close to the pillar of destruction. We'll just wait for them to show themselves. Aren't you afraid of angering the guardian of the pillar of destruction? Yizheng asked. Why? I'm just passing by. The flying chariot continued to fly forward, flanked by cultivators. When it flew past a few dozen misty mountains, the duo could clearly feel a ripple in the space. Tuoba Siching smiled knowingly. Then he flashed toward the helm and pressed his hand down. Buzz! In just a blink of an eye, primal chi shrouded the flying chariot. It buzzed as the flying chariot vanished into thin air and reappeared about a kilometer away. 2 days later, Lu Zhou heard the sound of movements from underground. At the same time, Kongwen said, "Pavilion Master, I can no longer endure it." Lu Zhou opened his eyes and gauged his divine power. With the purple glazed ceramic, he had recovered almost all of his divine power in 3 days. Lu Wu rose to its feet as well. Everyone tacitly turned to look at the ancient tree. Under the effects of the Pillar of Impermanence, the ancient tree had lost 15,000 days, which was about 41 years of its life. Compared to the vitality energy and the years contained in the pillar, these numbers were nothing. However, to Lord Jinan, the years he lost were not nothing. He really could not accept this. Swoosh! Vine grew in a frenzy before they began to dig the ground, looking for the Pillar of Impermanence. Alas, it was in vain. "Give me back my life!" Lord Jinan roared. His voice reverberated through heaven and earth. At the same time, the two venerable masters in the flying chariot looked at the Pillar of Destruction with great interest, unaware of the movement at a corner of this place. Lord Jinan grew swiftly. The trees, flowers, and plants around it grew swiftly as well. At this time, all the ancient trees in the area seemed to be responding to Lord Jinan. "You really don't know what's good for you," Lu Zhou said indifferently. Boom! Lu Zhou smacked his hand on the ground again. A huge golden circle rippled out, causing all the trees that were growing swiftly to stop growing. At the same time, the Pillar of Impermanence was growing rapidly as its absorption increased again. It increased from 5,000 times to 8,000 times. The air began to distort and rippled as a vortex began to form again, swiftly absorbing the vitality energy in its range. After sensing the changes in the Pillar of Impermanence, Lu Zhou exerted his will over it. With that, the pillar spun even faster than before, and the vortex grew bigger. So this is how it's used. Apart from the pillar, he could control the vortex as well. Naturally, this required strong control and consumed a lot of vitality energy. The flowers, plants, and trees on the ground withered. Everyone was astonished. "Enough," Lord Jinan said. The vines quickly gathered together and withdrew. Lu Zhou raised one hand as the other rested on his back. "Are you convinced now?" "Yes." "Very good." Lu Zhou looked at the Pillar of Destruction before he asked, "Did you set up all the formations here?" "I don't have the time for that. It's that old witch Tian Wu. She wants to trap me," Lord Jinan said indignantly. "Old witch? Tian Wu?" Lu Zhou furrowed his brows slightly. At this time, the vines tossed out blood ginseng, fire lotuses, and snow lotuses on the ground. Lu Zhou waved his hand casually, collecting them and handing them to Mingxirin. Zhao Yu was almost drooling as he looked at those things. Lord Jinan said, "These things are to compensate you. If you help me kill that old witch, I'll definitely reward you greatly." "Do you really hate Tian Wu so much?" "She's my lifelong enemy. I'll fight her forever, even in my next life." What kind of resentment and hatred was this? At this time, Lord Jinan said, "Put away your Pillar of Impermanence." Lord Jinan's vines moved again. Lu Zhou shook his head. "The Pillar of Impermanence stays. However, I'll adjust its absorption speed." "Hey, I'm a man of my word. How can you?" Lu Zhou interjected. "This is the way I do things. Would you prefer it if I let it suck you dry? I have enough patience and time." Lord Jinan knew Lu Zhou had the upper hand now. It was imperative for him to remain calm. Then he said sullenly, "Fine." The vines continued to shrink until they shrank into the ancient tree. With this, one could not tell at all the tree was being used by a powerful cultivator to survive. "Let's go." Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back and walked toward the ancient tree. Yu Zhenghai, Yu Shangrong, and the others followed closely behind. When they arrived under the tree, Zhao Yu gulped and looked at the tree nervously, afraid that the branches would kill him. Lord Jinnan said, "Let me warn you, the forest ahead is shrouded by killing intent. That old witch had set up a troublesome killing formation. It won't be easy to deal with that formation." Although the pillar of impermanence's absorption speed had slowed down, if anything were to happen to Lu Zhou, it would mean that he would have to raise that life-sucking pillar for the rest of his life. Hence, he definitely did not want any harm to come to Lu Zhou. As for the others, he did not care if all of them died. In fact, he could kill them with one strike if he wanted to. Naturally, he did not dare to do so since he could sense Lu Zhou's profound and mysterious aura. He was not confident he would be able to kill Lu Zhou. Rather than facing his opponent head-on, was it not better to use his opponent to his advantage? Lu Zhou walked toward the strange forest up ahead as everyone followed behind him. Lu Wu leaped over, covering 150 kilometers with just a leap. Zhao Yu said, "That's the strange forest that Lord Jinnan mentioned." As he had said, "There's a formation in there." The place looked similar to where Lord Jinnan had taken root. Black fog swirled in the surroundings. The difference was the sensation of being submerged in water was stronger. Similar to before, Lu Zhou brought out the golden Taishu mirror and shone it on his surroundings. However, he did not find anything out of the ordinary. Kong Wen used his tracking talismans but failed to find the eye of the formation. "Why don't we retreat, old sir? We're lucky that Lord Jinnan can't move, but Tianwu is different," Zhao Yu said nervously. "If Tianwu can move, why didn't it fly over and kill Lord Jinnan? There must be restrictions of some sort despite the small distance between them," Lu Li speculated. "Moreover, it's possible that Tianwu just couldn't kill him. After all, not everyone possesses the pillar of impermanence. It was only natural that Lord Jinnan was the strongest in its territory." "Let me look around," Yu Zhenghai said before rushing out. He tossed the jasper saber out and flew around to scout the place. After determining there was no unusual movement, he returned. Boom! While Yu Zhenghai was flying back to the others, a wave of water-like energy sent him flying back. Yu Zhenghai frowned. Again! Yu Zhenghai tried about 10 times, but without fail he was sent flying back each time. Upon seeing this, Yu Shangrong smiled faintly. Interesting. Then Yu Shangrong flew over. Although he was faster and more agile compared to Yu Zhenghai, his outcome was the same as Yu Zhenghai. He had only flown out 10 meters before he was pushed back. It was rather strange. Soon after, the entire forest seemed to be filled with energy that felt like raging waves and water. Yan Zhenlua, Lu Li, Kong Wen, and his brothers were soon sent flying as well. Little Yuaner and Conk, who were not in the range of energy, could keenly feel the repelling force as well. Zhao Yu and his men were even more vulnerable. "This place is really strange. Master, what should we do?" Zhao Yu hurriedly interjected. "I think we should retreat." Lu Zhou looked at Zhao Yu. "Didn't you say you have a way to go to that place?" Speak." Lu Zhou stared at Zhao Yu unblinkingly. Zhao Yu smiled awkwardly. "Old sir, I was just joking at that time. Please don't take it seriously." Lu Zhou said in a lowered and threatening tone. "My patience is limited. Don't test me." Zhao Yu was the one who proposed working together, and it was also Zhao Yu who decided to break the agreement. In Lu Zhou's eyes, this person had no integrity at all. If Zhao Yu refused to obey when he was being tolerant, then Zhao Yu could not blame him if he used force. Zhao Yu sighed. "The thing is, I'm not sure the method will work. According to the legend, the 10 pillars of destruction are the gates of destruction. In order to utilize their power to change the world, one must obtain the acknowledgement of the pillars of destruction." After a pause, he continued to say, "Perhaps humans are wicked and fierce beasts are too strong. The heavens divided the world and turned the unknown land to what it is now as a punishment. In any case, to change the world, we must obtain the pillars' acknowledgement and recognition." Little Yuaner asked curiously, "How do we get the pillars to acknowledge us?" Zhao Yu smiled wryly. "By being virtuous. However, humans are rarely virtuous. They're born ugly with no moral character to speak of. It's just that they're restrained by conventions. I don't believe there's anyone virtuous in this world. Lu Li shook his head. I think it's the other way around. When humans are born, they're like a blank sheet of paper. Evil isn't inherent. It's just that as they grow, they become tainted by the world. Zhao Yu did not respond to those words. Instead, he said, in any case, the forest of horrors is the hardest and most important part. However, once you get past it, you'll arrive at the pillar of destruction. If it's like you said, how did those who participated in the Great Void Expedition get close to the pillar? They obviously came to steal something. That's hardly considered virtuous. Yan Zhenluo asked, puzzled. When the Great Void seeds mature, the pillars of destruction will disappear, Zhao Yu said. Everyone fell silent. Lu Zhou's expression remained the same as he surveyed the strange forest. After thinking about it for a moment, he flew out. Buzz. Soon enough, he felt a mysterious energy pushing him back. Zhao Yu shook his head helplessly. Lu Zhou mobilized the divine power and imbued his body with it before he flew out again. At this moment, his body shone dazzlingly with a golden light. In just a second, he flew in without any obstruction. Everyone instinctively turned to look at Zhao Yu, their shock visible on their faces. Zhao Yu was similarly shocked. How did he do it? As soon as Lu Zhou entered the strange forest, black fog began to roll over. He used his divine power and manifested his flaming golden lotus. The golden lotus, burning with karmic fire, successfully dispersed the black fog. At this time, an angry voice rang from the depths of the forest. Fire! Fire! It's actually fire! Zhao Yu, who was standing out of the range of the forest, shook his head. It's over. Tianwu hates fire the most. A wave of black water swept out at this moment, covering the sky. Everyone was pushed back 1,000 meters. The force was beyond their imagination. Even the beast emperor Lu Wu was pushed back. Silence descended on the strange forest again. Everyone looked ahead warily. In the forest, Lu Zhou's body was still emitting golden light as he hovered in the air. Apart from Lu Zhou, there was someone else standing, safe and sound, with a baffled expression on his face. He was none other than the fourth disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Mingshi. Don't look at me like that. I'm confused as well. Hey, if you don't believe me, let me show you, Mingshi said. Then, Mingshi flew forward. Nothing happened. He flew forward again. Still, nothing happened. At this time, Lu Zhou was looking at Mingshi flickering back and forth in the strange forest, clearly unaffected. After a while, Mingshi said, Is the formation broken? What kind of stupid formation is this? Anyone with a clear understanding of the Evil Sky Pavilion knew that Mingshi was not the strongest among the disciples. However, he had easily withstood the force that pushed even Lu Wu back. How did he do it? He was completely unaffected. Lu Zhou looked at Mingshi suspiciously. Something was not right. Everyone's attention was focused on Mingshi at this moment, as though they were watching a monkey's performance. Mingshi spread his hands. I don't know what's going on as well. Yan Zhenluo turned to look at Zhao Yu and asked, Young Master Zhao, since you know so much about this place, do you know what's going on? After Zhao Yu calmed down, he said, There are 3 possibilities. First, he's the master of the formation. Second, he has certain qualities that the pillar acknowledges. Third, he's a saint. Mingshi rolled his eyes. You can just say that I have excellent qualities. Is there a need to beat around the bush? Everyone. The possibility of the first and the third was 0 to none. However, was the second possibility not a little too unbelievable? Excellent qualities? The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion frowned one after another as they stared at Mingshi intently. Some of them shook their heads. Some of them sighed. Some of them looked at him in confusion. Hey, I can tell what you're thinking by the look in your eyes. Master, you have to help me, Mingshi said as he turned around and kneeled on one knee. The accusatory look was too much to bear. Lu Zhou looked at Zhao Yu and asked, "Is there any evidence to support what you said about being able to enter easily as long as one possesses the necessary qualities?" This, Zhao Yu revealed a troubled expression on his face. "To be honest, there's no evidence. I only read this from the ancient books. Can you give a more satisfactory answer? Everything you learn is from the ancient books. Are your family's ancient books so great? Does it know why I go to the toilet as well?" Mingshi said indignantly. Zhao Yu waved his hand. "It's up to you to believe it or not." Lu Zhou said, "The Evil Sky Pavilion has many talents, and each of them has their own strength. However, in terms of morality, Old Fourth definitely isn't the best." "Master, how can you speak like that?" Zhao Yu sighed. "I really don't know, but I'm telling the truth. I'm not lying at all." Lu Zhou said, "Old first, old second, try again." "Understood." Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong rushed toward the strange forest again. One on the left and one on the right. The place that had just calmed down surged with the water-like energy again, pushing the duo out. Based on this, it seemed like cultivation base and strength were not the qualities needed to bypass the formation. "I want to try as well." Little Yuaner flew out. As expected, she was repelled as soon as she entered the formation's range. She had barely flown half a meter in. Conk hurriedly stepped forward to steady little Yuaner. "There's no need to try," Lu Zhou said. "Then, how are we going to pass through the formation?" Kongwen asked, puzzled. At this moment, Zhao Yu pointed at Mingshi and said, "He's the key to the Pillar of Destruction." "Me?" Mingshi pointed at himself. Zhao Yu nodded. "Only you can find the eye of the formation." Mingshi waved his hand. "I have to say you overestimated me this time. Perhaps you'd be right if 7th junior brother were here." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Mingshi flew around the strange forest. He searched a radius of 100 meters before expanding it to a radius of 1,000 meters and a few kilometers. Then he circled the area 3 times. Finally, he stopped in front of everyone, panting as he said, "This stupid formation! I can't find the eye of the formation at all. Ding! Your disciple Mingshi has removed the formation in the Forest of Horrors. Reward, 10,000 merit points." In the depths of the Forest of Horror, a halo slowly expanded. Like a stone being dropped into a calm lake, it slowly rippled outward. This caught everyone's attention immediately. After a moment, little Yuaner clapped her hand and said cheerily, "Congratulations, 4th senior brother, on gaining the Pillar of Destruction's recognition. Congratulations, Mr. 4th junior brother. You've performed excellently this time," Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong said. Mingshi, who still did not know what it was exactly that he did to break the formation. Yan Jinlua said with a smile, "Mr. 4th, you might be unaware of it, but it seems like you have some rare hidden qualities." "I really am unaware." Mingshi was truly speechless and confused. Everyone smiled and no longer commented on the matter. Zhao Yu was the first to walk over. He was not sent flying this time. "The formation in the Forest of Horrors has been broken." Lu Zhou landed on the ground and advanced with the group. After an hour, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted into everyone's noses. Herbs, blood ginseng, mystic life grass. As they walked through the Forest of Horror, they could see all kinds of treasures growing in every corner even without the tracking talismans. Zhao Yu, Kongwen, and his 3 brothers were in a daze. Paradise! This is paradise! The forest was tranquil and the vitality energy was calm. It was as though this place was not affected by the imbalance at all. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and gather these treasures," Mingshi said as he hurriedly harvested the mystic life grass near him. Every 100 meters also, there was a stalk of mystic life grass. Kongwen shook his head in disbelief. He and his brother stayed in the unknown land and wandered the land all year round. There were times where they could not even find a stalk of mystic life grass after a few years. However, so many mystic life grass grew here. Mingshi no longer bothered with the others. All he saw at this moment were the blood ginseng, the fire lotuses, the snow lotuses, and the stalks of mystic life grass. He efficiently harvested them and kept them in his bag. His speed was so fast that he soon arrived at the bank of a round lake. "There's a lake here," Mingshi muttered to himself. Splash! Something leaped out of the lake and pounced at Mingshi. Swoosh! Mingshi dodged at lightning speed and retreated. The figure that jumped out of the lake possessed 8 heads, 8 legs, and 8 tails. Its body was that of a tiger, and it was green and yellow in colors. It hovered above the surface of the lake and exhaled a cloud of mist. The others, who were also shocked by this, hastily retreated. They looked at the newcomer as though they were facing a great enemy. Lu Wu sat on its haunches and said, "Tian Wu." The creature rapidly expanded, causing the water to rise, until it was as big as Lu Wu. At this moment, Lu Zhou discovered that Tian Wu seemed to be made from water. So how was he going to kill Tian Wu? The atmosphere grew oppressive immediately. Zhao Yu gulped. After a moment of silence, the creature formed from water said, "You actually managed to break the Forest of Horrors formation?" Little Yuaner turned to the side and said, "Fourth senior brother, it's talking to you." Mingshi looked to the right and the left in confusion. Who broke the Forest of Horrors formation? Everyone. To everyone's surprise, the water creature did not seem to have any intention of attacking. The body of water churned before it took on the silhouette of a woman. Then the water churned again, and it returned to its original form. It sighed deeply and said, "Since you didn't break the formation, then leave the things you harvested here and leave. These things are meant for the fated person." Fated person? Mingshi eyes darted around before he flew forward and stopped in front of the group. Then he said with a smile, "I'm the one who broke the formation." "You broke the formation?" The body of water churned again. Then, a wave of water swept out, attacking Mingshi. Bang! Everyone instinctively closed their eyes. Certain Mingshi was going to be severely injured. Contrary to their expectations, a golden astrolabe appeared in front of Mingshi, shielding him. Lu Zhou said tonelessly, "You're an elder. Is there a need to act like that toward a junior? Is it because he easily broke your formation?" "Who are you?" Mingshi replied, "He's my master." Tian Wu shifted again into its human form before withdrawing her attack. She glanced at Lu Zhou before looking at Mingshi again and said, "There's only one kind of person who can break my formation." Everyone's ears perked up as soon as they heard these words. Someone with outstanding qualities. However, he's clearly not worthy. A huge wave of water swept toward Mingshi again. "Hey! Just because I don't show my might, do you think I'm a pushover?" Mingshi said indignantly. Bang! The separation hook spun and cut through the wave. The wave receded swiftly. The water creature said in a trembling voice, "Seed!" The others who were not in the know. "What seed?" Yu Zhanghai and Yu Shangrong shook their heads silently. In the end, they were still exposed. Mingshi lowered his head. He saw the water droplets on his body gradually evaporating into white fog. Then, rich great void energy surged out in all directions. At the same time, his body glowed with a faint blue light. Zhao Yu was shocked. "So this is why," Tian Wu said in a low voice. "It's really not like that. If the great void seeds can break the formation, then all of my disciples would have been able to break it." The lake water began to churn as Tian Wu grew bigger and bigger. "Thank you very much for bringing the great void seed back. This way, I don't have to wait another 30,000 years. Zhao Yu frowned. Tian Wu intends to snatch the great void seed away. The body of water suddenly turned into 100 watermen. They swooped down and wasted no time in attacking the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Each of them wielded a frozen weapon in their hands. Lu Wu rose to its feet and roared thunderously, "You'll have to get past me." Lu Wu exhaled the wintry energy, freezing the watermen along with Tian Wu. Ice Seal was undoubtedly one of the best ways to deal with those with water ability. Everyone retreated and sighed in relief. Alas, the frozen water men scattered all over the ground like ice sculptures did not stay frozen for long. The ice melted quickly, and they regained their mobility. Be careful. Tian Wu's control over water was at its peak. The water men and the people from the evil sky pavilion began to fight. Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai took the lead and flew high into the sky. The energy sabers and energy swords worked together as they slashed and stabbed at the watermen. Alas, they could not inflict any damage to the watermen. Bang! 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 This can't continue on. Yan Zhenlua, Lu Li, Kongwan, and his brother soon felt the pressure. They had no choice but to manifest their astrolabes to defend with all their might. Bang! 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 The people of the evil sky pavilion were losing ground. Little Yuaner patted the little fire phoenix and asked, "Can you spit fire?" Surprisingly, the little fire phoenix flapped its wings with all its might and flew up. Unfortunately, it did not rise very high up when it was hit by a wave of energy. Frightened, it hurriedly flew back to little Yuaner's shoulder. Conch brought out the 9-string zither. As she strummed the strings of the zither, red fog began to swirl as the melody rang in the air, attacking the watermen. Her cultivation base was even lower than little Yuaner, so in the end, the two girls were forced to retreat. At this moment, Zhao Yu shouted, "Old sir, this is your last chance to escape." At the same time, after pushing the others back, the watermen no longer paid any attention to them. Instead, all of their attention was focused on Ming Shirin. They chased him, intentionally or unintentionally, toward the lake. Ming Shirin flashed back and forth, constantly dodging the enemy's attacks. Boom! At this time, Lu Zhou stomped on the ground and flew up into the air. Then, he brought the golden Taishu mirror out and shone it at the lake. Buzz! The light shone through the watermen and landed on the lake, revealing a dazzling disc-like object at the bottom of the lake. That must be the reason why it can control water. Lu Zhou flew forward. Golden Flaming Lotus. Lu Zhou cast his first birth trial ability. A golden lotus appeared under his feet, burning with karmic fire. It spun rapidly, releasing small flaming golden lotuses. Karmic fire? Karmic fire was not like ordinary fire. Water could not stand up to karmic fire at all. In just a moment, the watermen evaporated. Lu Zhou continued to advance until he was above the lake. Tian Wu rose up and attacked immediately. "How dare you!" It shot out like an icicle toward Lu Zhou's face. Lu Zhou raised his hand. Unnamed in the form of a sword appeared and launched a long-spinning energy sword. Bang! 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 The sword energy pierced the icicle and shattered it. Lu Zhou continued to advance. Then he pushed his hand out. Abandon wisdom. The abandoned wisdom that had been imbued with half of Lu Zhou's divine power fell. Boom! The lake water splashed up into the sky. Everyone activated their protective energy to keep the water at bay. On the ground, every droplet of water immediately formed into watermen again. "This is the terrifying aspect of Tian Wu's power," Zhao Yu said as he continued to retreat. He could no longer endure this. His body was trembling, and his legs felt so weak that he found it difficult to walk. Tian Wu's ability was exactly like what was recorded in the ancient books. Moreover, this water apparition was just a manifestation. How much more terrifying if its true body appeared. Needless to say, Lu Zhou was already aware that the water apparition was just a manifestation. He knew he had to end this battle quickly. Go! Lu Zhou's energy sword shot into the bottom of the lake. Bang! The earth trembled. The disk's light dimmed immediately. "You destroyed my formation. I want you to pay with your life." Every droplet of water, puddle of water on the ground, and the lake water rose and turned into icicles, shooting toward Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou turned around, sensing the danger. Buzz! Fortunately, Lu Zhou was blessed by the Golden Buddha's body, so he was invulnerable. "Help, Master!" Yu Zhenghai launched a barrage of energy sabers and cast Water Dragon Song, consuming some of the water source. Yu Shangrong used the Lu Zhou turned around and sensed danger. It was unassailable. Buzz. The Buddha's golden body blessed him. The golden light protected his body and blocked all the attacks outside. Help! Yu Zhenghai erupted with blade energy, and the water dragon's roar consumed a part of the water source. Yu Shangrong used the swordless path and created swords out of the water source. Little Yuaner flew up and tossed Nirvana sash out. Flowing that, it burst into flames. Karmic fire again? Zhao Yu stumbled back and fell to the ground. He felt like he was dreaming. Was it possible to encounter so many rare geniuses in one day? Conk flew to little Yuaner's side. The red lotus that bloomed under her feet burned with karmic fire as well. Since time immemorial, water and fire had always opposed each other. Water was the nemesis of fire, and fire was the nemesis of water. Impossible! Karmic fire! Zhao Yu gulped. Kong Wen's heart was in turmoil as well. He knew Lu Zhou was very strong, and he knew that there were many talents in the Evil Sky Pavilion. However, witnessing the disciple's strength was truly very refreshing. In the Green Lotus domain, not even 1 out of 10,000 people possesses karmic fire. However, there are so many in the Golden Lotus domain and the Red Lotus domain. Zhao Yu was perplexed. Maybe this is the balance. Lu Li murmured as he watched the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion. The balance. Heavens had bestowed the Green Lotus domain with a powerful cultivation path, but due to the balance, venerable masters could not simply cross the red line. It was not wrong to say the Green Lotus domain was superior. The Golden Lotus domain, the Red Lotus domain, the Black Lotus domain, and the White Lotus domain could not compare to it. However, at this moment, Zhao Yu was overwhelmed with a sense of inferiority as he looked at these Golden and Red Lotus cultivators. At this time, Yu Zhenghai laughed heartily. Then he said, "Watch me!" Buzz! An avatar burning with golden flames appeared. Then it began to expand, showing no signs of stopping until, boom! The water evaporated in just an instant. This is eldest senior brother's first birth trial ability, the explosive avatar. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction as he watched his disciples. The few water men still surrounded him, but they quickly evaporated due to the high heat. At this moment, a vague shadow appeared behind the water men. Upon seeing this, Lu Wu exhaled its freezing energy again. "You can't freeze me," Tianwu roared. A blurry figure rushed out from the back of the watermen at this moment and slammed its hands against Lu Zhou's golden Buddha's body. Bang! Everyone watched with their mouths agape as the figure with 8 heads, 8 legs, and 8 tails was sent flying back 1,000 meters after charging into Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou frowned as he looked at the creature with 8 heads. "So, you're Tianwu?" The real Tianwu had finally appeared. Its appearance caused everyone's hair to stand on end. "Who are you?" Tianwu was shocked that its attack was ineffective. "Someone you can't afford to offend?" Lu Zhou said tonelessly as he casually pushed his hand out. The ordinary deadly strike card vanished and turned into a vortex. Then, the great Vajra will hand sign shot out like a ball of sunlight. Bang! It hit Tianwu's chest at close range, causing it to roar in anger. Then, the great Vajra will hand sign flew back a little before it hit Tianwu's face. Zhao Yu was dumbfounded. Was this not the powerful Tianwu? Why was it different from what he had imagined? Tianwu tried dodging to the left and the right. It felt an unprecedented threat from the palm seal. At this moment, it was pushed to the pillar of destruction. Boom! The sound of an explosion that shook the world rang in the air. At the same time, 2 flying chariots flanked by many cultivators suddenly appeared next to the pillar of destruction. It's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion regained their senses when they saw the 2 flying chariots. The huge flying chariot on the left was long and narrow. It was flanked by many cultivators. Their robes were neat and tidy, indicating their journey here was very smooth. The flying chariot on the right was slightly smaller, and there were not as many cultivators flanking it compared to the other flying chariot. When they arrived near the Pillar of Destruction, they had sensed a commotion and rushed over immediately. They did not expect to see such a good show as soon as they arrived. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou hovered in the air calmly, wondering which venerable master had arrived. Before Lu Zhou could figure it out, Zhao Yu exclaimed, "Venerable Master Tuoba and Venerable Master Fan." Zhao Yu felt his heart hurt. He had done a lot of research before he chose the most unlikely place for venerable masters to appear. Currently, not only one, but two venerable masters had appeared. His research was just a joke at this moment. The other end of the red line, which was near the Green Lotus domain, was a place where venerable masters frequented. He did not expect to see two of them here. One of the reasons the Green Lotus domain was so powerful was due to them taking all the resources near the Pillar of Destruction. Zhao Yu had overlooked a problem. He had forgotten to consider the imbalance. With the imbalance, venerable masters were no longer restricted by the red line. Moreover, the equalizer had yet to appear. It was only obvious the venerable masters would choose to come to a place that they had never been before. After all, when the Black and White Lotus cultivators came to this place, they did not manage to take many resources away due to how dangerous it was for them. As time passed, the resources here had accumulated. How could the venerable masters not come here now that there were no restrictions? At this time, Venerable Master Fan, long time no see. A voice rang from the black flying chariot. Venerable Master Tuoba, since you invited me here, how could I not come? Where's Venerable Master Yi? He'll arrive in a moment. Who are these people? Fan Zhong asked. The smaller flying chariot turned around slightly, making a creaking noise like the sound of a wooden door that had fallen to disrepair. Before anyone could say anything, Lu Zhou said, "Tuoba Sicheng?" Tuoba Sicheng smiled. "You remember me? I see. So you're the one who saved Yi Zhang previously," Lu Zhou said without beating around the bush. It was clear Tuoba Sicheng came with ill intentions. The scent was similar to the scent from before. Tuoba Sicheng said, "I don't understand what you mean." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "If you help Yi Zhang, then you're against me." An enhanced reduction card and an advanced enhanced deadly strike card had already appeared in his hand. If any one of them made a move, they would surely die. He could deal with one venerable master while Lu Wu dealt with the other. It was not a big problem. No, you misunderstand me. I only saved Yi Zhang to return a favor," Tuoba Sicheng said, no longer denying Lu Zhou's words. Ming Shi-yin rolled his eyes. "Is there a difference?" Lu Wu stepped forward. "It's been a long time since I fought with a venerable master." Lu Wu. Tuoba Sicheng and Fan Zhong sensed Lu Wu's Beast Emperor's aura immediately. Duanmu Shang patted Lu Wu's back and asked, "Are you sure you can do it?" Lu Wu wore a dissatisfied expression on its face and asked, "Young master, are you looking down on me?" Duanmu Shang, who did not want Lu Wu to be too arrogant, said, "I only remember that you couldn't even defeat Tower Master Lan." Lu Wu said dismissively, "I did that on purpose. Moreover, I was injured before." Applause rang out from the black flying chariot. Beast Emperor Lu Wu is indeed strong. Back when Venerable Master Duanmu was still around, everyone knew of your name. Unfortunately, things are different now. You'll see. Tuoba Sicheng was clearly not worried at all. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou looked at the Pillar of Destruction. An ordinary deadly strike card should have reaped one of Tian Wu's lives, but he had yet to receive a notification. It did not make sense. As expected, stone fragments rolled down the pillar at this moment. Ding! Killed one target. Reward: 5,000 merit points. Tian Wu was definitely not any weaker than Lu Wu. An ordinary deadly strike card definitely would not kill it for good, but it was good enough to serve as a deterrent. Black fog rolled out at this moment. The two venerable masters, Tuoba Sicheng and Fan Zhong, turned around after sensing the movement. Tian Wu with its 8 faces was shrouded in black fog as it dislodged itself from the crack in the stone. Its voice sounded like it came from hell as it said, "It's been a long time since it was this lively." Tian Wu, Tuoba Sicheng and Fan Zhong were only slightly surprised. Everyone watched as 7 shadows flashed before merging into one. Following that, the lake water rose and shot toward the black fog. Swoosh! 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 The black fog churned as the sound of water splashing rang from within the fog. No one knew what was happening inside. Soon after, 8 shadows appeared in the fog. Lu Zhou frowned. This meant that Tianwu had regained the life it just lost. An idea formed in his mind. He wondered if he could farm merit points without limit using Tianwu. Tianwu cackled at this moment. Do you think you're powerful and can't do as you please just because the equalizer hasn't shown up? Tuoba Siqing looked at Tianwu and said, Tianwu, you've been fighting with Lord Jinan until now. Both sides are injured as a result. If it were 30,000 years ago, we naturally wouldn't dare to approach the Pillar of Destruction, but now, the implication was clear. Tianwu's strength was not at its peak. It was not surprising. Tianwu fought with Lord Jinan to the point where Lord Jinan had to borrow a tree to survive. How could Tianwu escape unscathed? Tianwu cackled again. Tuoba Siqing waved his hand. Dozens of cultivators flew toward the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Fan Zhong did not move. Instead, he said, I'm waiting for Yizhang to arrive. Lu Zhou's expression remained the same. Fan Zhong's words indicated that Fan Zhong had yet to come to a complete agreement with Tuoba Siqing, whereas Tuoba Siqing and Yizhang must be allies now. This meant there were 4 sides now. The Evil Sky Pavilion, Tuoba Siqing, Fan Zhong, and Tianwu. Lu Zhou turned slightly and called out, Lu Wu. Lu Wu lowered its body. Lu Zhou solemnly said, I hope you can ensure their safety. Lu Wu's gaze swept across the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion before it said in a low voice, All right. Although it was just a word, it was brimming with confidence and vigor. Yu Zhanghai and Yu Shangrong hovered in the air on opposing sides. Their nerves were tense. A war was about to break out. The 4 parties looked at each other. Tianwu stopped cackling at this moment. Soon after, a head poked out from the black fog. Its face was pale, and its eyes were terrifying as it looked at Lu Zhou and said, Let's start with you. Lu Zhou remained expressionless. Are you sure? Tuoba Siqing spread his hands and said in a self-righteous tone, I agree with Tianwu. Tianwu said, Since you hurt me, I'll take your life first. Woof, 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 woof. Unexpectedly, Xianxia began to bark at this moment. Everyone looked over immediately. They only saw Mingshi, who was glowing with a faint blue light. Mingshi was thoroughly annoyed. He wanted to hide the aura, but Tianwu's method was too powerful. His fellow disciples were all fine, only he alone was exposed. Great Void Seed. Tuoba Siqing's voice trembled slightly. Realization dawned on Fan Zhong. Great Void Seed? No wonder you and Yizhang insisted on coming here. At this time, Tianwu suddenly rushed out of the black fog as the lake water surged into the sky. It did not pay attention to anyone else and shot toward Mingshi. You're mine, Mingshi. What should I do now? At this time, an astrolabe flew out from the flying chariot on the right. Time seemed to stop for a moment. Bang! Who dares to stop me? The cultivators flanking both flying chariots sprang into action and rushed toward Tianwu. Stop him! Energy swords, astrolabes, and energy seals sailed chaotically in the air. Mingshi and his great void seed had broken the precarious balance. Scram! Tianwu roared before it exploded with unprecedented power that rippled out in all directions. Boom! An indescribable power swept over the entire place like a tsunami. Fourth senior brother. Old Fourth. Lu Zhou originally wanted to make a move, but seeing that Mingshi was safe and sound, he relaxed and focused on staying alive. Tianwu's overwhelming power sent the cultivators flying. Lu Wu leaped over and stood in front of the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion like a mountain that blocked the wave of a tsunami. Bang! 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 Wave after wave of energy swept out. Crack! Tuoba Siqing's flying chariot could not withstand the powerful force and immediately broke. Fan Zhong's flying chariot had long broken into pieces and fell to the ground. Tuoba Siqing manifested his astrolabe and moved it in front of him. His green astrolabe seemed to be able to cover the sky and the sun. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou held Unnamed in the form of a shield to block the wave of energy. It was a little difficult to defend himself with his 11 birth charts. He had no choice but to mobilize his divine power and stabilize himself. The divine power was still sufficient for now. With Witzard around, he was not too worried about the usage of his divine power. Tianwu's crazy attack lasted for 15 minutes. When the last wave of attack dispersed, everyone put away their astrolabes. Tuoba Siqing and Fan Zhong had lost more than 10 people from this attack alone. Their men's bodies were pierced by icicles before they even had a chance to react. As for the surviving cultivators, they barely managed to regroup, looking as though they had just survived a disaster. Lu Wu's red fur stood on end as he successfully blocked the attack. Everyone was shaken and shocked. To think Tianwu was not at its peak. If it was at its peak, its strength was likely comparable to a divine beast or a saint. When everyone turned to look at Tianwu, they saw it had turned into black fog again, swiftly shrouding Mingxirin. Mingxirin struck with his palm. Following that, vines from the bluewood heart technique began growing wildly on the ground before wrapping themselves around him. It's useless. Tianwu's black fog easily repelled the vines. Tianwu, you guarded this place for so long because you want the great void seed? Tuoba Siqing asked at this moment. Tianwu ignored him. Tuoba Siqing scoffed before he leaped into the sky. His astrolabe appeared in his hand. The astrolabe was thousands of meters in diameter, covering the sky. Everyone raised their heads. 36 triangles flashed briefly before Tuoba Siqing's birth charts shone brightly on his astrolabe. He had deliberately revealed the number of his birth charts. 20 birth charts? Fan Zhong frowned upon seeing Tuoba Siqing's birth charts. He waved his hand, ordering his men to return to his side. Lu Zhou was surprised as well. At the same time, he felt lucky. If he had recklessly used the reduction card, he would have suffered a great loss. Tuoba Siqing had 20 birth charts. With the reduction card, he would lose 1 birth chart, which still left him with 19 birth chart. Today, I'm the master of this place. Buzz. The astrolabe released all its power at Tianwu at once. The lake water surged up high in the sky as the black fog rose from Tianwu's 8 sides. Boom! Lu Zhou brought out Unnamed in the form of a shield to block the shockwave from the collision between the two. Stay with me. I'll keep you alive. Lu Wu was still as steady as Mount Tai, and its expression was solemn as it blocked the attack for everyone. Then it turned around and looked at Duanmusheng. Young master. Lu Wu. Be careful. Conceal your aura. This goes for all of you as well, Lu Wu said, shifting his gaze from Duanmusheng to Lu Zhou's other disciples. Okay. Duanmusheng nodded obediently. He knew this situation was not something he could handle. Lu Zhou's other disciples were very careful as well. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu and Kong Wan were dumbfounded when they heard Lu Wu's words. Was it useful to conceal their auras? Would it protect them? It was useless. At this time, Tuoba Siqing swooped down. He held a black scimitar in his hand. Bang! 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 For distinct noises rang out. Lu Zhou could clearly sense Tuoba Siqing's power of the Tao. Meanwhile, Tuoba Siqing hovered in the air and asked with a smile, Fan Zhong, what are you waiting for? Fan Zhong said, Brother Tuoba, you already have 20 birth charts. What do you need me for? You're either my enemy or my ally. Choose now, Tuoba Siqing bluntly said. Fan Zhong's expression turned unsightly. In fact, Fan Zhong and Tuoba Siqing's relationship had never been good. Naturally, they did not shed all pretenses of cordiality and only competed in the dark. When they both had 18 birth charts, Fan Zhong could do as he pleased. However, 20 birth charts made things a little difficult. Not too long ago, Yi Zhang had been lobbying for the three of them to work together. He had tried to persuade Fan Zhong to join them. They would take the resources at the Pillar of Destruction and help Yi Zhang seek revenge. Lu Zhou said, Fan Zhong, if you dare to move, I'll be the first to take your life. It was imperative that the two venerable masters did not form an alliance at this time. Lu Zhou's card could only deal with one venerable master, and Tuoba Siqing was destined to be his enemy. Since Fan Zhong's stance was not firm, he could still be restrained by Lu Wu. Finally, there was Yi Zheng, who was hiding in the dark. Once he dealt with Tuoba Siqing, he could easily deal with Yi Zheng. Lu Wu turned around and said, You have no business here. Get lost. Tianwu continued to cackle. Then it suddenly turned into a woman. Tianwu held Mingshi tightly. Her expression was a mixture of anger and sadness as she let out a low laugh that sounded as though she was laughing and crying at the same time. Fierce beasts can really transform into humans. Zhao Yu said, This is still a mystery. In ancient times, there were many experts that were both human and beast. Tianwu opened her mouth and spat out a black orb. The black orb hovered above her palm, emitting a strange light. It was more beautiful than a black pearl and more dazzling than the moon. The divine soul pearl. Tuoba Siqing inhaled sharply. The divine soul pearl? Zhao Yu, who was like a fountain of knowledge recently, explained, Cultivation in ancient times wasn't as detailed and systematic as it is now. It was very complicated. Some people, after activating a number of birth charts, would fuse their birth charts into one to protect them. After merging into one, you have the divine soul pearl. It's like the life hearts of fierce beasts. If you obtain it, you can directly activate a great birth chart and pass a birth trial. Really? Kong Wen's eyes widened in awe. He had never heard of such a precious treasure. You'll know if I'm lying or not once you see Venerable Master Tuoba and Venerable Master Fan's reactions. Zhao Yu said. All of them turned to look at the two Venerable Masters. Tuoba Siqing laughed. I can't believe this. There's the Great Void Seed and the Divine Soul Pearl. My trip here isn't in vain. Everyone, listen up. Yes, Venerable Master Tuoba. Dozens of disciples gathered in a neat formation immediately. Set up the formation. Don't let a single one of them go. Understood. Tuoba Siqing's smile gradually turned cold. He glanced at Fan Zhong from the corners of his eyes and asked, Have you thought it through? Fan Zhong hesitated and looked at Lu Wu, who was staring at him. At this moment, Tianwu flew up with the divine soul pearl in hand. Who gave you the courage? Swoosh. Everything froze. This was true stillness, unlike the power of the Tao that was previously demonstrated. There were many laws that venerable masters could control. There was the law of space and the law of time, among others. Venerable masters could slow time or speed it up, but they could reverse time. Only a saint could stop time. In other words, Tianwu's strength was that of a saint. Lu Zhou could clearly feel the change in time. He silently chanted the mantra for the heavenly writing to free himself from the shackle of time. He saw Tianwu had already arrived in front of Tuoba Siqing, and the divine soul pearl in its hand had already hit Tuoba Siqing's chest. An unprecedentedly powerful energy pierced Tuoba Siqing's chest, carving a piece of flesh out. In the eyes of Tuoba Siqing and the others, it looked as though Tianwu had teleported to Tuoba Siqing before striking him. How's this possible? Tuoba Siqing flew back. Tianwu did not stop. She turned around to look at Lu Zhou and used the power of the Tao again. Similar to before, everything froze. Lu Zhou saw Tianwu flying over and knew he could not stay still. He cast his grand technique along with his divine power, flashing away. Swoosh! Ha! Tianwu's attack missed. She was shocked. She thought her attack would definitely land and did not expect Lu Zhou to be able to move after she froze time. After time began to flow again, everyone stared at the enchanting woman shrouded in black fog nervously. No one had the time to pay attention to Tuoba Siqing, whose chest had pierced with just a move. Tuoba Siqing's men caught him and quickly helped him staunch the bleeding. Some of the healers panicked, afraid that Tianwu would attack again. Meanwhile, Tianwu's attention was wholly on Lu Zhou. Her eyes were filled with suspicion and questions. At this time, Mingshi, whose body was emitting the great void energy that everyone yearned for, stood up. "Come at me if you dare." Tianwu seemed to have placed a restriction on Mingshi, limiting his movements. She continued staring at Lu Zhou intently. Lu Zhou's current appearance was mature and masculine. Perhaps he had been old for so long. His mannerism, speech, and aura exuded a sense of superiority. This was not something that could be imitated or achieved overnight. Suddenly, the divine soul pearl shone with a different light. Then, Tianwu turned into a cloud of black fog again as she said, "It doesn't matter who you are. You have to die today." The divine soul pearl flashed before it shot toward Lu Zhou. Time froze again. Lu Zhou used the divine power and rapidly retreated. Tianwu, who had already expected this, said, "Too slow." A streak of black light hit Lu Zhou's body. It moved up, down, left, and right. In everyone's eyes, it seemed like Tianwu teleported forward, while Lu Zhou had teleported backward. Then, they saw a streak of black light hitting Lu Zhou's body. No matter the technique or speed, it was impossible not to leave any traces behind. Even if one was extremely fast, one would still leave traces of primal qi in one's wake. However, Tianwu and Lu Zhou looked, to the others, as though they had teleported. Everyone watched as the black fog and the power from the divine soul pearl converged on Lu Zhou's body. Bang! Critical block -1. Lu Zhou flew back. Bang! Critical block card -1. Lu Zhou's critical block cards kept decreasing. Lu Zhou felt like he had underestimated Tianwu and overestimated himself at this moment. Meanwhile, everyone watched, dumbfounded. Swoosh! 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 The black fog and the divine soul pearl continued to attack in a frenzy. "I admit you're tenacious, but you should give up now," Tianwu said. Bang! Lu Zhou no longer hesitated and raised his palm to receive the attack. The script for lightning appeared in his palm as he blocked the divine soul pearl's attack. Tianwu froze for a moment, shocked. Lu Zhou's expression was slightly angry as he said in a deep voice, "What gave you the illusion that you can defeat me?" "Scram!" Lu Zhou said as he pushed his hand out. The script, lightning, expanded swiftly before. Boom! A purple lightning bolt descended from the heavens, changing the colors of the sky. It struck Tianwu and sent her flying back. However, she was uninjured. Just as Tianwu was about to freeze time again, 3 bolts of lightning struck. Boom! Tianwu was sent flying back again. Boom! Boom! The remaining 2 purple lightning bolts accurately struck Tianwu again. Tianwu raised her head and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the divine soul pearl in her hand suddenly flew out without her control. She felt as though her body was paralyzed as her eyes widened in disbelief. Boom! Tianwu landed heavily on the ground. Lu Zhou had used the enhanced Thunderblast card. It had a 100% chance of repelling the target, a 100% chance of injuring the target, a 50% chance of severely injuring the target, a 5% chance of killing the target, and a temporary paralytic effect. The injuries Tianwu sustained were of no concern to her. However, the temporary paralysis had allowed the divine soul pearl to break free of her grip. At this time, Tuoba Siqing flashed forward toward the divine soul pearl. He laughed maniacally as he held the pearl in his hand. With his other hand, he manifested his astrolabe and threw it at Tianwu. The air distorted and rippled with unprecedented power. The power of the 20 birth charts exploded at the same time. Tuoba Siqing unleashed all the power of the Tao, which he himself had never used before, as the pillars of light shot out from his astrolabe. His attack tore through space and shot into the black fog before hitting Tianwu's body. Bang! 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 The earth rumbled and quaked. Everyone held their breaths as their mouths turned dry. They did not know if they should feel happy or worried. To Tianwu, losing the divine soul pearl was akin to losing her powers. She had no choice but to face the attack head-on before turning into a cloud of black fog again. When she solidified again, she groaned and spat out blood. When silence returned, Tuoba Siqing out his astrolabe away and looked at the divine soul pearl in his hand. When Tianwu fell, she landed near Mingshi. Mingxian was dumbfounded. He looked at the dispersing fog, not knowing what to do. Finally, when the fog completely dispersed, he saw a woman drenched in blood lying motionlessly. Mingxian took a few steps back. At this time, Tianwu reached out with great difficulty and said, "Great Void Seed." Mingxian's figure was reflected in her eyes as she tilted her head. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth to the ground. On the other hand, Tuoba Siqing, who had experienced the vicissitudes of thousands upon thousands of years of life, could not help but feel excited when he saw Tianwu lying on the ground. He had knocked down Tianwu. He had obtained the Divine Soul Pearl. Tuoba Siqing's eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light as he said, "Didn't I say that I'm the master of this place today?" Tuoba Siqing waved his hand. His men swiftly surrounded Lu Zhou, but they did not dare to attack him. Tuoba Siqing pushed his hand that was holding the Divine Soul Pearl out, releasing a powerful energy seal to the right. His target was not Lu Zhou but the neutral Fan Zhong. Fan Zhong did not expect this. He hastily raised his arms as green energy surged from his body. Bang! When the attack landed, a dazzling shockwave rippled out 10,000 meters away. The mountains, rivers, and trees were destroyed. Fan Zhong, a venerable master, was sent flying back. Needless to say, the disciples who tried to help Fan Zhong were sent flying back as well. Bang! 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 Fan Zhong and his disciples fell to the ground in a pile, spitting out blood. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it." Tuoba Siqing had benefited greatly this time. He naturally would not let others have a chance to benefit as well. Hence, he chose to attack Fan Zhong first. "You!" Fan Zhong waved his hand, and the blood at the corners of his mouth vanished without a trace. "I knew you had ulterior motives. Where's Yizheng?" "Yizheng will come later. I'll deal with you first." With the Divine Soul Pearl in his hand, Tuoba Siqing's confidence soared to unprecedented heights. At this time, Fan Zhong clenched his hand. Then, pale green light shrouded everyone before shooting up to the sky. "You want to leave?" Black light burst forth from the Divine Soul Pearl and shot toward the Fan Zhong. Bang! Fan Zhong grunted. He did not dodge and took the attack head-on. Then the pale green light flashed once. When the light vanished, Fan Zhong and the others had vanished. Collective teleportation Jade Talisman? Very well. I'll settle the score with you in the future. Tuoba Siqing was not too bothered with Fan Zhong now. The collective teleportation Jade Talisman only worked one way. Now that Fan Zhong, that variable, was gone, his goal had been achieved. Tuoba Siqing turned around to face Lu Zhou. "You're the only one left now." As the power from the Divine Soul Pearl rose, time seemed to speed up. At this moment, a figure suddenly leaped over. "You forgot about me." When Lu Wu stomped on the ground and leaped over toward Tuoba Siqing, the earth trembled in its wake. At this time, the cultivators finally recalled that there was still the beast Emperor Lu Wu, whose strength was comparable to a venerable master. Their eyes widened in shock as they watched Lu Wu sail through the air. They held their breaths and their hearts raced as chills ran up their spines. Tuoba Siqing gripped the Divine Soul Pearl before it burst forth with power. Lu Wu's freezing energy and the Divine Soul Pearl's power collided fiercely. Boom! The shock wave from the collision swept out into the surroundings. Lu Zhou mobilized the divine power and retreated. Then, he recited the mantra for the heavenly writing before he shouted, "Pillar of Impermanence!" Dozens of miles away, near the ancient tree that was Lord Jinnan, the ground began to shake before the Pillar of Impermanence shot out of the ground and flew toward Lu Zhou at lightning speed. With that, the pillar's suppression on Lord Jinnan was gone. Sensing this, he made a shocking move. The vines and branches began to move in a frenzy before they lifted Lord Jinnan and his roots out of the ground. Boom! Just like that, Lord Jinnan broke free and regained his mobility. He did not waste time and shot toward the Pillar of Destruction. At the same time, Lu Wu's freezing energy and the Divine Soul Pearl's power were still struggling for dominance. Lu Wu had taken special care not to affect the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion with his energy, but the explosive power of the divine soul pearl sent them flying, forcing them to retreat. Mingxian was standing closest to the point of collision. Strangely, when the power of the divine soul pearl swept over him, he was completely unaffected. Only faint ripples could be seen. He only felt cold from Lu Wu's freezing energy. On the contrary, Tuoba Siqing's disciples were not as lucky. Ding! Destroyed a birth chart. Reward: 3,500 merit points. Lu Zhou received this notification 25 times consecutively. With just a strike using its Ice Seal ability, Lu Wu destroyed one birth chart from each of the 25 people. Swoosh! While Lu Zhou sensed the power around him that felt as though it could destroy the world, the Pillar of Impermanence returned to his hand. Then, he imbued the Pillar of Impermanence with all the divine power he had left in him. Boom! The Pillar of Impermanence that had grown to be as large as the Pillar of Destruction flew out and landed near Lu Wu and Tuoba Siqing. The pillar helped suppress some of the power from the divine soul pearl, lessening the pressure on Lu Wu. Lu Zhou did not waste time and brought out Unnamed in the form of a shield. Then, he manifested his 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar. When Lu Zhou's 100 Tribulation Insight Avatar appeared, all the divine power in its body was channeled into Unnamed. Bang! Unnamed flashed with a golden light and blocked the shockwave. Even then, Lu Zhou was pushed backward. When the shockwave finally died down, Tuoba Siqing pushed his hand out repeatedly, releasing energy seals to break the ice that encased his disciples. If he did not save them, it would not be as simple as losing a birth chart each. At this time, Lu Zhou put away the Pillar of Impermanence and his 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar. He nodded in satisfaction. At the very least, this move had saved Lu Wu. Wuxia flew over at lightning speed. Its body was shrouded with auspicious qi. Tuoba Siqing, who was hovering in the air, frowned. Wuxia's auspicious qi shrouded Lu Zhou, swiftly replenishing his divine power. Then Wuxia spun around and spat out a streak of white light at Lu Wu. The streak of white light was like the blazing sun as it flew toward Lu Wu. Only a few breaths had passed from the moment Tuoba Siqing made his move to the moment Wuxia spat out the streak of white light. When the white light hit Lu Wu, it expanded and shrouded the huge Lu Wu instantly. When it finally faded, Lu Wu's bleeding wounds had vanished. Even the more serious wounds caused by the divine soul pearl had vanished. With this, Wuxia let out a long cry. Despite its arrogance, Lu Wu lowered its head slightly and said in a very low voice, "Thank you." Then Wuxia turned around and flew away. Although Lu Wu sounded calm when it thanked Wuxia, based on its burning eyes and bared fangs, it was clear that it was furious. Quickly got into an offensive stance, ready to attack again. At this moment, Lu Zhou called out, "Lu Wu, don't be rash." Lu Zhou had used all its strength to save and heal Lu Wu earlier. He naturally did not want it to get injured again. "Please trust me," Lu Wu said against Lu Zhou's expectations. Seeing Lu Wu's determination, Lu Zhou decided not to stop it. Then, he quickly synthesized an enhanced Thunderblast card. At this time, he did bother calculating his merit points or weighing his gains and losses. At this time, Tuoba Siqing tightened his grip around the divine soul pearl as he looked at Lu Wu with a burning gaze. Boom! Lu Wu leaped up. At the same time, its 9 tails unfurled like a fan, and its eyes shone like the sun and the moon. Tuoba Siqing leaped away with the divine soul pearl in hand. Tuoba Siqing frowned. The divine soul pearl's power has been depleted? Tuoba Siqing hurriedly changed strategy and brought out his 20 birth chart astrolabe. At the same time, Lu Wu exhaled his freezing energy again. Lu Wu is too terrifying. Zhao Yu shivered. The little fire phoenix perched on little Yuaner's shoulder was so frightened that it hid at the back of her head. Little Yuaner said reassuringly, "Don't be afraid." Duanmu Sheng frowned. "I've never seen Lu Wu so furious before. This is probably Lu Wu's strongest attack," Kongwen said with a hint of awe. "Although we know it's powerful, I still feel we've underestimated its strength." Lu Wu's 9 tails moved in the air, stirring up the wind and clouds. The freezing energy swept out and froze everything again. The cold seemed even more biting than before. Karmic fire. Yu Zhenghai, Little Yuaner, Conk, and those who possessed the karmic fire quickly manifested the karmic fire. Then, they lit a circle of fire around the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Outside of the circle of fire was a vast expanse of whiteness. In just a blink of an eye, the entire place was transformed into a land of ice. Oh no! We forgot fourth senior brother. Everyone looked at the bank of the lake and found Mingshi had turned into an ice sculpture. At this time, Lu Wu roared thunderously, casting its sound technique. The sound wave swept out, causing the earth, trees, and pillars to shake. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 3,500 merit points. Similar to before, Lu Zhou received the same notification 25 times consecutively. Lu Wu leaped again and landed on the astrolabe that had been frozen white before leaping away. It was very satisfied with its masterpiece. Crack! At this time, the ice that encased Tuoba Siqing's astrolabe cracked, and ice shards fell to the ground. I want all of you to die today. Tuoba Siqing slapped his astrolabe with all his might, sending it up into the sky. The astrolabe expanded and covered the sky before mobilizing the power of the 20 birth charts. Pillars of light rained down from the sky immediately. Upon seeing this, Lu Wu spun around and jumped above the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion, shielding them from Tuoba Siqing's attack. Fourth senior brother, Little Yuaner cried out. She flew forward and tossed the Nirvana sash out. The Nirvana sash wrapped around Mingshi and pulled him to safety under Lu Wu. Everyone looked up and saw Lu Zhou standing in the sky and holding the golden unnamed in the form of a shield. I'll make an example out of you today. Lu Zhou was about to use the enhanced Thunderblast card when a commotion rang in the air. In the sky, a flaming ancient tree that looked like a strange spider due to its roots and vines leaped over and landed on Tuoba Siqing's astrolabe. Lord Jinan roared, "If you kill Tianwu, I'll kill you. Only I alone can kill my enemy." The tree roots wrapped around the astrolabe and tightened their grips on it. Creak! The astrolabe gave slightly. Lord Jinan. When Lord Jinan saw the divine soul pearl in Tuoba Siqing's hand, he grew even more furious. You think you can kill me? You overestimate yourself. Tuoba Siqing roared. Swoosh! Tuoba Siqing's astrolabe shrank rapidly. Lord Jinan, who had lived a long life naturally, was very experienced. He said coldly, "You're still wet behind the ears. How dare you play tricks in front of me? Die!" The roots exploded with energy, sending flames flying in the sky. Bang! The astrolabe that was still shrinking was hit by the explosive power and cracked immediately. Tuoba Siqing's eyes widened in fear as he spat out blood. With this, he had lost a birth chart. 1,000 realms whirling avatar suddenly appeared before it shrank into Tuoba Siqing's body. How could someone like Tuoba Siqing not have any life-saving techniques? He had puppets for occasions like this. However, why did the puppets not absorb the fatal strike? How did Lord Jinan bypass his puppets and destroy his birth chart? There were always loopholes in cultivation after all. Lord Jinan was an expert comparable to Tianwu. When he dominated the world, Tuoba Siqing was still playing with mud. Even if he and Tianwu were no longer as strong as he was in the past, how could they be trampled by these juniors? Moreover, as the saying went, the older, the wiser. Tuoba Siqing naturally would not sit back and wait for death. His eyes were bloodshot as he endured the excruciating pain. At some point, the black scimitar had appeared in his hand again. Furious, he exploded with all his energy. The astrolabe appeared under his feet, and a pillar of light shot into the sky. Break! Tuoba Siqing and the green pillar of light shot toward Lord Jinan. He became one with the pillar of light as he flew out. Lord Jinan stabilized himself with his roots as he waved countless branches in the air to meet Tuoba Siqing's attack. Boom! The spectators had already grown numb to powerful shockwaves at this time. Everyone watched as the sky lit up like an aurora. It was extremely dazzling. It was as though the sun had finally risen in this place and chased the darkness away. The mountains around the pillar of destruction shook and rumbled, looking like they were on the verge of collapse. Lord Jinnan leaped up as the pillar of light landed on him. His roots spread out and fell down like a huge net toward Tuoba Siqing's astrolabe again. When they wrapped around Tuoba Siqing's astrolabe with vice-like grips again, crack! Lord Jinnan's roots broke Tuoba Siqing's astrolabe, which was 10,000 foot long in diameter. Again. Following that, Lord Jinnan flew up, and Tuoba Siqing fell down. One hovered among the clouds while the other crashed heavily on the ground. Boom! The earth trembled. Lord Jinnan's furious voice rang from the sky. Since I've chosen to uproot myself, why would I be afraid of risking my life to fight you? How stupid! When Tuoba Siqing, who was lying on the ground, heard these words, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Blood spurted out of his mouth and drew an arc in the air before dropping to the ground. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the sky resentfully. He was human. Why would he fight to the death with a tree? Moreover, he truly had been stupid. He let his competitiveness blind him. He could have watched from the side as Lu Zhou, Tianwu, and Lord Jinnan fought, but he could not hold back from making a move. Thinking about the birth chart Lord Jinnan destroyed, Tuoba Siqing was immensely glad he had 20 birth charts. If he had 18 birth charts, losing one birth chart was not as simple as losing one birth chart. At this time, Tuoba Siqing's eyes widened imperceptibly as he watched Lord Jinnan descending from the sky. It seemed like Lord Jinnan was heavily injured as well. He endured the soul-piercing pain and hurriedly shouted, "Yi Zhang, what are you waiting for?" As soon as Tuoba Siqing's words fell, Yi Zhang and more than 10 cultivators appeared in the sky above the pillar of destruction. 8 pillars appeared in the sky, shooting out beams of light and forming an enclosed area. As the cultivators spread out, Yi Zhang shot out like a cannonball toward Lord Jinnan. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Green light bloomed in Yi Zhang's palm. At the same time, the 8 pillars released energy seals consecutively. "It's over for you, Lord Jinnan." Yi Zhang mobilized the power of the Tao. The air stagnated for a moment. Boom! A monstrous force landed on the falling Lord Jinnan, piercing him. Everyone watched in shock and disbelief as Lord Jinnan was defeated. After his successful attack, Yi Zhang turned around. His body was bathed in a green light as the 8 pillars continued shooting out beams of light that converged on him. Yi Zhang's attack succeeded, and he turned around to hover in the air. His entire body was bathed in green light, and the 8 pillars of light continuously shot out rays of light, gathering together with him. This is called the 8-sided treasure formation. It can gather the power of heaven and earth, Yi Zhang calmly said. Lord Jinnan laughed. His laughter sounded horrifying. When his laughter subsided, he said, "I've already merged with the ancient tree. I'm heartless, soulless, and lifeless." The hole on Lord Jinnan's trunk was mending itself rapidly. At the same time, the roots began to gather and expand before digging into the ground. Then, streaks of green energy rushed into Lord Jinnan from his roots. The roots were greedily absorbing the energy from the ground. Lu Zhou glanced at Lord Jinnan. He was not very interested in this ancient tree. He did not know why Lord Jinnan would make such a huge sacrifice and uproot itself. Lord Jinnan even used such a powerful move. "All right, I'll give you a little help." Lu Zhou pushed his hand out. Bang! The pillar of impermanence stabbed into the ground. Its range easily covered the 8 pillars of the 8-sided treasure formation. At this time, Lord Jinnan no longer cared about his lifespan. He only felt that the speed of circulation had increased. "Go!" Yi Zhang moved as fast as a shooting star toward Lord Jinnan. 10 cultivators flew out with him along with more than 20 of Tuoba Siqing's men. Lord Jinnan said thunderously, "The weak will have to pay the price." Lord Jinnan exploded with energy. Flames surged out as flowers began to bloom on the branches. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The flaming flowers flew out like dandelions. With their sheer number, they looked like blooming fireworks. The flaming flowers melted the ice in their wake, reducing the flowers, plants, and trees into ashes. Yizhang held his astrolabe up to face the flaming flowers when he suddenly felt a terrifying burning energy invade his soul. He was so frightened that he hurriedly put his astrolabe away. Alas, when Yizhang's put his astrolabe away, his men and Tuoba Siqing's men, who had been injured by Lu Wu, turned into burning men. A sea of fire raged in the sky at this moment. The sky was red, and the heat burned everyone's nerves. Miserable cries rang in the air as the smell of burnt flesh permeated the air. One after another, the cultivators' birth charts were destroyed until they had none left. Death had arrived. Yizhang was horrified. He retreated, trying to dodge the flaming flowers. Tuoba Siqing, who was lying on the ground, tried his best to keep the flaming flowers at bay as well. Lu Zhou used the confinement seal to block the residual force from the flaming flowers. This was not the end of Lord Jinnan's attack. At this time, flaming vines shot out and attacked Yizhang in a frenzy. Bang! 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 With that, Yizhang's avatar that resembled Shang Fu, the three-headed bird, was forced out before its three heads were severed at the same time. Yizhang, who was in a miserable state now, exploded with the power of the Tao. "You madman, Lord Jinnan!" Boom! Explosions rang from the sky. Lord Jinnan was not intimidated at all. His roots tightened their grips around Yizhang. Bang! 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 Yizhang used the power of the Tao to make the void stagnate and the power of his great birth chart to self-destruct. The flaming vines broke and fell. With that, Lord Jinnan stopped moving as the fire gradually died away. Although Yizhang managed to free himself, he had been demoted. Primal Qi raged in the air. A storm was brewing. At this time, Yizhang called out, "Tuoba Siqing, hurry up and help me gather Primal Qi." If a venerable master lost a birth chart, as long as he or she activated a great birth chart within 3 days, he or she would become a venerable master again. However, the more vitality energy they absorbed, the longer it would take to return to their peak. Tuoba Siqing gritted his teeth and rose to his feet with great difficulty. Just as he was about to cast a technique to save Yizhang, Lu Zhou flew over. His body was imbued with the divine power. He shouted, "I won't allow you to live." Yicheng sneered. "Tuoba Siqing, kill him." Swoosh! Tuoba Siqing looked at Lu Zhou, who was flying over, as he licked the blood off the corner of his lips. "Do you think you're Lord Jinnan?" Everyone held their breaths and watched unblinkingly. Lu Zhou's speed was inferior to Tuoba Siqing, who still had 18 birth charts. Moreover, Tuoba Siqing still had puppets. Lu Zhou spun as he shattered the enhanced reduction card in his hand. Ordinary reduction cards were not enough. At this critical time, it was safer to use the enhanced reduction card. A dark orb sailed in the sky toward Tuoba Siqing. Boom! When the dark orb landed on Tuoba Siqing, once again, he felt the familiar and immense power that came with the familiar feeling of fear. He discovered he was unable to mobilize or grasp the power of the Tao at this moment. It was as though it had vanished. Then, he felt as though an invisible pair of hands were grabbing his astrolabe in his Dantian sea of qi before forcefully dragging it out. He felt his heart sink into a bottomless abyss immediately. Yizhang quickly tapped his acupoints and controlled the surging primal qi before he shouted, "Snap out of your fear and get rid of the illusion." Tuoba Siqing. Yizhang's sound technique rolled out in all directions. Tuoba Siqing shivered before he regained his senses. He suppressed the fear in his heart and flew forward. Now that he was cornered, he felt a surge of power. He had to remain calm despite the lingering fear from before when he lost his birth charts. He told himself it did not matter if lost another birth chart as long he could recover it in 3 days. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood and wiped his mouth before he said, "If I don't succeed today, I'd rather die." The black scimitar appeared in Tuoba Siqing's hand again. Swoosh! 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 The black scimitar split into 4 and flew toward Lu Zhou. Yizhang swooped down at this moment. "Master!" Lu Zhou's disciples exclaimed in shock. They were all worried. Lu Wu, hurry up. Lu Wu stomped on the ground and leaped up. However, as soon as it leaped up, Lu Zhou calmly launched a heaven-shaking golden palm seal toward Tuoba Sicheng and shouted, "Return to the void!" The return to the void palm seal was not overly large. It looked like a bright lamp in the night sky. In the middle of the palm seal, the script for void flashed dazzlingly. When the palm seal arrived before Tuoba Sicheng, it suddenly expanded 100 times in size before it grabbed his entire person. Crack! The 5 fingers from the golden palm seal clenched tightly. Energy seals swept out, stirring up the clouds and uprooting thousands of trees. Lu Zhou did not stop. He spun around and pushed his hand out to meet Yizheng with all his divine power. Bang! Yizheng was sent flying in the air like a kite with a broken string. He spat out a mouthful of blood immediately. Ding! Destroyed a birth chart. Reward: 5,000 merit points. My birth chart! Yizheng's eyes were bloodshot. He looked as though he had lost his mind as he reached out, grabbing at the air. It was as though he was trying to grab the vitality, energy, and birth chart that was leaving him. It was not a big deal for a venerable master to lose 1 birth chart. However, losing 2 was a different story. It meant that from now on, there would be 1 less venerable master. This was the best method Lu Zhou could come up with. Deal with Tuoba Sicheng using the return to the void palm seal and reduce Yizheng's birth charts to 16 so that Lu Wu could deal with him. The effect on Yizheng was far more serious than that of Qin Naihe in the past. Previously, Qin Naihe was at peak condition, so he was not injured. On the other hand, the heads of Yizheng's Shangfu, the 3-headed bird, were destroyed, and he had been severely injured by Lord Jinnan. Hence, it was not difficult to destroy his birth chart at this time. Meanwhile, the return to the void palm seal continued tightening its grip around Tuoba Sicheng. The huge script for the word void grew brighter and brighter at the same time. Crack! Tuoba Sicheng, who was unable to see anything within the confines of the palm seal, struggled with all his might when he suddenly felt huge pressure bearing down on him from all directions. All of a sudden, his body stiffened, and he stopped moving. It was over. The return to the void palm seal dissipated as Tuoba Sicheng, who was drenched in blood, dropped from the sky. Boom! At this time, Lu Wu seized the chance and pounced toward Yizheng. Yizheng shuddered when he saw Lu Wu pouncing toward him. He hurriedly grabbed his belt and yanked it. Following that, he began to shine brightly. "You want to escape?" Lu Wu said in a deep voice. Its 9 tails unfurled in the air again. Swoosh! The area within a radius of 1,000 meters turned into a world of ice again. Arg! Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 5,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward: 5,000 merit points. At the same time, a pillar of light shot into the sky. When the light disappeared, Yizheng was nowhere to be seen. Boom! When Lu Wu landed on the ground, an expression of fury could be seen on his face. The battle had ended. The area around the pillar of destruction was completely destroyed. Not 1 spot was left intact. Even the lake water had dried up. Under the torture of the wave of ice and fire, the flowers, plants, and trees were gone. Everyone was in a daze as they surveyed their surroundings. Took them a long time to calm down. Lord Jinnan, who was lying on the ground motionlessly and charred, was emitting green smoke. Next to the lake, Tianwu lay on the ground, drenched in blood, as she looked at the scene before her in a daze. At this moment, only 1 person was left in the sky: Lu Zhou. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Lu Wu said, "I want to kill him." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "There's no need." Then, he called out in a deep voice, "Zhao Yu." Zhao Yu regained his senses and replied in a trembling voice, "Oh, old sir. You're from the Green Lotus Domain's royal family. Send a message to Yannan," Lu Zhou said. "Ha! Don't tell me you can't do it," Lu Zhou said as he looked at Zhao Yu with burning eyes. Of course I can do it. Please give me your orders, old sir," Zhao Yu said. His palms were sweaty, and his legs were trembling. Tell the 4 elders of Yan'an to bring Yi Zheng's head to me. If they fail to do so, I'll wash Yan'an with blood, Lu Zhou said indifferently. Sometimes one could not and should not show mercy. Whether it was Tuoba Siqing or Yi Zheng, they both had to pay the price for their actions. Thud. Zhao Yu lost the strength in his legs and fell limply to the ground. After hesitating for a moment, he finally forced himself to say, "Pass the message." One of Zhao Yu's men rushed over and silently bowed. "Pass this message to Yan'an. Tell the 4 elders of Yan'an to bring Yi Zheng's head to." Zhao Yu stuttered. Kong Wen interjected, "To Pavilion Master Lu of the Evil Sky Pavilion." "Understood." Zhao Yu's man bowed. At this moment, Yu Zhenghai suddenly said, "Wait, remember to convey my master's message verbatim." "Why yes." Zhao Yu's man trembled. He was filled with fear and anxiety. He fumbled and dropped the talismans out of nervousness. He hurriedly picked them up and sent the message in a hurry. Following that, he fell to the ground limply like his master, Zhao Yu. Lu Zhou descended to the ground and looked at Tuoba Siqing, who was lying on the ground, unable to move and drenched in blood. He walked to Tuoba Siqing's side and saw Tuoba Siqing's lips opening and closing as he stared ahead lifelessly. Then, he shifted his eyes to the black scimitar lying in a pool of frozen blood. Tuoba Siqing tried his best to breathe and circulate his energy. Alas, he was like an ordinary person now. He found it difficult to accept and adapt. When he saw Lu Zhou standing above him, he suddenly felt he had been too stupid. How could someone who possessed extreme techniques, fought back and forth with Tian Wu, and defeated and subdued Lu Wu be just a venerable master? Some like that ought to be a saint. Tuoba Siqing tried to speak, but blood gurgled in his throat, making it difficult for him to form even one word. He suddenly grabbed the divine soul pearl next to him and crawled forward with great difficulty. Lu Zhou did not make a move. He only watched as Tuoba Siqing crawled on the ground. Tuoba Siqing crawled over more than 10 meters before he came to an abrupt stop. His body stiffened for a brief moment before he fell limply to the ground. Lu Zhou shook his head. "You brought this upon yourself." As soon as Lu Zhou's voice fell, Tuoba Siqing shuddered and exhaled his last breath. Ding! Killed a target. Reward: 20,000 merit points. Domain bonus: 5,000 merit points. It was commendable that Tuoba Siqing managed to survive this long before dying after his cultivation base was destroyed by return to the void and suffering various injuries. Lu Zhou waved his hand. Swoosh! The divine soul pearl and black scimitar flew into his hands. Ding! Obtained the divine soul pearl. This item is formed from the force of a saint or a more powerful being. Only the original owner can recover its energy. Ding! Obtained Azura scimitar. Owner Tuoba Siqing. Fusion grade. Can unleash for great explosions. Cannot be refined. Lu Zhou could understand that the divine soul pearl's energy could only be recovered by its owner. After all, it was formed from Tian Wu's essence. It was like its life heart. However, he could not understand why the Azura scimitar could not be refined. He studied it for a moment before looking away. As though it understood Lu Zhou's thoughts, Lu Wu said, "Items that had been previously refined with blood essence have no use." Lu Zhou nodded inwardly. This made sense. Venerable masters valued their weapons far more than ordinary cultivators did. They would definitely use some special methods to ensure that the weapon would only belong to them alone. Nevertheless, even if it were useless, he could still disassemble it. No matter, it was still a fusion-grade weapon. Meanwhile, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion remained guarded. They did not move around rashly. Instead, they looked at Lord Jinan and Tian Wu, worried that the two monsters would suddenly leap up. Lu Zhou walked over like a mortal. In fact, he missed walking on solid ground like a normal person. Alas, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, so he did not have much chance to walk in this manner. When he walked on the ground, he was reminded again that he was human made out of flesh and blood. Lu Zhou came to the side of the charred ancient tree. He glanced at it before he asked, "Do you regret it?" Thud, thud, thud. The charred branches fell to the ground one after another. It did not take long before only the tree trunk was left lying quietly on the frozen ground. Lord Jinan turned to look at Tianwu, who was lying on the right. After his coughing fit subsided, he said, "You finally can't fight anymore." Tianwu laughed weakly. "You're going to die before me. Is it worth it?" "Yes." Lord Jinan sighed and no longer spoke. Tianwu struggled to sit up on the frozen ground before she stared at Lu Zhou. She shook her head when she recalled today's events. There was no fear in her eyes, only endless sorrow and helplessness, as she said, "This is probably fate." Lu Zhou asked, "Why were you guarding this place?" Tianwu and Lord Jinan remained silent. Lu Zhou rested his hands on his back before he said with a sigh, "Let me remind you that you don't have long to live. Is there a meaning to bringing this secret to your graves?" Lord Jinan said with more strength than that of a dying person, "I have to admit, you're really extraordinary." Lu Zhou remained expressionless. Lord Jinan continued to say, "We're here to wait for the next great void seed." It did not escape Lu Zhou's notice that Lord Jinan had used the word we. Tianwu continued to remain silent. "To become supreme beings?" Lu Zhou asked. Lord Jinan remained silent, which was equivalent to a tacit agreement. Strangely, Tianwu did not respond. Lu Zhou said, "The world is really filled with strange people. For the sake of the great void seeds, you're willing to pay such a huge price. Even if you understood the cultivation path of a supreme being, what can you do? Can you turn into a person again?" Naturally, Lord Jinan and Tianwu had also thought about this question. They just did not want to dwell on it. Everyone in the world sought the cultivation path, and so would they. At this time, Lu Wu walked over and asked, "Both of you were already guarding Yuzhong 300 years ago, right?" Tianwu glanced at Lu Wu and said tonelessly, "I didn't expect that little Lu Wu would become a beast emperor." "Ha!" Lu Wu huffed, expressing its dissatisfaction. "A defeated opponent shouldn't be arrogant." "That's enough." Lord Jinan's aura grew weaker. It seemed like he knew he was going to die soon and did not want to waste time on this meaningless bickering. He sighed heavily and said, "It's been more than 300 years. I didn't expect there to be someone who remembers us. Moreover, it's a beast. Humans never learn from their mistakes. History will always repeat itself." At this time, Tianwu pointed at Mingxirin. "Tell him to come over." Lu Zhou shook his head. "Know your place. You dare." Lu Zhou and Tianwu's voices were both powerful. However, perhaps Tianwu was used to being arrogant that she had briefly forgotten her life was in Lu Zhou's hand at this moment. After a moment, she lowered her head. The light in her eyes dimmed as she said, "I'd like to invite him here." Lu Zhou turned around and waved his hand. "Bring old forth here." Yan Zhenlua and Lu Li carried the frozen Mingxirin over before stopping 10 meters away from Tianwu. Tianwu frowned. "Come closer." Yan Zhenlua and Lu Li did not dare to act rashly. They looked to Lu Zhou for further instructions. Lu Zhou waved his hand. The duo moved 5 meters forward. "Closer." Tianwu's eyes glowed. At this time, Lu Zhou launched a palm seal toward Mingxirin. Bam! The ice encasing Mingxirin shattered as vitality energy surged into Mingxiyin's Dantian's sea of qi, suppressing the green light he emitted. Mingxirin coughed and returned to his senses. He felt as though a lifetime had passed as he looked around in confusion. "Can you return me my divine soul pearl?" Tianwu asked. Upon hearing Tianwu's voice, Mingxirin instinctively retreated 10 meters. Tianwu looked at Mingxirin as though she had known before. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? I don't know you. Stay away from me." Mingxirin thought about Tianwu and Lord Jinan's half-human and half-monster appearance, and he could not help but shiver. Their appearances were really difficult to accept. Moreover, he really did not know them. Tianwu said, "More than 300 years ago." Lord Jinan interjected impatiently. "The great void seed here from 300 years ago was nourished by our 10,000-year-old blood essence and qi. Everyone inhaled sharply and looked at each other in shock. Zhao Yu mustered up his courage and asked, "A great void seed would grow at each of the 10 pillars of destruction. Why did you choose the one here? Apart from that, since you guarded the seed day and night, how did someone end up stealing it? Based on your strength at that time, even a saint would find it difficult to steal the seed, right?" Lord Jinan said, "We fell asleep. Do you believe it?" Everyone. "Who the hell would believe such an excuse? Can't you come up with a better excuse? Moreover, both of you fell asleep at the same time. This excuse is too fake. Cultivators could go without sleep and food for a long time. How could the mighty Lord Jinan and Tian Wu fall asleep? The loss of blood essence and qi forced us to enter a state of recovery." Lu Zhou asked, puzzled, "Didn't you make preparations?" Lord Jinan chuckled. "You think I didn't make preparations? The killing formation in the Forest of Horrors was just a small killing formation. It's just the tip of the iceberg. 300 years ago, the preparations I made killed a group of ignorant black, white, and red lotus cultivators." Everyone was shocked. Yan Jinlua exclaimed, "The Great Void Expedition's destination was Yuzhong? They overestimated themselves and paid a heavy price. In the end, they only managed to leave with a handful of soil. Was that worth showing off?" Lord Jinan said slightly pridefully. "So how did you lose the Great Void Seed?" Lu Zhou asked. Lord Jinan and Tian Wu. After a moment of silence, Lord Jinan said, "Up until now, I still don't know the Great Void Seed was lost." Zhao Yu asked, "Could it be someone from the Great Void?" Everyone looked at Lord Jinan. "Impossible," Lord Jinan said. "If it were the people from the Great Void, they could have just killed everyone. Second, after the seed was lost, they came to Yuzhong." Tian Wu looked at Ming Shirin again. "Did the people of the Great Void give you the seed?" Ming Shirin shook his head. "Of course not. My master gave it to me." Tian Wu and Lu Zhou looked at Lu Zhou in unison with eyes brimming with doubt, shock, and questions. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Part of Ji Tiandao's memories in the memory crystal were lost, so he could verify Lord Jinan and Tian Wu's words, or if he had met them before. There was also that matter with Lu Tiantong. "Do you recognize me?" Tian Wu shook her head. "How strange. Ji Tiandao possessed all 10 Great Void Seeds, so he had definitely come to Yuzhong before. Then why were Tian Wu and Lord Jinan unaware of it?" "I participated in the Great Void Expedition back then," Lu Zhou said. Everyone looked at Lu Zhou in shock. The participants of the Great Void Expeditions were unafraid of death, and those who survived were all awe-inspiring powerhouses. Who knew the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion was such a legendary figure? Lu Zhou continued to say with a straight face, "I only obtained a Great Void Seed due to luck. It's fate." Tian Wu shook her head. "If the Divine Soul Pearl emits light when it's near him, it'll prove the origin of the Great Void Seed." Lu Zhou turned around and tossed the Divine Soul Pearl out. The Divine Soul Pearl flew around Ming Shirin before it suddenly lit up. At this time, Lord Jinan's charred upper trunk broke into pieces. Tian Wu coughed violently. Her face turned pale as she smiled. She kept muttering, "Fate, it's fate." Crash. Lord Jinan's tree-like body completely fell apart at this moment. The middle of the tree trunk that had split open revealed a cylindrical stone with a line of words. "The tomb of Lord Jinan." An intact skeleton lay inside the trunk as well. Strange symbols and scripts were carved on the bones, and its 4 limbs were tightly fused to the inside of the tree trunk. Although this scene was rather dark, everyone could not help but sigh and shake their heads now that an expert of a generation like Lord Jinan was dead. So it's a parasitic technique. How sad. They kept sighing and shaking their heads, feeling slightly melancholic. In this world, there was no absolute right or wrong. At this time, Tian Wu's laughter rang in the air, pulling everyone back to their senses. All of them retreated slightly. Tian Wu's laughter was filled with sorrow. She did not look at Lord Jinan and forced herself to look in another direction. Blood flowed out of her 7 orifices as she continued to laugh. "This." Everyone retreated again. Only Lu Zhou stood without moving. He sighed as he looked at Tianwu and Lord Jinnan. Master, is she going to die too? Little Yuaner asked in a small voice. Lu Zhou did not answer her. Little Yuaner said before trailing off, "The Divine Soul Pearl. The Divine Soul Pearl can't save her," Lu Wu said. "Her Dantian Sea of Qi has long been destroyed, and all of her life force was gathered in the Divine Soul Pearl." When Tianwu's laughter stopped, the light in her eyes vanished as well. Everything returned to darkness. Youth was fleeting, and beauty was fragile. In just a blink of an eye, Tianwu had become an old woman. At this time, Tianwu finally turned around and shuffled closer toward Lord Jinnan. "The great void seed carries our expectations. We hope you'll be able to obtain the Pillar of Destruction's recognition." Tianwu's words were clearly directed at Mingshi. "The Pillar of Destruction's recognition? I believe that you have a rare and valuable quality, because you're unaffected by the formation in the Forest of Horrors," Tianwu said as her voice grew weaker and weaker. At this time, Lu Zhou asked the question that had formed in his heart. "Were you and Lord Jinnan husband and wife?" Tianwu remained silent. Everyone looked at each other in shock and disbelief. Little Yuaner asked in confusion, "Then, why did you fight?" This pair of mortal enemies turned out to be husband and wife. In the end, Tianwu said, "Let this secret be buried forever. I have a request." The others clearly still had questions, but Lu Zhou raised his hand and said, "Speak. Seal us at the bottom of the lake." "All right. Thank you." Tianwu's face aged again. The light gradually vanished from her eyes as she spoke her final sentence. "Perhaps you'd be the one to change the world." After saying that, she hardened into stone. There was a time when everyone wanted to live forever. Cultivators managed to change their fate, but what was their ultimate goal? Perhaps they did not even know the answer. In the end, everything would return to the earth. The silence in the unknown land was terrifying. The night wind blew, showing no signs of stopping. Not a single fierce beast could be seen. No one knew how much time had passed. Finally, Lu Zhou waved his sleeve. "Old Fourth." "Yes, master." Lu Zhou sighed heavily before he said, "I'll leave it to you to bury them." "Understood." The usual mischievous and mocking expression on Mingshi Yin's face was nowhere to be seen at the moment. Instead, his expression was solemn. Mingshi Yin jumped into the dried lake and cleared the area before he dug a pit and returned to the land. Then, he carefully gathered Lord Jinnan and Tianwu's remains. The others wanted to help, but sensing the solemnity of the situation, they watched quietly in accordance with the rule that the dead were the most important. In fact, they did not particularly dislike Lord Jinnan or Tianwu and even felt some sympathy for them. It was a pity that the duo was reduced to this state. They could only let out a long sigh. Mingshi Yin placed Lord Jinnan and Tianwu's remains side by side at the bottom of the lake before he asked, "Master, should we leave a marker for their graves?" "No need," Lu Zhou said. After they left, there would be experts and adventurers coming to Yuzhong. Rather than leaving a marker for their graves, it would be better to let them return to nature. Then, Mingshi Yin did as his master instructed and began to fill the lake up with soil. Following that, using his Bluewood Heart technique, he accelerated the growth of the trees and the grass within a radius of 1,000 meters. The devastated land after the battle was soon covered with lush and verdant trees and grass. The burnt smell and the metallic smell of blood lingered in the air, the only indication that a terrible battle had taken place here. Finally, everyone turned around to look at the Pillar of Destruction. On the other hand, Lu Zhou briefly checked everyone's situation. Apart from looking slightly disheveled, all of them were fine. Lu Wu was originally in the worst state after being injured. However, with Witzard's help, it had recovered. After Lu Zhou put away the Pillar of Impermanence, he said, "Collect everything." Understood. It was finally time for them to harvest the spoils of war. This was also the most exciting time for the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Everyone scattered in all directions. They collected everything, including the weapons of the dead cultivators. They searched everywhere for fire lotuses, snow lotuses, blood ginseng, mystic life grass, and other natural treasures. Unfortunately, many of them were destroyed by Lord Jinnan's flames. They were not worried they had no place to store their harvest. With a huge fierce beast like Lu Wu, they could even take away all the treasures from the 10 pillars of destruction. At this time, Yan'an was eerily quiet. The 4 elders of the Yi clan stood side by side and looked at the imbalance phenomenon in the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky as the wind continued to howl and rage. After the deaths of 36 flag bearers of the 36 Big Dipper flag formation, the remaining capable disciples had left Yan'an with Yi Zheng. The 4 elders, Yi Wei, Yi Yiqing, Yi Yuanjiu, and Yi Geng, wore solemn expressions on their faces and remained silent. All of a sudden, like a meteor falling from the sky, a bare-chested Yi Zheng who looked utterly miserable dropped from the sky. Boom! When Yi Zheng landed, he could not find his footing and slid quite a distance away before coming to a stop. Following that, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Logically speaking, as a venerable master, Yi Zheng should not be in such a sorry state. Even if he had lost quite a number of birth charts, he was still a cultivator at the Thousand Realms whirling stage. How could he be in such a state? He had lost all bearing of a venerable master. Venerable Master Yi? The 4 elders exclaimed in unison. Yi Zheng rushed over and said, "Don't ask. Quickly prepare the mystic life grass and the medicine bucket. I need to recover my birth charts." "What's going on?" Yi Wei asked. Yi Zheng frowned. He had never been one to vent his anger on his own people. After all, he was a high and mighty venerable master who stood above others. He would not stoop to such lowly behavior. He was revered and had a glorious reputation. However, at this moment he was very close to losing his temper. Fortunately, the pain blunted the edges of his anger. Finally, he said, "Bring the great void pills as well." Upon hearing these words, Yi Yiqing asked, "Have you forgotten the great void pills have been given to Venerable Master Tuoba? Then, bring me the things we have. I'm going into seclusion," Yi Zheng said in a grave tone. "I won't be seeing anyone for 100 years. Yi Wei asked anxiously, "What happened? Can you at least explain it to us?" The other 3 elders stood in a row next to Yi Wei and bowed, blocking Yi Zheng's path. Based on their actions, they were clearly not moving until Yi Zheng gave them an explanation. Yi Zheng was livid. He finally lost control of his temper as he roared, "Yi Wei, how dare you?" Yi Wei hurriedly fell to one knee. "Venerable Master, please calm down." "Scram!" Yi Zheng shouted. However, Yi Wei did not move at all. The other 3 elders followed suit and fell to their knees before saying in unison, "Venerable Master, please calm down." This was akin to adding fuel to Yi Zheng's anger. He pointed at the distance and said, seething with fury, "All of you, get lost." Yi Wei looked into the distance and asked, "Are you the only one who came back? Are you questioning me?" Yi Zheng suddenly felt like there was something amiss with the 4 elders' attitude. "Did they die?" Yi Wei asked again, undeterred. Yi Zheng ignored Yi Wei. He endured the pain and brushed past the 4 elders. Just as he walked past Yi Wei, swoosh, an energy sword suddenly shot out, piercing Yi Zheng's back and exiting in front. It easily pierced through his slender and injured body. The furious expression on Yi Zheng's face was immediately replaced by one of shock and disbelief. Drip. Fresh blood dripped out of the wound caused by the green energy sword onto the moss-covered stone slab. The blood flowed out of his wound like the life leaving his body. Yi Wei wore a pained expression on his face as he made a move again. He used Yannan's strongest sword technique and struck again. Yi Zheng was severely injured and was on the verge of collapse, to begin with. On top of that, he was also just pierced by the green energy sword. Now that he was mercilessly attacked again, he lost his balance immediately and fell to his knees. He wanted to ask why, but he suddenly felt that it was no longer important. Everything was no longer important. "Only with your death can we protect Yan'an," Yi Wei said. "At the Pillar of Destruction in the Unknown Lands Yuzhong. Pavilion Master, we've searched everywhere. We've obtained 23 stalks of mystic life grass, 6 mystic microstones, 12 fire lotuses, 15 snow lotuses, 5 blood ginseng, 6 heaven-grade weapons, and 2 beast king's life hearts. Yan Jinluo reported. Life hearts. The beast kings must have been caught in the battle, Yan Jinluo said. Zhao Yu almost drooled when he heard these words. He quickly stepped forward and bowed before he asked, Old sir, what about our previous agreement? You're dreaming. Mingshi Yin rolled his eyes. It's good enough that Master didn't kill someone like you who stood on the fence, but you still dare to ask for the treasures? Zhao Yu. In the end, Zhao Yu said, Brother, I'm human. I'm naturally afraid of death. Is there anyone who doesn't want to live? I didn't betray you, old sir, nor did I harm you. I was honest from the very beginning. Lu Zhou glanced at Zhao Yu and said, Answer my question honestly. A joyful expression appeared on Zhao Yu's face as he hastily said, I'll tell you everything I know, old sir. You said yourself that you're part of Great Qin's royal family. Your identity must not be simple. Are you a relative of the royal family, or are you the crown prince? Lu Zhou asked. Zhao Yu was stunned. The question was really direct. Lu Zhou's gaze swept past Zhao Yu's men. They had been very respectful to Zhao Yu from the beginning to the end. Some of Zhao Yu's men had higher cultivation bases than him, but they were no less respectful to him. This only further proved that Zhao Yu's identity must be extraordinary. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Yu finally said, Old sir, you're thinking too much. I'm just someone without power and influence. Give him some of the fire lotuses, Lu Zhou said. He did not have time to waste with Zhao Yu now. The pillar of destruction was just right in front of him. It was time to go and have a look at it. Yan Jinluo handed 1 fire lotus to Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu was speechless. When he regained his senses, he said, Old sir, didn't we agree that I'll have one of everything? This clearly isn't it. It's nothing, Zhao Yu hurriedly said before he put the fire lotus away. Then he stared at Yan Jinluo tying the bag up. At this moment, Lu Li walked over. He pointed at the pillar of destruction and asked, Shall we go over there, Pavilion Master? Lu Zhou nodded and flew to the eastern side of the pillar of destruction. The top of the pillar could not be seen at all. It was like a mountain that towered past the dark clouds and swirling black fog. In just a short moment, everyone arrived at the eastern side of the pillar of destruction. The surface of the pillar was grainy and uneven. The diameter of the pillar is likely about 1,000 meters. From afar, they did not think much of the pillar of destruction. However, now that they were so close, they realized how thick it was. Master, this way. Little Yuaner called out as she pointed to an entrance that was carved out on the pillar of destruction. Everyone rushed over. The entrance looked like it was man-made. Due to Lu Wu's size, it could only wait outside while the others entered the pillar of destruction. Watch out for traps. Assuming the pillar's diameter was 1,000 meters, they reached the interior after they were 300 to 400 meters in. There were no traps so far. Everyone was puzzled when they had a good look at the pillar's interior. Needless to say, the interior was circular. Nothing could be seen when one looked up. There was a circle on the ground with a diameter of 200 meters at the center of the pillar. The walls were filled with strange and alien symbols. Since Lu Zhou had night vision, he had a good look at the place. It seemed like the higher it was, the narrower it became inside the pillar. The most surprising thing was a blue sphere of light that covered about 50 diameters on the ground. The ground shrouded by the blue light sphere was filled with blue crystals. They were arranged neatly and pointed to the center. In the center of the blue crystals was what looked like a blue crystal bottle that was absorbing the blue crystal's energies. In the blue light sphere, energies twined around each other and flowed harmoniously. It was like a vast galaxy. Every now and then, the energies would flash, looking like stars in the night sky. It's like the universe inside. Everyone was stunned by the incomparably beautiful scene before their eyes. Is this the great void seed? Zhao Yu asked as he pointed at the object that looked like a blue crystal bottle. He walked over and reached out to touch it. However, as soon as his fingers came in contact with the blue light sphere, he felt something like an electric current zapping him before he was sent flying back. Bang! Zhao Yu flew backward and crashed against the inner wall of the pillar. The wall seemed very sturdy. It did not shake nor crack under Zhao Yu's weight. Not even small pebbles fell. Zhao Yu coughed twice as he looked at the blue light sphere in surprise. It seemed like the pain did not register at all as he looked at the object that resembled a blue crystal bottle. The others only glanced at Zhao Yu briefly before they turned back to look at the scene before them. Lu Zhou sighed softly. He did not expect to see so many blue crystals here. If he did not see it with his eyes, who would really believe the blue crystals were really like fertile soil for great void seeds? If one looked closely, one would be able to see the blue crystals were, in fact, not crystals at all. They were soil. The soil was only because of the light from the blue light sphere. Perhaps, it would only solidify into crystals after leaving the interior of the Pillar of Destruction. This is the new generation of Great Void Seed. In just 300 years it has grown so big. I wonder what it'd look like after 30,000 years. It took 30,000 years for Great Void Seeds to mature. Most of them would not be able to live that long. After all, even a venerable master could only live for 30,000 years. At this time, many of them had thoughts of taking the Great Void Seed in front of them for themselves. Who in the world would have such thoughts with the Great Void Seed in front of them? Only Lu Zhou did not have such thoughts. After all, he already had 10 Great Void Seeds, and he had them for more than 300 years. Master, do you plan to take it away? Little Yuaner stepped forward curiously. However, she was pushed away as well despite possessing the Great Void Seed. Unlike Zhao Yu, she was only pushed a distance away. Just take some of the soil, Lu Zhou said. Let me try, Yan Jinlua said. Unsurprisingly, he was sent flying back as well. Kong Wen and the others met with the same outcome as well. In the end, apart from the Evil Sky Pavilion's 9 disciples who were only pushed back slightly, the others, including Zhao Yu's men, were sent flying back. No one noticed the abnormalities with Lu Zhou's disciples. At this time, Mingshi was the only Evil Sky Pavilion who had yet to try. Fourth senior brother, you should try taking it, Little Yuaner said. Yu Zhenghai chimed in. Maybe Tianwu is right. Only you can bypass the blue sphere. Everyone nodded. Lu Zhou said, Old Fourth, have a try. Yes, master. Mingshi was not very confident. Although Lord Jinan and Tianwu had confirmed that the Great Void Seed in his body came from this place, he still found it hard to believe. He reached out tentatively, expecting to be pushed back. However, when he made contact with the blue sphere, it felt as though he was submerging his hand into the sea. The temperature was moderate and enjoyable. Not only was he not pushed back, but he felt rather comfortable as well. Everyone was overjoyed upon seeing this. Mingshi continued to move forward. Then, he placed one foot into the blue sphere. When he stepped into the blue sphere, it opened for him before closing again. Mingshi turned around and said with a grin, It seems like I'm really the chosen one. It's quite comfortable in here, Mingshi said as he inhaled deeply. He felt very energetic. Congratulations, Mr. Fourth. Congratulations, Fourth senior brother. Mingshi waved his hand and said with a smile, There's no need to be so polite. Mingshi saw the blue energy floating up from the blue soil and surging into him. It was similar to the energy from the Great Void Seed in his body. He wondered if the Great Void Seed in front of him resonated with the one in his body, causing the energy to surge restlessly. He felt the energy surge toward his Dantian Sea of Qi. Zhao Yu said with barely concealed awe, Since he's been acknowledged by the Pillar of Destruction, this Great Void Seed will fuse with him. Fuse with him. The Great Void Seed is like a medicinal pill. Not everyone will have the same effect after obtaining it. Some people can only display 1/10 of its power, while some can fully utilize its power. After his fusion, he'd be able to unlock the potential of the Great Void Seed. From now on, his cultivation base is going to rise crazily, Zhao Yu said. Mingshi waved his hand and feigned humility as he said, It's nothing really. In fact, My cultivation base has already been rising crazily even before this. Despite the humble tone, these words were clearly meant to show off. Lu Zhou was inwardly surprised. Based on his memories, he knew that out of all his disciples, the great void seeds had the best effect on little Yuaner and Mingshi Yin. However, in the early days, Mingshi Yin's cultivation method was flawed, slowing down his cultivation speed. The one with the worst effect was Duanmu Sheng. Fortunately, with Lu Wu's help, Duanmu Sheng's great void seed was fusing with the different energies in his body. If Tianwu was right, did it not mean all 10 of his disciples would be recognized by the pillars of destruction and would be able to fully unleash the potential of the great void seeds in their bodies? At this moment, the energy within the blue sphere began to buzz before a bolt of blue lightning shot up. Then, the pillar of destruction began to shake. Before anyone could react, the blue lightning bolt had already shot up and vanished. Boom! The sound of an explosion rang powerfully in the air. At this moment, Mingshi Yin hovered in the air. When all the energy gathered in his Dantian sea of qi, the energy suddenly shot out like spiderwebs, binding his body. What's happening? Everyone was taken aback. Mingshi Yin wore a dumbfounded expression on his face as he looked to the left and right. Then, he hurriedly brought his separation hook out before he flew back and forth in the blue sphere as he tried to slash at the energy. Alas, the separation hook only seemed to cut through air. There was no effect at all. At the same time, the energy continued to drag him up. Mingshi Yin frowned. Am I going to heaven? Junior brother, I'll lend you a hand, Yu Zhenghai said. He tapped his foot and leaped up in the air. He wielded the jasper saber with both hands as it shot out a huge energy blade that seemed capable of cleaving the heavens and earth into two. Bang! As soon as the energy blade landed on the blue sphere, it disappeared without a trace. Everyone exchanged a look before they unleashed their skills, trying to break the blue sphere. Alas, their attempts were all in vain. Zhao Yu frowned as he said, since he gained the Pillar of Destruction's recognition, is he being brought to a runic passage at the top of the pillar? Now's not the time to talk about this. Hurry up and think of a way to save Mr. Fourth, Kongwen said. They tried to approach the blue sphere, but no matter how hard they tried, they would be pushed back. They could not get any closer. At the same time, in the White Palace, a female attendant rushed to the entrance of the palace and said, Master. The maid rushed to the outside of the palace and bowed. Master, the sacred hall has sent news that a great void seed has matured. Lan Shiha, who was meditating, opened her eyes immediately. A hint of shock flashed in her eyes as she said, How's that possible? The great void seeds matured every 30,000 years. This was the way it had always been. It had only been 300 years since the last batch of great void seed matured. It was impossible for it to mature so quickly. Moreover, she had participated in the Great Void Expedition, so she knew what the situation was like. The Sacred Hall's messenger said that there should be no mistake. He said it's from the Great Desolate Land. They'll send people there to investigate. The female attendant replied. Lan Shiha shook her head. Since they're planning to verify this matter, does this mean many people already know about this? No. Only a few people are privy to this matter. The messenger said that outside of the Sacred Hall, only you and I are aware of this matter. The female attendant replied. Continue to investigate. If there's a need, I'll personally head over to the Great Desolate Land, Lan Shiha said. Understood. In Yuzhong, formerly known as the Great Desolate Land. Inside the Pillar of Destruction. The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion watched helplessly as Mingshi Yin rose higher and higher into the air. The energy in the blue sphere surged, continued to drag him up. Stand back, Lu Zhou finally said. Everyone took a few steps back. Lu Zhou walked over and placed his hand on the sphere. He felt the numbing sensation from an electric current before he felt a slight push. Unlike the others, he was not pushed back. He stayed where he was since the force was not strong enough to push him away. However, the electric-like energy made him feel a little numb and uncomfortable. Since Lu Zhou had depleted his divine power, he could only use his blue avatar. Earlier, After his divine power had been restored by Wizard, he had used it to power the blue avatar, and the remaining was used on Lu Wu. Fortunately, the blue avatar was now a 2-leaf 100 tribulations insight avatar, so it was not too weak. A small amount of divine power surged out and coursed through his 8 extraordinary meridians before surging out of his palm. Swoosh! With that, the blue sphere opened up before everyone's eyes. Lu Zhou stepped into the blue sphere. The energy in there was similar to the divine power but different at the same time. The great void energy that rose from the ground made him feel uncomfortable. Come down! Lu Zhou raised his hand, unleashing the Fiend Monk's hand seal. Since he used his own cultivation base to unleash this palm seal, he did it with ease. The palm seal grabbed Mingshi and dragged him down. However, energy from all directions continued surging into his Dantian sea of qi as the blue light grew brighter and brighter. Sit down. Understood. Mingshi did as he was told. He regulated his breathing, inhaling and exhaling. Soon enough, the energy was no longer restless as they entered his Dantian sea of qi. With that, the surroundings returned to normal as well. Zhao Yu was thoroughly puzzled by this. He asked in disbelief, "Old sir, you can enter the blue sphere?" Lu Zhou did not pay attention to Zhao Yu. He kept his gaze focused on Mingshi, who was gradually calming down. Then, he looked at the great void seed, which still looked like a seedling, next to him before he moved to stand next to it. Then, he leaned forward and sniffed it. A unique fragrance wafted into his nostrils, causing him to feel as though he had traveled through time and space. A familiar yet unfamiliar feeling appeared in his mind before it unlocked the sealed memory at the corner of his mind. He only saw one scene, Ji Tiandao bending over to pluck a great void seed. Lu Zhou was slightly startled when he felt an electric current running through his entire body, numbing his body from his feet to the top of his head. It felt like countless ants were crawling on him. How did he do it? The great void energy had unlocked just a small part of the memory, and it was far from enough. Lu Zhou stared at the great void seed that everyone coveted and would die for. Alas, it was from being ripe for the pickings. At this time, its smell and energy turned familiar and comforting. Lu Zhou looked at the soil on the ground before grabbing a fistful of it. With that, the pillar of destruction trembled again. Following that, a magical scene appeared. The hole that appeared after Lu Zhou took the soil away magically filled up. Then, the soil in his hand quickly solidified into a blue crystal that was brimming with great void energy. Lu Zhou's curiosity was piqued. He bent down and grabbed another fistful of soil. Rumble! This time, the tremors grew stronger, causing a huge rock to drop down from above. When the rock fell into the range of the blue sphere, the electric-like energy wrapped around it. Just like that, the rock turned into nothingness. It was as though it never existed. Lu Zhou bent down again. Just as Lu Zhou was about to grab the soil again, Yan Zhenlua called out, "Pavilion Master." Look. Yan Zhenlua pointed at the seedling of the great void seed in the center. When Lu Zhou turned around, he saw the great void seed seemed to be glowing a little brighter than before. Apart from that, the speed of the flowing energy seemed to have slowed down slightly. In other words, if Lu Zhou continued taking the soil away, he would eventually destroy the great void seed. Forget it. Lu Zhou straightened his back. At the same time, Mingshi no longer glowed with a blue light. It seemed as though the fusion was completed. The surrounding energy returned to its original position, flashing intermittently like before, looking like stars in the universe. "How do you feel?" Lu Zhou asked. Mingshi expression was solemn as he inhaled deeply. After exhaling, he said, I've never felt this way before. Cultivate diligently when we return, Lu Zhou said. Yes, master. Lu Zhou did not press for details about how Mingshi felt. This was not the right time. Doing so would only expose Mingshi potential. Lu Zhou walked out of the blue sphere with his hands on his back as Mingshi followed behind him. As soon as the duo stepped out, the blue sphere closed again. It was smooth and without ripples. Lu Zhou threw one of the blue crystals to Lu Li and said, "This can help you break the limit. Lu Li instinctively caught it in his hand before he asked excitedly, "You're giving it to me?" Lu Zhou said, "With your abilities, it'd be a pity for you to be stuck at having only 5 birth charts." Lu Li fell to his knees immediately. "Thank you, Pavilion Master. Rise to your feet," Lu Zhou said before he raised his head to look up. Although he had night vision, the range of his vision was limited, so he could not see anything. There was a niggling feeling that there was something strange about the Pillar of Destruction, but he could not figure out what it was. "It's not good to stay here for too long," Lu Zhou finally said before he walked out. Everyone except Zhao Yu turned around to leave. Zhao Yu looked at the great void seed with eyes brimming with reluctance. He was truly reluctant to leave. At this time, Mingshi looked back and asked, "Don't tell me you want to steal it?" Zhao Yu turned around and smiled sheepishly. Then, he spread his arms and said with a helpless expression, "I really want to, but the problem is I don't have the ability to do so." How could Zhao Yu or his heavily injured men enter the blue sphere when even Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong failed to do so? Mingshi took another look at the great void seed. A question appeared in his mind. Did this exist from the time the world was created, or was it man-made? If it existed since the beginning of time, where did the other great void seeds go? The entire thing was too fantastical. If it were man-made, who had the capability to create the 10 pillars of destruction, and what was the person's objective? "Brother!" Zhao Yu called out as he waved his hand in front of Mingshi. Mingshi smacked his forehead. Such questions should be left to his 7th junior brother. He was not good at ruminating over these kinds of questions, so it was best not to trouble himself. "Don't come so close to me," Mingshi said to Zhao Yu before he finally left. Zhao Yu hurried after him and asked, "Brother, can I ask you a question? Why are you so hostile toward me? We've never met before, and I don't think I've offended you after we met." "I just dislike you," Mingshi replied. "That's it. That's it. Why? How am I an eyesore to you? Tell me and I'll change." After everyone walked out of the Pillar of Destruction, they looked at the sky hidden by dark clouds. The Pillar of Destruction stood as tall and majestically as before. Lu Wu had been waiting outside. When it saw the blue crystals in Lu Zhou's hand, it asked, "Did you get the treasure? Do you have any questions?" Lu Zhou asked as he placed his hands on his back. "No," Lu Wu replied. At this moment, Lu Zhou said, "The great void seed is still young and isn't worth harvesting. Who knows when it matures 30,000 years later, the fated person will obtain it. The Pavilion Master is wise." Everyone nodded. "There is no right or wrong." Lu Wu proudly raised its head and said in a low voice, "When rats eat human food, humans abhor them and stomp them to death. When humans steal honey from the bees, they praise the bees for being hardworking. Right and wrong have always been established by those in power." Everyone looked at Lu Wu with complex expressions. How could a fierce beast have such profound feelings and thoughts? After Lu Wu finished speaking, it turned around and adjusted its position. "I'll bring all of you away and find a quiet place." Earlier, the Pillar of Destruction shook. "If the people from the Great Void come, none of us will be able to leave this place." Everyone rushed toward Lu Wu's back. On the other hand, upon hearing Lu Wu's words, a shocking thought appeared in Lu Zhou's mind. He wanted to meet the people from the Great Void. However, after a moment, he recalled he was not strong enough yet, and he did not have many trump cards, so he dismissed the thought. With that, Lu Wu carried everyone and flew east. A few hours after the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion left, 2 figures emerged from the black fog in the west, flying at top speed. In just a blink of an eye, they landed by the Pillar of Destruction. The duo exchanged a look before they searched their surroundings. One on the left and the other on the right. After 15 minutes, the duo met up. "We're too late. There are traces of the battle between venerable masters. I can sense their energies and the power of the Tao. Tianwu and Lord Jinan are dead. All the treasures nearby have been looted. Humans are as greedy as ever." The duo shook their heads. They flashed again and appeared in the Pillar of Destruction. They looked at the blue sphere and sensed the changes in the air before they turned to look at the great void seed. Why is there an energy resonance when it has yet to mature? There are no signs of tampering or damage either. Everything is as it should be. The duo carefully studied their surroundings. At this time, one of them took off his white hood and mask before he closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said, "There were many people here. I can smell their auras, and some of them are chaotic. How strange." He moved forward as he sniffed. When he arrived before the blue sphere, buzz! The blue sphere repelled him. He shook his head, puzzled. "I can't figure it out. These people were able to kill Lord Jinan and Tian Wu, so their cultivation bases must be profound. The imbalance has grown worse. Something must have happened to the Green Lotus Domain's venerable masters. We need to be sure before we report back to the temple. The higher-ups have ordered that no one is to interfere with the imbalance. We're only here to check on the Pillar of Destruction and the Great Void Seed. The seed is intact. I'm afraid the higher-ups won't interfere." The duo stood with their hands on their backs as they looked at the Great Void Seed that glowed with a blue light. Their eyes flashed briefly. "Let's go." With a flash, the duo seemed to disappear into thin air. Meanwhile, Lu Wu led the group to a quiet place. There were not many fierce beasts around due to the imbalance. Lu Wu had used up a lot of its energy during the battle, so it quickly found a place before it lay down to recuperate. Similar to before, Lu Zhou found a place before he brought the Pillar of Impermanence out. Soon after, Zhao Yu bade farewell to them to return to the Green Lotus Domain. Lu Zhou and the others watched him leave. "Master, he's so suspicious. Why don't we capture him and torture him for information?" Mingshi asked. "Do you hate him very much?" "I hate a lot of people and he's one of them," Mingshi replied honestly. "He's not a malicious person. Perhaps there's use for him in the future," Lu Zhou said. Following that, he looked at everyone and said, "Go and rest or cultivate. I'll increase the speed of the pillar like before." "Understood." Everyone bowed before they left. After everyone left, Lu Zhou brought out the Divine Soul Pearl. This was the greatest gain from the battle. The Divine Soul Pearl was equivalent to a great birth chart. Moreover, he would be able to directly pass the second birth trial. To a cultivator, this was a peerless treasure. To Lu Zhou, who had activated 11 birth charts, the Divine Soul Pearl was even more valuable to him. Lu Zhou was not in a hurry to use the Divine Soul Pearl. Instead, he activated the purple glaze ceramic and utilized the effect of the Pillar of Impermanence to recover his divine power. Half a day later, after Lu Zhou recovered some of his divine power, he made sure his condition was stable before he finally manifested his birth palace. The birth chart's locations, their names, and uses appeared in his mind. The Divine Soul Pearl was like a fusion of all birth charts. Hence, it was suitable for most locations. However, to avoid future difficulties, Lu Zhou chose a remote location on the birth palace. The pearl goes out to sea. Then, he placed the Divine Soul Pearl in the location he had chosen. Click! A crisp sound rang out as the Divine Soul Pearl smoothly sank into the birth palace.